Oh my gosh, everybody, you get to guess who's in this room based on their voices. If you don't say my name, next person. All right, next person, say something. All right. Well, no, they can't hear him. Okay, they didn't give it away.
Well, I wanted to not go next. I was kind of thinking maybe if I just didn't say anything, no one would ever be able to guess who I am. But
all right, I think like the vibes would have given that away. And the last guess,
the silence.
Yeah. All right, no one's guessing, but they all know. And that's the thing. They're going to show our faces, and then nobody gets any points. You were going to win $1 million, but y'all freaking lost because you didn't play my game. So now you're going to see our faces and feel so silly.
All 8 of you.
You were like, I want everyone to see our faces. So I was like, fine. You get to see our faces. This is us.
That's what they came. That's what they pay for. They come here because they want to see some apathetic 30-year-olds. I don't know. Kelly, are you in your 20s still? God, please don't.
What did you call me?
Are you in your 40s? Oh my God.
Me?
Okay, no, now we don't know.
1,000.
Okay, so all of us are between 18 and 100. So anyway, welcome. What is that emoji? I always see that, like Dad Cannon will do it, and it's just like a lizard going, like, what is that? Like, is that a meme?
I think it's a default Twitch one.
I just realized I am a little over caffeinated right now, so I need to back off a little bit. We can do some intros. I just realized the energy, that was too much. I need to come back a little bit. So
you're making up for Vanable's mic, so
it works out. We're gonna go around the old horn, and that's why I like one of my favorite cards from the newest set. It says that little puppy, and he's on the horn. He's like, love that. Anyway, Lorcana. Pepper? Yeah, There's so many puppies. 101.
The sapphire one, right?
Yeah, and he's just like yelling. I have
like
into
86 of them in foil. I don't know why.
I don't know, because it's lucky. Yeah, I love that.
It's not lucky. It's Pepper.
Okay. All right. I'm a Pepper. You're a Pepper. Dr. Pepper. This stream is sponsored by Dr. Pepper.
I would love a Dr. Pepper sponsorship if you like.
But you'd probably get Cheerwine knowing where you are. They'd be like, all right.
Cheerwine is good too. I mean.
Well, we'll go ahead and do introductions. We got Luke. If you're here, you know that this is Luke. And I want to shout out Luke. He got the title right. We went live, and this is exactly who's playing. So first off, shout
out
Luke.
This time. Yep.
Shout out Luke. That is exactly where you are.
Not my first rodeo somehow.
Let's not give him props yet. He does still have to change it from the pre-show.
That is true.
He never does on time. So let's.
Oh well, I mean, come on. We're all about progress over perfection here at the ICL. And speaking of trying to be better every day, we have the one and only Bannable. Bannable, how are you doing?
Great. It is really hard for me to be better every day because I'm pretty good as I am.
Move that mic closer. It went out again.
Yeah, you're pretty good at that talking into a microphone.
Get in there.
What do you want me to do? It's like touching my lips.
I guess it's even cutting out then that time.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think you're cooked, unfortunately.
You need a new PC, obviously. Speaking of people who are cooked.
Wow, and Color's gone.
Color's internet just went out.
She's back.
I'm telling you, this room is...
Should we all leave and come back except Luke? Or what do we do?
I would have to make a brand new room.
All right, let's just freaking... Yeah, let's just freaking send it. And so Bannable's fighting for his life. Color is...
Bannable's mic is almost
Color is
like
freezing
this,
and then going not freezing. She's freezing, she's not. But that's because whatever she says is law. Color, how are you doing? Great.
I assume she can't hear you.
On the planet, so.
Oh, God.
Awesome.
We're doing our best, guys. Listen, it's Friday. All of our computers
Did you hear that?
So hard. We did. That was a good sound test. It was weird, but we heard it.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Well,
all right, I'm going to send you new links.
All of us? Because mine's perfect. I have no problems. But I mean, do all of us? Okay.
Yeah, but now
oh, he's gone. Oh, are we not even live anymore? Where are we? Okay. No,
We're still live. They just don't have the links yet. So
we can't hear him, but I see him talking because I'm watching
the
Twitch.
On?
We do have someone say, tell mom to hang up so we can use the dial-up.
All right, I'll see you soon. Hopefully it works.
Wait, you're leaving? Am I supposed to be leaving too? Oh my goodness!
You're sending us new links. Did you not hear?
I guess I did.
All right, bye. I guess. Good luck up.
Or if I'm just gonna be here myself. Whoa. I was silently sitting there. My mic was muted. I forgot because my son came up right next to me.
Yeah, so I liked it because we got rated and people were just met with nothing, and I think that's so
They're
fun.
just met with nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, the build up, the intrigue, people like that. So if you guys you're rating, and that is so cool. You're the raiders of the JDZ quest, and I saw JDZ. He was talking about Delta a lot. Like I think he is struggling watching that relationship deteriorate, his lifelong love of Delta, and watching that fall apart on screen. It's hard to watch. We still don't have color on the screen, but Bannable, can we hear you?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm here now, right?
Yeah, there you are. I could
All right.
I could see, but you weren't in your box. You weren't boxed in.
Well, enjoy my voice.
Try not to be.
Because I assume it'll be gone soon.
These sound pretty
Why
okay.
is your voice going
That's
away?
fine.
What do you mean? Why? Because
It's been the problem the whole time.
The ancient curse.
But it
it's
seems. Oh, I was like, it's good now, and then I hear it crackle.
Yeah. Sounds like you have like some kind of like noise gate thing on it that keeps auto adjusting based off of your mood, which is
that sounds like science.
So like I don't know because I shouldn't have any. There's no like built-in noise gate to my audio interface, but I don't have settings like. So I know video has like a bunch more settings on the back end that I can't see. Because
I mean, we're hearing you complain loud and clear.
Yeah.
So I think
Yeah.
that's a sign that
just
we're
keep complaining
just-
and we'll get to hear the entire thing. That's
Love
what it is.
Wait, is JDZ here? He doesn't have a box. How did you put him in without a box? It's
He's got a
crazy.
box.
Wait, why is he right there? What is going on? All right, well, we're gonna transfer over here.
I would like to shout out that JDZ has green headphones, so he always looks like a cyborg on our show. Love that very much. Yeah,
Wait,
because you
why
look
did
like you're like,
colors camera go? Oh my goodness.
hey guys,
Video.
this is live, just so you know. This isn't pre-recorded. We're in the
I
studio
don't
right
see
now.
her in the room, but
Yeah,
she's
my
on
green
the
screen.
screen.
I have this like fidget that looks
Literally right here.
I think she went to the
So-
other room again.
What?
No, she's here. She's
No,
here.
she has
She's
to be
here.
in that one.
It's like I didn't touch anything.
Weird. All
that
right.
squishy,
Video
or is
just
that,
must
like,
be having
plastic?
issues.
It's
I can't.
plastic.
So I can't hear her
Mm.
at all though. So maybe you should
What?
disconnect and reconnect colors. So I can
Yeah. Listen, color.
Well, I have to cast.
No, it's been bad the whole time.
It's been the whole time.
It's
I'm just gonna. I'm
video has been not very nice to us today.
We are doing it. There's no words there. We're gonna do it live. Okay. So audience, you can hear me, probably. JDZ, you can hear, I think. I don't know, JDB is like sushi
I have no
nori.
idea if
That's
you're
not
muted
helpful.
on the stream or not.
I can hear color this time. Hopefully everyone else can.
I do like that when we do sound checks, the chat's just like, I don't want to. I'm scared right now. So I think that's fun. I think it's a little cheeky. I would help.
Oh,
but
JDZ was muted, I guess.
Was I?
No, he's not. Well,
Okay.
I wasn't expecting you to come in.
My bad.
No.
I
It's
clicked
my
on-
fault. I had your camera shown and I thought I had it turned off. So that
My
was
bad.
my fault, not your
My
fault.
bad. We just had a little mini stream, a little bulk sorting stream, and I was like, okay, we're gonna stream until the ICO starts. Get a little Raid Dog Nasty hopping on in, and I
you
just
might
wanted to jump
still
in.
be muted. Are you still muted?
Am I still muted? Right?
No.
How?
No.
No.
Okay, sorry. Well, JDV90, he never lies because
It's fine.
JDV90 is JDZ's feet. So he's,
Dang. Is that my alt? We confirmed it's not. Am I still muted?
I don't know.
No, you're
Okay,
fine.
so it's
I
just
can hear.
JDV.
It doesn't-
Okay, well, I'm
does it-
sorry. I was just reading.
I don't
the
know.
Dang.
All right, sorry. So you have a
Okay,
mini
okay.
stream. You're
I'm
sorting
afraid
your
to
bulk,
open the chat.
sorting
My bad.
your bulk and bulking
My
your
bad.
sorts.
My bad. We were just chilling and waiting for the ICO to start. And I just thought I'd hop in and say hello. I didn't realize that I would be into the pregame show. My bad. Messed up the whole vibe. What did I
I
miss?
made it
I
better.
thought you were doing the game show. I put in. I even had the box there,
Oh,
and they're like, "JDZ doesn't have the box." I'm like, "Wait a second. JDZ shouldn't be on the screen right now. What are you talking about?"
JDZ can be anywhere he wants. So okay. So if you're on a stream and he shows up, you just have to go with it. Okay, that's
And
what
we-
happened. And we
it's all
lost
about-
color again.
It's all about improv, dude. At least this screen that she froze on this time seems a lot better. Okay.
I will say that I was saying, wow, look at us. We're the good green screen crew. No wrinkles here. And then JDZ's like, I got my wrinkle green screen. So it's kind of like,
Do I got a
that's-
wrinkle? Am I wrinkled
Oh,
up?
wait, that's a wrinkle. But no, it's fine on camera.
They
but
can't tell. You're
they
just
can't.
trolling.
I am just saying
Oh.
that if you had the Elgato XL, you wouldn't.
Every time you touch it, I die
Okay.
inside.
I'm
Okay.
gonna,
Okay.
But
I'm gonna,
who
I'm
wants
gonna-
to
This
go
is-
over?
this
We
what-
need. We do
Katie
have
just
to go
wants
over
to-
the cards. Just saying.
Katie just wants to flex on me. I see it now.
I
okay.
do because your studio is so cool. So if I can flex that I have like
Um,
one nice thing, I'm like, All
I feel
right,
flexed
let's
on
talk
now.
about the
Okay.
players.
Now I gotta iron my freaking green screen now.
Steam it.
Okay.
You gotta get a steamer.
Okay. Sorry. Players.
Let's talk about it's Kevin Barrington or Gangsaw, which I love that from Luxury Gaming. So Luxury Gaming, I assume they all have Rolexes. They rolled up here in their Cadillac. So first player here, top 4 at DLC Fort Worth, 25th Disney Lorcana Challenge. I didn't write that right. Anyway, top 25, 25th place. 25th place of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, North America Continental Championship. That's 25th place. That's a perfect square, which is pretty good. 5 times 5, 25. I love that. So shout out to Kevin Barrington Dancer.
Absolutely. Smoking hot as well. Nice symmetry. Great smile.
I need
great
you to
hair.
know. I need you to know I did take one of these photos today from someone's social media. So if you dog on the photo that I stole without their permission, you gotta watch it, JDZ.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying very,
this one
very
was given. Okay.
Complete right swipe here. I'm talking great smile, great symmetry, great eyes, great hair, great teeth.
Yeah. He's got like
Dangsaur.
Dangsaur.
Look at that jawline, honestly.
Exactly. The dimples.
He's been mewing, right? Is that what the
Nipples.
kids are doing?
I
What?
think so.
Smoking hot.
Mewing, when you go
that
like
what they call it?
I'll mute.
Oh,
I don't think he was expecting us to talk about him quite like this when he gave you that picture, Katie. So maybe we can move on.
No, it is what it is.
I didn't start that. It was freaking JDZ. Next picture.
Well,
Yeah, you're like, hey, Katie, let's be appropriate.
I wasn't
Anyway.
blaming you. I'm just saying you made the card.
oh, Hamza's playing tonight. That's
Oh, why
exciting.
don't you tell us about it? Tell us all about what you see here.
Body ball. You gotta give
super
compliments, okay? You gotta give compliments to the homies. Okay, that's a new thing we're doing here in 2025.
We're giving live feedback too, so that's the good news.
Okay. Compliments.
Okay. Anybody want to take Hamza? I had the pleasure
I think
and
Wonder
opportunity.
or Color's gone, so never mind. You got it.
I had the
Color was
pleasure and
going
opportunity
to.
of sitting down and doing an interview with this fine Illumineer you see on your screen before you.
Ooh.
Fantastic human being, okay? Full on doctor. Extremely intelligent. He's an actual doctor.
Well, he's practicing medicine and then kicking butts
And
So
kicking
he's
booty cheeks at the same time. And he's also smoking hot.
He's
Thoughts?
he's the call an ambulance, but not for me.
This is not the show I expected it to be. I did
Oh, my
not
bad.
realize we were rating the physical attractiveness.
Oh, we're not?
No,
Oh, I'm
JDZ
on the
does
wrong
that
show.
no matter what, against
My bad.
anyone's will. Like he is going to say hot
Sorry.
or not, and like. And it's stressful for me because like I'm like, hey guys, can you give me pictures just for this player card? We're not gonna like debate on air whether we think you're hot or not. Don't worry, it's totally chill. And then JDZ gets on here, is like,
Okay, I'll
hey
knock it
there.
off.
But I will say that a color. Do we have you?
I see her. I hear her. The link's the right one, but it's not putting her in the scene.
I'll keep the momentum going. You workshop with color, and I'll read all the things that Hamza's done. First, he graduated medical school, so he
turning
did
it
that.
off and on
So
again,
that was
I
pretty
guess.
cool. Do we know what he practices?
Hey, it's psychology.
A psychologist. I live with a psychiatrist, so use the psychiatry. It's not psychology. If you mess that up, they
My bad.
will clap back.
They will
'Cause
clap-
they're
okay,
like,
my bad.
guess
I
what?
could-
I went to college for 1,000 freaking years. Anyway,
How
so
dare you, JDZ?
yeah,
I'm so sorry.
psychology. I'm sorry. Anyway, so we have 6th place at DLC Atlanta, 33rd DLC Las Vegas, and 17th at DLC Seattle. So that's the face of a man who's like, guess
And
what?
And he's
read-
also worlds qualified now, so you can't skip that. He will be going to the
Oh,
World
it
Championship
passed-
tournament
Is it passed down?
via
Or-
pass down, but still, I think he
I
earned
mean,
it.
that still counts. Yeah, 100%. Like,
And he plays over 70 cards a lot of times as well. That's another.
Famous for the
72.
I'm pretty sure he had a deal with his team that if he lost to Sailor, that he would have to play 60 at the next event. And he lost to Sailor, got the pass down. So I think he like agreed to with his team that he would play 60 at Worlds.
Is that
Okay.
like,
I could
is
be
that
wrong.
so? That's scary for him. He's like, I don't do that.
Well,
I
I
thought
mean,
he said
he's
he
just
just
been advertising.
I thought he
a
just couldn't
72
play-
card deck a lot.
I thought he couldn't play 72. That means he can play like 80 if he wanted. Like he can go.
Oh.
he can play 72.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
that's
mean,
true. It can't be 72.
I think the
but-
spirit of the
but 90
agreement
is fine.
would probably be 60, not do more.
Would we ICL After Dark? We have not made any swears, Mister. Accusations out here, JDB90. So yeah, that's player number 2 for luxury
6.
gaming.
Luxury.
Out of 3,
Yeah,
so
they're not a southern team though, but I did like
luxury gaming. Whoa.
Luxury.
Now I did give this man an AI arm, so I am sorry for how.
But no, they are.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Katie, come on.
I'm sorry, but he gave me a picture with no arm. So
think
anyway,
it
let's
would've
stop
been
talking about his
better.
arm, and we're gonna talk about him. We're gonna talk
Okay.
about
Why'd you bring up his arm? You should have just let it stay unknown.
Well, this is I like it because he's jacked.
It-
There's nobody can make me freaking jacked if I play.
I mean, that's what his arm looks like. No one would have
Yeah.
noticed.
All right, which way are we swiping? I guess this is what we're doing today.
Yeah, I'm just making everyone buff. So anyway, Color, tell us a little bit about the accomplishments of Michael Ferrante.
Dude, declare.
I was about to say I cannot read it because if
I
I click
will
on
read-
anything, my computer.
Don't worry about it. We have he's top 128 at DLC Atlanta. Top
Let's go.
128 DLC.
Oh,
Oh,
she
God.
touched. She clicked on it. She clicked on it.
Oh, let's go.
All right,
Let's just
we'll
go.
keep going. Just don't try. Someone put her out of her misery. She's trying so hard.
Oh.
Okay, and oh no. It's just every time I talk, she tries to come back, and it feels bad. It feels
Well,
like
let's
I'm
just hope that this isn't a precursor of what
It'd be
Florida
fine.
internet is like.
Mm.
Is she in Florida? I thought she was somewhere up north. Either
No,
way,
she's a Florida girl.
Florida. Okay, that explains a lot. Anyway,
What is? Elaborate.
because they're all
What does that mean?
They have to fight with Disney World. They got alligators.
I thought you were going to say they had to fight with gators, so they don't have good internet.
Yeah, basically.
I don't track.
I just ate another piece of popcorn, and I'd like to point out that's a bad idea. But anyway, to finish, he won the first online LPN, and he's a team captain. That's he put that at the
Absolutely.
bottom. He's so humble that he's like, oh yeah, and I run this ship.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And his user handle is actually Lux Ferrante. And a lot of people call him Lux Ferrante as his actual name.
Yes,
So there you
I've called
go.
him Lux many times, which is not fair because that is not
No
his
one
name.
would
But I'm
ever
like,
do
oh,
that.
Lux Ferrante,
I don't
Mr.
believe you,
Ferrante.
JDZ. I don't
Also
believe you
smoking
one
hot
bit.
as well. Great beard. You see that beard? Not missing a single patch.
Now,
It's nice and trim.
All right,
Clean
so I have
bill.
to change the
So what kind-
cards, I guess, when
no,
you
I have
start.
to ask: did he redeem his tickets for a
swiping.
villainous hat? Did he not get a? Did he not get the DLC like Lorcana hat and got villainous instead? Because that's a
I don't
crazy
know.
choice. Because he's wearing a villainous
He
hat.
can do it. I'm not sure.
'Cause that'd be
Michael
so-
Ferrante, is an OG like much of his team. So and I know Ducky had played a lot of the villainous tournaments like in the early DLC.
Okay, so maybe that's like villainous merch. Because I just
Maybe
thought
he
like
just
that
won
DLC
it for
they
him.
yeah,
Yeah,
because they had
possibly.
some villainous merch, and I was like, but no one's gonna redeem their Lorcana tickets for villainous merch. And he said, you've never met Lux Ferrante. Anyways,
Yeah,
I hold my cap.
JDZ, who are we looking at here?
Oh, we're looking at Jeff Jones. Who? Jeff Jones. Who? Jeff Jones from InKnights Gaming, holding that champion scar match, smoking hot, dude. Everyone's
Jeff
hot.
Jones production.
This is a Jeff Jones. Player lore 10 store championship rising finishes with 5 first place finishes. We're talking 5 out of 10. That's a 50% conversion rate holding that scar championship, man. We're going to see what Jeff Jones is going to do out here in the ICL. We haven't seen much from the InKnights. I don't know much about the InKnight organization. Bonnie Ball, do you have any
Are
information
they
for the
in
InKnight?
Nebraska? Like, are they all in Nebraska?
No.
But there's some in Nebraska, right?
Three. One person
all of
that JDZ does know, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, I forgot." And then 2 people that I obviously know because they live in Nebraska. The next one that is up in our lineup here, we'll show her right now. Kirsty Inkerbell.
Inkabelle. Wasn't she
Inkabelle.
Taurus last time we saw her? Did she like rebrand?
I mean, maybe I'm pretty sure she went by Inkerbell before, but maybe
Okay.
it's possible that that's what the Pixelborn name is.
Either
Okay.
way, Kirsty, I mean, she's from Nebraska and she knows how to coupon. That's not on the card, but that's a little lore that maybe we can interview her about. Like, if we have time later.
Wow.
Hey, save me
Her
some money. We're
coupon
about to.
career makes the rest like
We look like idiots.
I'm like, oh, I got a couple grand followers. Woohoo! I think she's got like 1 million followers.
Yeah.
On
Wow.
something. She's definitely doing us a favor coming down to hang out with us lowly Lorcana players here. But
Okay.
she's got skills. I think it's 84th at DLC Seattle.
This is 88.
88th. I can't read.
Yeah.
And she does quite well at most of the local events. And as people like to say, we've got some sharks in our area. Not in a like.
I don't call it that.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
called
not
the
even gonna go
Nebraska-
that.
It's called the Nebraska sleeper cell. Thank you very much. It's not called the sharks because that's not a term you want to use here. She's in the sleeper cell. And we're about to
Okay.
see the most
And then-
sleepery of cells over here. Mr. No Social Media. You know him. JDZ, tell us all about.
Yeah,
Oh,
JDZ.
Oh, let me tell you about this player. Okay, I forgot that Mr. Bad Vegas was on the squad. So that's going to change my entire perspective of what I thought about the InKnights before we got in here, because this guy's an absolute unit, powerhouse of the cell. But there is an issue. His color combination has been completely nerfed out of the format. It's gone. Like, there's no more Sapphire and Steel. And that is the strategy that this player has kind of cut their teeth on, got their bread and butter in. Top 32 DLC North America. Top 8 DLC Fort Worth. Okay, that is the North American Championship.
Mickey.
Got top 32 there. That's a pretty good showing. And he's got the golden Mickey. And I think he's a phenomenal player. And besides being a player, he's a great person as well.
Yeah, I would
like
to.
He played to his outs to beat Sailor in that top 8. And like, very impressive. The matchup, like, I think he ended up winning off of like getting the exact card he needed. And some people are like, oh, he's so lucky. But people need to understand that he played to his only out. And yeah, he drew it. But like, that's the only way he could win, where other people might do other plays and lose from it. Steven is very good at what he does.
I want to take a turn saying nice things about Steven. So did you know there's 3 brands? There's like 2 brothers and then the dad, and they're all just like, yeah, we're good at Lorcana, and they're all low key. You see Bad Vegas sometimes, and he shows up being nice, which is super confusing. He'll like give subs and like be extremely nice. So it's very, 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 very confusing. But yeah, like Nebraska, it's just like this sleeper cell where they're like, I'm good, and then I go home and go to bed. And I'm like, whoa. Could you imagine being good and just being chill about it?
It's also their first card game.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I'd like to play this game. Oh, did I win? And you're like, yeah, you did.
And that's one of those things. Like, I think if he had like more of the social media stuff and he did the Twitter and the YouTube and stuff, I think he'd be a lot more popular, because he does have the skill. He's one of those rare individuals that is very talented, plays on that pro level player level, like skill wise, but just doesn't do enough for the social media stuff, so people may not know who he is. But I know who he is, and I've gotten a chance to see his game a lot up close and what he's done. But I'll be interested to see what he brings to the tournament today, since Sapphire Steel might not be the strongest choice to bring to a tournament like this.
Yeah, but maybe this deck is afraid of him. But so we got quite the matchup, and now we're gonna say, hopefully, thoughts and prayers. Everybody, please donate $1 to Color Is Law. She's gone, and I'm supposed to cast with her first round. So thinking out loud, what are we gonna do about that? But we'll kind of stop there and talk a little bit who we think is gonna win. And Vandal, we'll start with you. This is 2 stacked lineups. Who do you got here? Who are you betting $500 on?
Well, I'm not a betting man.
Well, we already took the money from your bank account.
Well, that's concerning.
Yeah, we have drafted that deposit.
But I'm gonna go with Luxury. I think I like Luxury because they're a team of players who've been in the game since set 1, so I know a lot of them and have spoken to most of the team in the past. I played Michael Fronte in Seattle, and yeah, I don't know. I think they're kind of friends of our team to some extent. I think so. That's kind of
to some extent. I like that.
Well, look, I'm just. You don't
want to overstate the friendship. You're like, we're friends
because the room is cooked, and I don't know what to do.
The room. People are saying, "Why are you so quiet?" Well, he's shy.
We tried to fix it, but I don't know.
Listen, we're losing people here. We're losing the magic. It's like if you don't believe in Christmas, Santa fades away. Believe in us, everyone, please.
Well, maybe did you want to cast this next round here, Banimal? I'm going to keep you in to replace.
I want to cast with the second most cursed person on the stream.
So first of all, I clearly my audio is not working, but also I told my wife that I would help watch my toddler. So
double no on that one. So it looks like JDZ or Luke, you're in. But either way, JDZ, while you're thinking about that, I want you to say
I can do it if you need it. If Color can't come back, I was looking forward to hear what Color had to say. But if she can't come back, I will definitely pick up the ball and
because of what she was saying. It was too brave, too loud, too brazen. We had to cut her off.
The internet was like, not today.
Yeah.
So who do you think is going to win though? Before you cast it, you gotta say.
I will say, okay, it's going to come down to a game of inches. I think Luxury's lineup is just powerhouse. I think they're stacked top to bottom. Very complete roster they brought to this tournament today. I think it's going to be very difficult for the InKnights to overcome. I know that they've been putting in the work, but I think Bad Vegas and crew might not be strong enough to overpower that of Luxury. So I'm picking Luxury. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be a lot closer than what I think, and it could be an upset. But I think Luxury is just too strong. I think they got their lineups too deep, and I think they're putting in too much time on this. But taking nothing away from InKnights, anything can happen.
Well, to that I say, there is no place like Nebraska. One person is in Nebraska, but the other two are. So I'm going InKnights. They're gonna win this game. Luke, what do you think tonight? Yeah. Who do you think,
Yeah.
Luke? Who do you think is gonna win?
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Well,
I was scared at the end. I was like, I don't know how to land this plane.
as Bannable said, most of Luxury has been playing for a hot minute, and from back on the digital days, I'm friends with quite a few of the people on the team. And if Discord wasn't so crazy, I would be on Team Luxury. I've brought it up a few times, but I was invited to the team, and Discord put it because I wasn't friend on Discord. It like hid the message, and I didn't find out about it till like 6 months later. So I just ignored casually
had a
invite at the
Rolex
beginning. Yeah,
and a Cadillac,
life could have been
you know?
completely different. Like who knows?
Oy.
But
Can you
Nice.
imagine Luke on Luxury wearing Versace
gosh,
shirts and
yeah.
and taking golf jets?
He has like a gold hoop, and you're like,
Yeah,
whoa.
like a gold hoop earrings and like $3,000 sunglasses. I can't imagine that. It'd be so weird.
yeah,
But I think
it is the
it's
signing bonus. Is
Yeah.
Gucci
Gulfstream?
a Gucci bag?
Gucci
It's
bags,
all
alligator
Gucci.
shoes.
I do like that, but I'm just gonna have to go with the simple. I mean, Bad Vegas is insane, and it doesn't matter if you have Hamza. He doesn't get the pass down this time.
Oh,
1, 2, buckle my shoe, InKnights in 3.
Is that something? I like that very much.
Good. I like it.
We took a swing, and I liked it. That's courage.
That's so good.
All right, well, Luke, you're gonna go ahead and try to summon our dear friend Color from the depths of wherever she is. But I think we're ready to go to round one. I did send the list to you, JDZ, so you can lock
Wave
into the
bang.
matrix. Don't do it.
Wave bannable.
Oh,
There you go.
I thought you were like, no wait. So is it happening? Are we going? Oh, we're here. We're so here. And JDZ, how are you scared that you went from my not being live and now it's happening?
Hey, I think I'm okay with it, Katie. I've learned the thing I've learned the most about being on the ICL is that you got to simper Gumby. Okay, that means you got to stay flexible. You got to be ready to go. You never know what's going to happen when your number gets called. You tear your jersey off and you get loose and you get active. And we got a game coming up, and I'm ready to go, Katie. I'm
You
back in
say-
the dojo with you, the place that I want to be the most.
Good, because I am locked in. I'm not going to talk about sharks singing. Oh my gosh, they're playing. We don't have time to talk about this. We have already on the screen, Blurple. We look at Luck. I'm going to call him Lux again. No, Dancer. Dancer is playing. He's blurping. So we already know that. And then we see on the other side, you know it, you love it. It's Cindy with a song. It's Amber Seal's song.
So I'm certain that Dang Sora hated to see that Cindy sing Storm, because if not for this Amber Steel song strategy, Blurple would probably be a tier 0.5, tier 0 type threat. But this matchup is very difficult for Blurple. But we see that we have the 7 dwarfs mine there. So maybe it's more of a diggy hole. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, Diggy Hole, one of my least favorite decks to say. I mean, it's a deck that hasn't gone anywhere because, I mean, like I kind of mentioned in my video I released today, going fast is always an option. And Diggy Hole loves to do that, but it has some answers of late game potential. So I think it'll be interesting to see here because Blurple, their claim to fame is I'm going to do whatever Amethyst does, but I'm going to do it faster than you. But both decks are saying, beat you. I'll try to beat you. But notably, one has a little bit more removal options.
But it looks like Dankster is still favoring that Blurple strategy that has a bunch of the one-cost characters. I know some of the Blurple players have moved away from the one-cost guys and just go more of the late-game stuff, got the Gastons and the Tomatoa happy as a clam in there. But you're electing to play this and put the Chernobog out in the face of a Cindy move to mine maneuver. I
Feels
don't
bad.
agree with that. That feels really
You don't
really
agree
bad.
with that. It deals 1 damage. It's free real estate. And then Cinderella, she's taking her little slippers and going into mine going, oh,
That was
I
just a
shot
clean.
that Chernobog down.
That is a clean plus, as I am sure that you kind of want that one back. As we're going to pass back on over, we're going to ink the snake, play the genie on 4. Now that you have the Cindy set up in the mine, a move sing here also feels quite bad.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention about Blurple that I will say it's a menacing deck. They do lots of stuff and they do it faster than you're ready for a lot of times. But removal can be painful. It's something they do have to earn. They either have to work on challenging down, they have to work on their Let It Goes or their Hades. So I think that it's really important that I just looked for the name. It's gone. It's not there. But this is Jeff. I think Jeff got to capitalize really quickly on these next few turns because I think the beatdown might start here pretty soon with some crabs and Elsas and other unsavory things.
For sure. And also just looking at the hand, you are kind of investing a lot into the board. You're putting a lot into these mines. I believe that dock came down with no ability. Did the dock pop off the effect? I can't quite recall if he did or not. He might have discarded. Yeah, he discarded that other dock and drew two more cards trying to keep it going. As you will go ahead and quest this Daisy. Daisy will trigger. I'm not sure if that happened or not. I cannot see. My bad. My vision is obscured a bit. Now I got it fixed. Did he get that Daisy trigger to go off?
Yeah, it's just pure light. It's like staring at the sun in his discard pile. So
it's quite bright.
Or over there. But either way, yeah, he did a couple of funky things there. But now we know that dock, in theory, can move from one mine to the other. It's very like you can't leave a location, but you can if you're going to another one. So dock can be like pew pew pew, popping back for those mines.
And that could be a problem. So if you have the opportunity to try to take down one of these mines here, that might be super beneficial because that thing can clear your genie with no hesitation. As you're on your approach, I think you're going into your 5 ink turn. This blurble strategy is typically quite awkward on turn number 5. Let's see what you can do. Maybe you can bounce, send the fox on in. I don't know what you got to do, but you got to make something happen here quick.
Yeah, and it's a series of unfortunate choices because you don't want the mines to be there. You don't want Cindy because she can sing a song. You don't like Daisy, and you certainly don't like Doc being just like ready to just bounce around the mines and deal damage. So we see unfortunately he pays 2 just to draw a card and ramp a bit, but maybe he's going to fox into one thing, but he can't solve all these answers at once.
For sure. So we are just going to take the approach of just hyper ramp here just to get a few more cards. Save your genie. Your fox can go ahead and plug 4 damage to one of these or into the Daisy actually, just to clear that. I think that's a decent enough play. You will lose this Madam M Fox on your next turn. I guess you're fine with it, but that's just a lot of plus value that you're going to kind of continue to lose. The hand is still quite healthy though.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that can be helpful is because the end game famously, Diggy Hole's endgame can run out of gas and you can feel just like a silly Billy because if you just have a mine and a Cinderella, not so good. Meanwhile, the top end curve of a Blurple deck is some pretty powerful, menacing cards that there's really not any answers to. So that's why Jeff, he's up at a 7 right now, but he still really has to just accelerate a little bit faster, a little bit harder these next few turns, or I think he will eventually run out of gas against this deck. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. And it's very difficult for this deck. It's going to rely on Rapunzel a lot to draw more cards. It's very difficult to set up Rapunzel traps, as they call it, against this deck because you have those 4s and those 3s. I think your Cindy really can't do too much. Your docks aren't doing too much. And this play, moving this dock in, it is a great play. You are getting some plus value, but you are losing a little bit of your tempo. You're not able to continue to advance your own board. So I like to see a 2-cost character come in here. Maybe a Smee Calhoun would be great.
Exactly. Yeah, Calhoun can be a great pressure to put on your opponent. But in this case, like you said, playing Rapunzel is such a frustrating card because you just feel your opponent going, please stop. Just let me do. I just want one card, just one. And they're like, no, I don't want it. So either way, he still doesn't have a lot of threats right now. Now we do know there is a frozen lady of the Arctic tundra that could come in and cause some trouble here, but we'll see.
Sure.
Gangster has to be very cautious here because he is now at this point behind by 9.
Yeah, and those locations just constantly just getting that ROI, just free individual lore coming in each turn. Now you have this very threatening Poop Piglet Pirate, like you said, Katie. That'd be a nice succulent target for an Elsa to come in here and just remove from the board right now. As Elsa finds herself into the inkwell, Hades here is not too bad, but you will advance your opponent's game state just a little bit more with that ramp going there for them.
It's kind of interesting because almost part of me would have rather, rushed into the Piglet and save Hades for a bigger, scarier thing. Because there are a few things that are a little bigger and scarier. But, it kind of, he has still 3 cards or 4 cards, and some of them could draw more cards. So I won't judge. I don't know what else he has.
For sure. I would concur with that as well. Just getting a little bit more use out of Elsa. But look at this flood. That's the typical diggy flood that you kind of alluded to earlier, as they do make this nice splash of characters onto the board. Now, I believe that might be lethal damage unless you have more Elsas and Hades coming to get this thing out. We might be going to an early game number 2.
Yeah, and you have to work really hard to get past this hump because, like I mentioned, we have Let It Go's typically in the deck. We've seen the Hades. Other than that, you have moving damage with things like Bell. You have rushing, but it's just hard because I mean, at the end of the day, just leaving those mines alone is a problem. And now you have those daisies with that 4 willpower. So it's going to be okay maybe to get rid of 1 or 2, but to get rid of all those threats,
Yeah.
nigh impossible.
I just don't, and that has always been one of the biggest weaknesses of this blurple strategy. They just cannot handle the width of being outflanked when you have a bunch of characters on the opposition side. They don't, and I've said that every single time. But once they print a Sapphire board clearing card or something that can ramp all cards on the board or something, I think that's when his deck can really, really shine. But when this happens, it's very, very difficult to do. You can go Hades maybe and potentially bounce him for something. I'm not sure. As you continue to just kind of tear the board down a little bit, is that going to be good enough? Who knows?
Yeah, and Hades is one of those guys that at a 3/6, I mean, he can take care of a lot of things. But are we seeing Elsa, the big one?
Yeah, she's
Big
out.
Elsa. So that's going to help with questing.
That might be actually quite huge to slow down just a little bit. The Elsa Spirit of Winter is going to be out, and being able to freeze dry both of those Daisy Ducks for a turn or two. Those those Seven Dwarf Mines are still just ticking away an individual lore. You got 1 card in hand. I still think you just keep questing and keep vibing and thriving and see if that's good enough.
Now, would you toss that Calhoun? Because I mean, ultimately, if we move Calhoun to the mine and we also move Cinderella to the other mine, I mean, in theory, we could get rid of this Hades just by moving and then getting lore off of that Calhoun. But you would lose your Calhoun. What are your thoughts on that play? Is that too much?
I think I'd do it because you want to keep protecting these manners these mines for as long as possible. And if you don't clear that Hades now, you're opening up your opponent for a potential bounce line and then get another Hades back down. Maybe get the Elsa back, or still, I guess they could. I don't think they have the ink to bounce and redeploy the Elsa, but they could, in theory, bounce and redeploy the Hades, and that can kind of slow you down a little bit. And they can clear one of your mines in the process as well. So I think clearing the Hades right now, I think is good enough, and hopefully that can give you some time to free these daisies back up and get them back into the battle and gain that 2 lore while you could. But that's what I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think getting that lore, because I mean, to be fair, you don't know if you just let it go. I mean, that no character is guaranteed on his board at this point anyway. So just getting that lore now, I think would feel nice. And it looks like,
look at that. We got the Penny down, as Penny is going to be able to get some resist on the Calhoun, and it won't even hit the discard pile. That is
great.
a heads up power play coming in from Jeff Jones. Who? Jeff Jones out here with,
which seems to be a reference to something.
Mike Jones.
Mike Jones. Interesting. So yeah, Penny's a card I did see ran in a few decks, and it's hard because Penny, you feel like a 2-cost card. You're like, oh, that's when you play it early. And as you can see, playing it at the end of the game helps that tempo because she's a 2-cost, but you want her at the end because she gives you the healing ability and also resist. And in that case, it made it where Gangster's like, I don't have that many answers, unfortunately.
And Calhoun already has that natural resist 1 built in. So you give Calhoun more resist, it just becomes a phenomenal thing. I don't know if people need to explore that a little bit more. Like I've had instances where I'll have Calhoun and Cogsworth up together, and that thing will just turn to a batting ram. It's a really, really fun little interaction where you can have more resist on the Calhoun than what she is legally obligated, and I think that's pretty neat.
Yeah, I mean, that Calhoun is such a cool little character because honestly, I think that something that can be very, very hard about decks like Diggy Hole is you do run out of steam sometimes. It is hard to get those bursts of lore gains. You don't have goats, you don't have flutes. Wouldn't that be nice? And you do have locations which can gain lore, but having something like Calhoun that can maybe do both. 2 things at once, challenge and get lore. You seem like you have the giggles. So what do you got going on?
No, just read some chat.
Okay, and, I'm so scared.
Back then, they didn't want me. Now I quest, they all on me, says Dad Connor. But it's kind of hard because I don't think you get the reference.
I don't and I want it so bad. I could do that thing where I go.
All right, I can't believe you missed the whole. You're not that much younger than me, Katie. How did you miss the whole Mike Jones?
You're
not that much younger than me, Katie. Let's cut it out.
Than you. I'm much lamer than you.
No,
like imagine a person.
Get the Mike Jones. There's no way you lived through the early 2000s and didn't get hit with Mike Jones. It's impossible. He was all over 281-330-8004. Hit Mike Jones up on the low because Mike Jones about to blow before the ice was in my grill. Before I signed my major deal, this can give up if I was here. Chip. I know the whole song.
Wow, his shirt says who? Ice Jones.
Mike Jones.
What I say?
Not ice. Chia. Before the
let's
ice is in my not Ice Jones, Mike Jones. Katie.
what about your interactions with me made you think that I would possibly be up on pop culture?
Before I came up in the gate, nobody showed me love. You just treat me like a girl.
No, in
I know the whole song.
I was in sixth grade. Like I was
Okay.
not Mike Jones.
Okay.
My mom wouldn't let me listen to. She wouldn't let me watch MTV. So like, what am I supposed? Where was I supposed to absorb this culture?
Okay.
Okay. So we got Ink and Let It Go. That doesn't feel so good because that's one of his few options. But he kind of knows now that he's on the. Oh,
okay. Am I out?
Kicked out. Okay.
Am I getting kicked out? Okay,
yeah,
I'll get kicked out.
I think it's because you Mike Jones a little too hard, and we got DMCA'd or whatever.
Too much Mike Jones. All right, Katie. Color's back. I'll just fill in it anyway. But until the next time, I'm out. I'll be back later.
All right. So while we're getting Color in, oh my goodness, Color, how you doing? How are you after getting cooked by the internet? Honestly, life is hard. Oh, you heard me. Yay!
Yeah.
So we'll talk about how you are, but I mean, you see in this match, you watched. We got
No, I didn't because my internet was out.
Well, I'll catch you up. We're blurping hard again.
Okay, we see it. We see broom, bog, goat in the
it's the classic.
Yep. We've inked some
caught
pretty important stuff. Yeah, that's good. And
now, interesting. Yeah, he didn't eat the bog. He said, "How about you use one of your little removal spells over there?"
He's like, "You better have it. You gonna rage on?" Oh no. Yeah, you got it. They always have it, right?
Yeah, no, he didn't. That's crazy because I would never call the bluff of Cinderella. You will not catch me catching. No. I will just trust in
my brooms and bogs. Never see the light of day when it comes to a turn 1 Cindy. So
yeah, that was clinically crazy behavior, but it paid off. And Cinderella didn't sing the song, and now we're about to see a Turnabog get to quest for the 3rd time, or I guess 2nd time, which is pretty crazy.
But that is like the longest living Turnabog in an Amber Steel matchup. That is, Broom is still there.
Now, are you aware of who Mike Jones is?
Who?
Is that part of the bit? I don't know. Is that part of the bit? You can't. All right, we'll go on.
Yeah, so I know. I was like, I'm not going to bully Katie. I'm not going to.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah. At least I caught on. I'm getting better at. You seemed a little too cheeky about the who, or I'm like, I was like, well,
because I know you've mentioned before that sarcasm is not your favorite. So I was like, I don't want to. It isn't,
because I just believe if someone says something, I'm like, oh, they would never try to make me feel silly, and then they're like, oh, I once had a person on my birthday. They said I've never had hibachi before, and I was so excited. I told them all about hibachi. I was like, they're gonna throw shrimp in your mouth. It's gonna be so fun. And at the end, they said I lied. I'd had hibachi, but I didn't know when to tell you that it was a joke. I'm like, why is that a joke? That's not funny.
That's not a joke.
Where's the joke? Of course I believe you.
Lied for 5 straight minutes. Like,
of course I believe you. I was telling them all about
jokes are supposed to be funny.
I was like, they're going to do a volcano thing, and they're going to pretend it's a train. It's going to be so fun. But anyway, so this Cindy, she's still rocking. We did see the broom go, but the bog is still standing. That
is an everlasting bog. That would never happen to me. I am.
Notably, he's not even questing. So he's just kind of hanging out, which is kind of an interesting vibe.
I mean, this seems like a lower to the ground Amber Steel, so we're not wheeling anytime soon. So maybe the card draw. There it is. They found it.
Yeah. So the part of me is like, you knew that this day was coming. So I am curious because I think
if you turn it sideways, well, you should have cashed it in. Otherwise, it would have been Calhoun food, and that would have been too lore. But at least you could have got the card. Maybe you feel like you didn't need the card.
Now, one thing that can be noted is sometimes I do feel like getting them to use one of their songs is sometimes nice because it's like, listen, I'm going to do cooler stuff later. So if you want to sing one of your songs, get it out of here. So that could be kind of, baiting and knowing that he's got cooler stuff coming anyway. But to let you know, this is a diggy hole. The last game we saw two mines.
So we're not wheeling.
Oh, no wheels here. The wheels on the mine are off.
They're not going round and round because.
So someone in the chat, this person, Ed Lorcana, mentioned Turnabog can be combined with the crab, but I just feel like you're really calling. You're like, do it. I don't know. For me, I'm so stressed. Turnabog, here we go. Let's do it again.
Another one. What about that one, Ed? How do you feel about a turn 700 broom and bog?
This person, he is your DLC North American Continental Champion.
I was like, that's Ed.
I know. It was a bit. I got you guys. I can bit the bitters. Is that the thing? Anyway, either way, we got Lawrence standing there by himself.
Seems as though there might be a crab. It's fine. We need to play to the board. Thank you, Ed.
Yeah, I mean, Dicky Dicky
Go
holds
for it.
a deck where it can really get overwhelming. Right now, it's just whelming. I'm not over or underwhelmed because on the other side, Dankster has 3 cards. Now, at any point, he could change it into 5 if he gets those little guys over there to survive. So we shall see here what he chooses to pair this Lawrence with. Notably, we're both noting. You know.
For I want to hear your notes, honestly.
I'm saying let's get a mine out here and just move Lawrence in there and just pew! Get that no Chernabog shall be turning into cards here. Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah. He looks Lawrence. Dwarven. He is not a dwarf. Notably,
he's not a knight.
Oh yeah, sorry. You don't. Yeah, you have to be a knight, not a dwarf, to get the special power.
There's nothing knightly about Lawrence.
No, he is holding a crown, and I did think it was a beignet the first time I saw the card. Because I was like, oh, it's like when you're in New Orleans and Tiana has beignets and he's like in another card and he stole one. That's not what's happening in that card. Notable thing
Pluto,
to note.
Guard dog, guarding.
I love that card. Don't love when they like do little cheap stuff that kind of ruins the fun of him. And they're like, oh, I'll move a damage here. And then now he's whatever.
That's
like,
the best
I like
part.
It. I know it is.
Part. That's why you need to give him ward. That's
better. That's when I want to actually call the government, call the judge, call the
just
EPA.
Call whoever would listen. Yes.
Yeah, I'd be like, they gave my Pluto ward, and now I have to throw someone at him. But he does have 2 things that are really good at
Lorcana intended.
Yeah, he's got like a little magic broom and a little Chernabog, and now we get to see
a crab. That would be lovely.
Just heard the word root beer. Who knows where it came from?
Food's here?
Oh, food's here. I heard root beer. No, root beer, but it was just food's here. We both got quite excited.
The excitement was so good.
Now we do see one of those cheap little tricks over here with the putting 1 damage on him, sacrifice 1 for the greater good, and then Fox right in and take 1 damage, and Fox is feeling good. She notably would take out Lawrence if Lawrence decides to challenge her. That's a pretty okay deal, but not done yet. Dankster has 1 more card to put down, which is another Fox. Will he trade? Yeah, good. Just wipe that board.
And they have 3 cards in hand. Yeah, I feel like it's a beautiful sunset. I feel like this is a pretty decent position for Diggy Hole. Now, you always know that last couple cards is either dock or just 3 docks.
Or 3 daisies, something absolutely insane criminal behavior.
Yeah, they would be already they'd be on the board. There is 1 to 3 docks in that hand. That is my guess. Well, one of them was a dwarf, wrong dwarf.
Yeah.
Sneaky, and a daisy. And a dock.
So we both.
Yes.
Yeah, he said, "I like your guys' style. I'm gonna do a little bit of everything,
and blend it together for a very powerful turn."
Yeah, and it's kind of annoying because the dock by himself not so bad because you can't bounce him back. So his usefulness, he can stay on the board. That daisy and a Smee though, you're like, I have to probably.
That's the most unfun thing you could see, especially the blue. Rabbit, draw some cards. Oh,
hopefully some good.
Ink, and he still has Fox, so we know next turn that he can ink. Or we just put the Fox down this turn to draw another card. Of course. You got to use your ink. Got to use the ink.
We see him just slowly kind of keeping his hand a nice stable size. He's got 7 ink, which feels good for the things he has on the top end of his deck. We have this game seen a Hades do some mischievous evaporation of some characters. So we'll see here what Jeff decides to do, because Jeff notably he has 2 cards. We don't know if they're 2 good cards or not. They could be another.
Aren't they always though? It's just like really bullied mentality from Amber Steel. So I just assumed that they and didn't need the beat, so that's fine. Is it another dock? No, it's a Cindy. And another dock.
Yeah, no, it's
it's fine. It's fine.
You're living, and that's okay. This is also.
I know. I'm like having flashbacks. This is what happens when you watch Ruby Sapphire games. This is what happens then when I watch Amber Steel games. I'm like, yes.
Now, I do think we still have Ed in the chat, so it's important to let him know that he did try psychological damage against me because he said, "Don't ink for fun," and it's been a week, and every time I ink, I'm like, is this for fun or do I need to do it? And so watching him ink that Pete, I was like, was that for fun? Like, should you have played that? And so it's kind of broken me a little bit psychologically because now I'm like,
it was all that was enough ink to do all of the things.
Yeah, that was her business. But yeah, I've been freaking out every time.
free, so then that would be. But they only do 2 for a night. Oh, 2 docks. Does the knights move for free? Dwarfs, I mean.
Looking at the card, no, you still have to pay. Free would be too much nice. It's just they deal 2 damage. So
Deal 2 damage if you pay 1 to move?
no, it's still 2 to move it there, no matter who you are.
Oh, okay. No matter who you are. Okay.
Yeah, it's just you get to be extra sassy with the damage there.
Oh, there we go. But yeah, so he didn't have enough to move, but now he can and finish it off because the daisy's gone.
Yeah,
Psychological damage is high.
yeah, I'm like playing against my husband, and I'm like, I just don't know if I'm inking for fun or for a reason.
Well, that's like the ruby sapphire decks, especially with sapphire coil. You know, you didn't really want to ink for fun because it was, you know, really ways to come back.
Well,
now
the real thing is I haven't had fun inking since then, so now I can never ink for fun ever again.
it's ruined you.
It's I've only can ink for serious.
Oh, get rid of the Cindy.
Yeah,
That's
I
an
mean, the
annoying
dwarfs are kind of a
singer.
problem too. I don't know, but the Cindy, you're right. She can sing songs.
But they're so
yeah. Now, another card that's pretty cool that we might get to see, pretty cool is what I'd call it, is a Bell Accomplished Mystic. I'm a big fan of that card because it, much like moving to the mine, you get to do some funky stuff with damage that you don't normally get to do. Now, we won't see it this turn, but I am wondering if we'll see it this game because I do think that Bell Accomplished Mystic can be pretty useful in a matchup like this where you have pretty low willpower characters. Yeah. Are you inking for business or pleasure? Poor Color. We're going to have to, for $1 a day, you can sponsor Color is Law and hopefully break the curse that is placed upon her home.
Yep. Technical issues everywhere. And
yeah, but you're killing it. You're locked in. We're staring down 2 docks and a mine.
And all we need is 4 ink and that doesn't.
Oh, okay, now that seems okay. Judge, like you can't do that 3 times, right?
I mean, he's doing it 3 times, and now you pay 2, you move a dock, you take out, you banish 1 thing, you ink. Did he already ink? Yeah, he probably already did.
Right? He didn't. I think this turn because I think
so
he played the daisy in the dock. So yeah.
So if that's an inkable, then you ink for turn, move the other one, and then
call an ambulance, but not for me.
Right.
Yeah. Cool.
No, just play another mine. That's fine. Yeah. It's fine.
So decks are
call a doctor. Yeah.
And it's rough because, as we know, steel decks and sapphire decks, they kind of struggle with the removal. They can challenge, they can move damage, they can do some stuff, but wide removal. Wide removal, like to remove 10 things at once. Very not easy. Is I guess the bigger point. So he's gonna have to work pretty hard on this board.
Once per turn, but then he did have the other mine, but you had to play the other mine. Okay.
Yeah.
See, mines has once per turn on it. That seems super fair. I thought it was just you could just move every single dwarf you want.
All 7.
Just get them all in there. Yep.
To be fair, it's 7 dwarfs, but literally 3 of them are docks, so it's kind of spooky. It's spooky. I would not stay in that house. Snow White, get out.
How do you feel when you see 3 docks on the other side? I feel sad.
Well, I'm mad because they got to draw cards, but like I'm kind of like I'm getting them because like they're not the scariest. Once they're out there, you don't have amethyst with it. Like they're kind of like they're not doing much cool stuff other than the mines. The mines does kind of make that annoying. So
the mines are up. There's 2 mines, 3 docks, and a daisy. I
feel bad. I do feel bad. I felt bad for a while now. I'm still feeling bad about the Mike Jones thing because I'm like, did I not have a good childhood? I don't know. And notably, this Elsa can take out a dock and survive, but the dock survives too. So now maybe Belle's coming down and we're going to see some mystic accomplishments. No.
Just another one.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, crab? Crab? Come on. Fox.
Yeah, we'll just name cards we wish in this case. It's,
cards that I would hope would be in your hand. But that's okay because we took on a dock.
Yeah, that was a lot of work, but we got Daisy and Doc. And now we just have 2 docks, 2 mines, which is still a problem.
That's the resourcefulness of Blurple. Like, you got to do a lot of work, but every turn looks really cool, especially when you, like, the very beginning of the turn, you're like, how are they going to deal with this? And then they play 18 cards, bounce them, and play 18 more cards, and all of a sudden the other side of the board doesn't look as scary.
Yeah,
especially that was neat.
We know statistically there could possibly only be 1 more dock at this point. That he's gonna have to run out of docks. There cannot be more than 4.
Right.
But maybe he's running that Snow White Well-Wisher tech. We're like, we got him. But either way, we don't think he is. And now he has to be very thoughtful because I don't know how many cards. Is it just that one? That's not good if it's just one. He can deal a total of 4 damage by moving one here and one to the other. So let's see here.
Oh, you can just move. Yep, once per turn. Yeah, just move that little guy back and forth. It's great.
Yeah, he's Doc yearns for the mines and Calhoun, which is a good play here because I mean she could. I mean she's not doing anything for that Elsa, but you know she's somebody. She's a body, and at this point he's at 15, so he just kind of like you better have an answer here.
Yeah, this is kind of like exactly what you want for Amber Steel. Just like 3 docks, 2 mines. Calhoun to pop. Pear tree, yeah.
And a Calhoun and a pear tree. So many birds. Too many birds, one might say, for a Christmas present. But we'll see. He's got 8 ink, which means he can play literally every single card in his deck.
Calhoun is a sergeant. I found that out by actually reading the card recently.
That is
I wanted her to be a captain, but I was like, oh, she's a sergeant, so you know she already has her rank. I can stop trying to make her a captain.
Yeah, it's
in my head.
Marine sergeant. So that's pretty
Marine
cool.
sergeant, yeah.
Yeah. Her. And she loves a little dudes. That's a fun little fact about her. She did.
Oh yeah, Felix. Yeah.
Yeah, she's like
reading a card explains the card. Yeah. And we have another. Elsa.
Yeah, he bounced back. Yeah. So yeah. So that will be right into another dock.
Another fox? Nope. Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. That's not.
Well, is that?
It's still Lorthel on board.
Is it?
Well,
no.
Well,
no.
Because I mean, okay, so in theory, if we move Doc to one of the mines, that's 2 damage. If we move, well, and then yeah, you're right. Because now Calhoun can't challenge anything. So
we're good. We're doing good
for now.
We're bouncing. We're doing blurple things.
We get Floodborn Doc out here, and then shift Floodborn.
I'm sorry, what?
There's no Floodborn Doc, but
I know. I was like, that sounds like a nightmare. Don't give them that.
Yeah.
Don't give them that.
Mega door.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Doc already does enough. Doc is a very good card. I don't need it to shift into another very good card. It's not what I want.
And it's interesting because it's only good when you're on the ropes. But then if you have 3 docks, then you're like, it's good the whole time. So then you're not on the ropes because you have a infinity docks. So it's kind of annoying.
What is this card? Oh
gosh. Okay, so
that was so good.
In a self-inflicted wound, which
so good.
He had an OSHA violation and hurt himself in the mine, but as a result, he got 2 more cards, keeps himself in the game, and now Dankster. I mean, I don't want to say it's over, but it's not.
It's rough.
It's rough. I can't think of a way to answer all of these with the deck he has, but that is because I haven't played the deck. Maybe there's something. Nope.
That's a lot of rabbits.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know. All I have is this. So that was very fast, very furious. We're not going to time tonight, folks. That was 30 minutes in out. Let's go. So we're gonna go to the interviews and see what these fine folks have to say about their decks.
Who wins? Katie, it's fine. We're gonna do some Googling after this, and we're gonna have fun.
Oh my goodness! I Googled it, and I there's a blank space in my mind. Yeah, unfortunately. But hello, you beautiful, beautiful players. Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Well, first off, do both of you know who Mike Jones is? That's the important things where everybody apparently I didn't, and apparently
wasn't he like a WoW streamer or something?
Yes.
All right.
I remember Mike Jones being a rapper that everybody yelled his name in middle school.
Okay. All right. So I'm the only one, and that's okay. But either way, congratulations, Jeff Jones. That was very, very, very divisive. It was divisive and decisive victory. So you played Diggy Hole in a world where people said Diggy Hole, not in this economy. What made you decide to bring that beautiful DeCandio special into this tournament?
I mean, I've been on it for a long time. It's just like one of my personal favorite decks. I don't see why everybody doesn't like it. I mean, I think it's good. I feel like it's got a pretty good matchup spread. Like one of the best things you can do is just gain 20 lore and hope your opponent can't stop you sometimes. Like if they stumble, you just kind of win no matter what the matchup is. So other people might know something I don't, but yeah. It's a solid game strategy. I find out every time I employ the strategy of gain 20 lore, I come out on top.
It's a good one. It's a good winning strategy.
Yeah. Gain 20 lore, don't let them gain 20 lore. And for some reason, Diggy Hole does that most times.
Now, Dankster, on
fun.
your side, you saw mine. You're like, all right, it's Diggy Hole. So, have you
Yeah.
played your Blurple deck against Diggy Hole? Is this a matchup
Yeah.
that you dread, or what were
This
your thoughts once
is
you realized
this
it?
is one that I consider like a 70% in my favor matchup. In general, this is kind of I play foxes, I roll over the deck, but clearly that did not happen. And in game 2, I drew all 4 foxes and still struggled pretty much the entire way through the match, even on the play. So
Did you
Jeff
feel like
played
maybe
incredibly well, and yeah, the hardest part is if my opponent draws lots of docks, and both games Jeff drew 2 to 3 docks, which
It was
made it very difficult.
that was
I was about to
egregious.
ask if
We
it's
agree.
if it was the amount of docs, at which point
Yeah.
you decided that was too many docs and you were tired of seeing
Yeah.
them.
Doc can like that is the easiest way to lose the matchup for me. Is the more docks they draw, the harder the match becomes.
And he,
And
he
just-
did it all.
Yes. And then the Rapunzel at the very end just to make sure that you ended the match with more cards in your hand. That's good.
Absolutely. Style points.
Well, either way, I mean, that was a fun matchup there, and it's tough because I mean, like you said, I mean, he had, we didn't even get to see like the Kita of it all. So that's always one of those fun things that there's certain cards. I'm like, you put other things in here, we didn't even see it. You're like, I won't use it. But either way, it was a good matchup. And Color, do you have any questions about the deck?
How long did you have those like kind of pack of rabbits in your hand there at the very end? Because it seemed like
I had one for a long time because I played it early and foxed it. The second one wasn't too long. The third rabbit I had just drawn in the last turn, but I had I think 0 outs to draw that turn.
yeah, you threw your hand down and it was a bunch of
Yeah.
rabbits, and I was like, I know
Yeah.
how that feels. That feels bad. But Diggy
But
Hole
yeah.
still doing its thing. That's unfortunate.
It's still digging a
I
hole.
can't wait for set champs. Yay!
It's nice.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be people playing set champs within like 12 hours for those people who wake up at 5 a.m. I don't know. But either way, people are going to be playing set champs. So that's a question. Are either of you bringing these decks to set champs?
Definitely.
Yep,
All right.
that was my plan.
I love it. So we'll go ahead
I don't
and do
love
some-
it.
You don't? Okay. Well, don't show up to his game shop. So private message her where you'll be playing so she knows not to go there. But
Trying to dodge Diggy Hole, but thank you.
that's
for
a good way to do it.
a great game. Yeah, by not showing up.
Yes, just
My new
like
plan.
calling and saying, "I'm playing Diggy Hole here." Okay, thank you. I won't be there. But we'll do goodbyes. We'll start with you, Jeff. Do you have anyone you'd like to shout out, say hello, or thank? Any of the above?
All my friends on the InKnights team, they're always quick to help in the chat with stuff. Too many local game stores to name, but all of you, you're cool. And yeah.
I love it. All right, and Dangsor. Is it Dangsor?
Danzor.
Danzor. That's
Danzor,
way cooler
yeah.
than what I've been saying. Anyway,
Yeah.
Wow,
where can
I've been
people
saying
find
it wrong
follow
the whole
you?
time.
Yeah.
Just shouting out to my team, and sorry I let you down, but good luck to the rest of them today.
Oh, you didn't let them down. Because
No.
listen, in this meta, it's any given Sunday is what I like to say. But any given Sunday, you don't know. These matchups are wild. So thank you so much for showing up, and we appreciate you both.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So we're
Thank
gonna
you.
go ahead. I have to say it out loud because otherwise I have a hard time doing it. I struggle with multitasking, but we're gonna go ahead and go into round 2, and now we got InKnights on the board. So now that notably I think was a player not from Nebraska. So now the Nebraskans are coming in, they're swarming. But before we say goodbye, Color, where can people find info? Wait, are you coming on the after show?
I am. But
Oh, never mind. Don't say goodbye. It's only
Yeah.
see you later. And so
I'll
yeah,
see you later. My internet works now
perfect.
consistently, so,
So we'll go ahead.
I
and
might be here.
We'll introduce our next 2 wonderful hosts. They are the wonderfully talented Lofi and Yabrizi. Yabrizi. Oh, never mind. Wonderland. All right. Sorry. I forgot. I read.
Wow, Breezy, you look different.
Like, I am not Wabrizi. He had something come up, so he does not get to cast today. So you're not going to get to see him. We have a really nice treat in the 3rd round that you're just going to have to
Yes.
wait for. I mean, sorry. But
Well, Luke, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. I mean, my prediction is coming true. So here's the question. When I say in 3, does that mean that they go 3-0? Or does that mean that they win the match in the third game?
Oh, it's the third. Yeah. In the third match, they're taking the best of 3.
So I win on the 3-0 or the 2-1 then with my predictions. So, all right, InKnights, prove me right again, because I got my last prediction right. I'm on a roll. I don't get to play. I just get to gamble on this a little bit. Well, we always go to 3, so I guess I'm always going to be right if it just means it goes to 3. So,
Yeah, here at the ICL, it's always in 3, you know?
Yeah. All right. Well, they're setting up the match here, so we got a couple of minutes to go by. Do you know much about the 2 players for this round, Ferrante or Turok?
I do not, but please tell me about them.
Well, Ferrante won, I do believe, the first Tia Beastie event in way back in the day, and I kept calling him Lux, thinking that was his first name. I was just like, oh, you know, I just didn't put one and one together. I didn't know. Like, it was also I didn't know he was on Team Luxury.
Right.
To boot, right? And my brain wasn't thinking of, like, mid-90s clan style, like, tags.
Right, like guild tags.
All right, well, it looks like I'm going to have to swap a few screens.
Swap away. You know what? I didn't get my prediction in, but I do think Luxury is going to take it in 3. So
you think you're going to take the next 2? Okay.
I think we're going to wheel it.
All right. Well, let's look here, and we should be able to start whenever they're ready. And I'm going to let you chat a little bit. This is your time to shine. You get to chat while I fix their stuff.
All right. Well, we've got Inkerbell versus Lux Ferrante here. As far as the playmats go, I'm going to give it to Team Luxury over here. And sticking to their team name, everything they do is with style.
Yeah, I can't remember if that's a cloth playmat or not, but I think it is.
That might be the one thing they've done wrong. A little throwback to 2 questions ago.
No. I do believe you are wrong with that there, sir.
It might be a recycled baby blanket, as we theorized.
just a good old recycled baby blanket.
Yeah, just efficient use of our cloth materials. Yeah, I was trying to tell Danzor to be on match 2 because me and Kevin, we've been playing card games together for almost 2 decades now, which is crazy to say moving into Lorcana being such a young game.
He's just like, I want to cast your game, bro. Let me make.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
he's like, I'm going first. I'm like, redo.
Oh, get that.
How do you feel about the lore counters at the top of the playmats? Like if you had some sort of indicator to run across. I have mixed feelings.
It's like using dice in my mind. Easy to accidentally bump. It can just be kind of messed up pretty easily. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it is adorable. Like if I was gonna stream and play, like I did this morning, I played against Jen from the InKnights on my stream in person. And doing that, I think that's kind of nice. It's like it's a low stakes game, right? So play testing and whatnot, easy peasy. I like it, but in a big tournament, like there's no way I would ever do that.
Right. Yeah, I think for competitive tournaments, pen and paper will always be the way to go. But it's a nice visual, and here we go. Fox into the Inkwell with Chernenbog, much like Danzor in round 1.
Mm-hmm.
Amethyst fans over here.
Let's see if I can adjust. The lovely thing about doing this is I swear every player has a different like monitor setup and everything.
Oh.
So the sizes of the Discord screens are never the same.
Well, this bell going into the Inkwell is actually something I haven't seen in action yet, but it is the shift bell, which gets you additional lore by, I think, putting items from your discard on bottom of your deck. Is that?
That can be a huge swing. Yeah, I do believe you put up to 3 items and it costs less or something like that. And for each item, you gain a lore. it can have some really big swings. It saw a little bit of play. I think Dragon Johns played it in one of the first events of the season down in Florida. I don't know exactly how well he did with it, or if he even kept playing it. I know other people did not really seem to jump on that bandwagon.
Well, we'll have to see if it pays off in the end game, where Lux Ferrante here is just going for a classic Chernobog Flynn, which is met by Oswald and Bell, which can shift into the bigger Bell. I'm curious to see how item heavy we are, seeing Oswald and Bell here. I mean, chances are good we're looking in the 20s for items. What do you think's a good item number for Oswald?
I like to aim for between 18 and 22. The more the better. I could see maybe doing it for 16 if you're not all in and you just need a 2-drop that beats down.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cute card. I had been playing it a little bit this last week or so. I played it on stream even. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go all in. 4 Chichas, 4 Oswald. We're playing power 2-drops that care about inking. I'm going to play Fishbone Quill and all of the 2-cost ramps and just like go to town. And it actually wasn't that bad. If any deck ever stumbled and gave me an extra turn or two, it's just automatic. You just play a giant Tamatoa and win, right? Like, if you can get to the B prep and then have a survival turn, you would normally get it. The early game could be rough. But if you start with, say, a Bell to be able to beat some things down, it's not bad. Like, if she next turn inks and flips over something good, Fishbone Quills, hits again, like, could be really good. Oh, I think that was a Montanui?
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at that.
That was...
Montanui?
Montanui?
No, they just showed it again. Is that Bell's Cottage, maybe?
Ooh, that... Enchanted Grotto, Bell's house.
Oh,
all right,
okay.
All right.
Okay. But yeah,
we're going
sticking
all
to the
items.
classics here. Both Oswald and Bell stabilizing the board for a moment with their strength here.
Ooh, Workshop. That's not bad. Not at all. Next turn. I mean, if she just inks, hits a popsicle, draws a card, pays an extra one, draws a card, like, that's such good value.
Yeah. So far, I think it's safe to say this is item heavy. I'm leaning towards 30. I don't have the deck list in front of me, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I want I wish I could have a prediction that had like a bunch of different answers, but it would take like too long to really make the prediction. Maybe I can make a prediction.
You could do a quick over under, like 17.5 being the line or 18.5 being the line.
All right, let's do 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It only lets me go up to 25. So we're going to do 25 plus.
There you go.
And we got 2 minutes. How
you know,
many items? Boom, there you go, chat. Let's go crazy.
You know, Color and Katie were talking about Cinderella trauma, Cinderella at the Stormray John trauma, but Lux's board is giving me trauma because the Chernobog Flynn Sisu Rabbit opener has just been ruining games for years here.
She keeps drawing her items that she wants to be hitting Oswald.
Yeah, sometimes the value from Oswald is good enough as just an occasional hit. Like Oswald is good enough as a 2-drop in your deck, and everything extra is just, bonus.
So depending on how many cards are in her hand, I'm highly considering... Well, I don't think I would have done that, but I'm highly considering trading the Oswald and the Bell. But maybe she was doing that to lower her hand count if she really needs those other cards. But challenging... Oh, yep, she did it to make the Sisu have the same as the duck. Yeah. Hard decision to have to do, but... especially when she has the popsicle already in hand. It's a rough scenario where it's like, is this Oswald better than the workshop?
Yeah,
It's a tough
We've-
choice. I think
Yeah, we've
workshop
seen
might
some-
be better.
We've seen some interesting cards go into the Inkwell. The Big Bell we talked about, Maui's Fish Hook, which we've seen as a flex option, but we just saw Medal of Heroes go in there, which I think could speak to
Some
just
big
how much
burst.
more we could get in a turn.
Yeah. How much lore is possible? I don't remember exactly if we have to pay to activate that. Oh, it does look like you have to pay 2 to activate the Medal of Heroes. But it does... It's like 2 items, the same as 2 items. Oh, and see, kind of got a little punished there because we lost the Oswald and now we don't have Workshop.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say Pirate's Life is probably not in this list. With how many spots we've made for items, all this lore that Lux is getting is permanent. And especially with a deck like Ruby Amethyst, once you get to a certain point, you're just in range.
I would be astonished if there was Pirate's Life in Tinkerbell's deck. Now, Ferrante might have 1 or 2. We don't know if he's on Sharks or not. But seeing the 3-cost Sisu, I think that list is not the item one, but maybe they both do. And playing Flynn, you kind of can't have all of it, right? There's just too many cards. It is. I do like this aspect that the game is finally getting to, that once you see 1 or 2 cards played, you can kind of see what shell it is.
Yeah, that's really important, especially for longer sets. You know, being in a best of 3, you're able to learn as the match goes on. Maybe you have an idea in game 1, but you know, like seeing seeing 2 fish hooks go into the Inkwell, that's a lot of fish hooks.
Wait, no. I think she wanted to...
yeah, missed the
I guess
Oswald.
it depends on how many cards she has in hand. Well, if she went down to only having 1 card, yeah, she probably just couldn't get low enough to keep her Bell around. But it's possible she could have sent the Scrooge into it.
Yeah.
Because she was at 4, so it was at 4. She drew a card, so it was at 5. Inked. Maybe she couldn't even keep the Scrooge around.
Yeah, not quite sure what the hand size is off screen there.
Ferrante just drawing as many cards as he can.
Yeah, and this is one of the powerful flex options of the library. Sure, it can be a threat of like, yeah, banish my characters, I'll draw cards after I quest with them. But in this case, he's pushing the issue and saying, okay, we're getting on the library and we're trading in for cards.
Yeah, the library is a real nice fail-safe against the beat preps. But as I was saying earlier, in these item lists, there's multiple things that you can do to take advantage. She could get 2 more items in play, and so then on the turn that she could go B prep, play a free Scrooge.
Yeah.
Pass the turn. And then that gives her pressure for the library. We've seen her ink 2 fish hooks, which probably means there's no more fish hooks in her list. But, you know, coil, draw a card.
Okay.
Like, and see, honestly, she's at... Ferrante's at a very low lore count. Like, if I was Ferrante, I would actually be terrified. Because we haven't even seen a single crab inked either. So there's 4 crabs still, most likely, in her deck. I don't know if she even has any. I would assume there's 8 crabs in this deck. If I'm playing item combo, I'm doing that. But maybe she's playing the bells over the shiny crab, and she might not be on either crab, honestly. Although I would assume she's definitely on the 6-drop crab. It's just too much value not to play.
Yeah, if I was sitting across from Inkerbell, I would really be thinking about what I could get caught off guard by. You know,
Sisu.
What can this bell do? What kind of threats am I leading into?
And see, like, this is another amazing thing is I think most people who play brawls understand you never want to have to play a brawl. Like when you play against Brawl's always so good against you, and it's just like, oh, this is so frustrating. But the people who are playing the Brawl decks, they like, you think Ferrante wants to pay 3 to answer a 2-cost card? Like, that is not where he wants to be. I mean, you played Magic, Lofi. Like,
Yeah.
removal should cost less than your target, not more than your target. Otherwise, it's like slow and a negative value.
We definitely might need to save a post-show topic for the efficiency of characters in removal in the future.
Yeah, definitely a good conversation there. And without, like, it's a deep dive. We're not going to go into it. But
Yeah,
and,
not right now.
and
Yeah.
grabbing that, like the queen doing work here, drawing extra cards. And with the coil in play, like, obviously Sisu's eventually going to be coming down too. And Ferrante's going to, like, for his sake, he better be questing and bouncing that goat. And then trying to bounce it every turn for the rest of the game to finish it off before Inkerbell B-preps or whatever. She's at that ink amount that... And she has 1,000 cards, right? Like...
And, you know, like you said, we could see a Scrooge come down for free at any time here. You know, we're hitting critical mass with these items.
And we see the sphere.
Vitalosphere.
Vitalosphere, thank you. I want to be like Ruby Sphere. We see it coming down too. So now Scrooge just answers it with one more pump. So we either get another Vitalosphere or Crab. Literally, Crab comes down. Well, I guess that doesn't work. All right. So we pay 4. We play the Scrooge.
Right.
The next turn, we like crack Vitalosphere on. We don't even do it. We'll just draw a second Vitalosphere. We got it. It's fine. We're going up to 8. Could be Sisu too, which would wipe the board, and then draw Ferrante some cards. But
yeah, you know, Lux has committed to this game plan of card advantage and board control, but I wonder if he might have lulled himself into a false sense of security, as Inkerbell happy to have their opponents stay on a lower lore total while they build up their board. And Finder's Keepy here, not adding to the board at all.
Yeah, this seems really good. Like, she's drawn 1,000 cards. Like, at this point, she just needs to get to enough ink to play Crab, gain like a bunch, and do it 2 turns in a row.
And the first Crab of the game going to Lux into the Inkwell.
She does need to answer this library, though. It is possible at 13 lore. If she doesn't answer anything, goes up again. But I'm assuming that we have a Sisu. Oh, all right. Boom.
Wow, yeah.
Answers the annoyance.
Yeah, when we saw the fish hooks, when we saw the fish hooks, I was curious which Maui, if not both, did we have in this list.
So she did kind of take a turn off right there. And the Maui is double duty here, where it also means that Ferrante is going to have to pop that, right? But going to 15, it's kind of high. She needs like 2 big turns, but she also has to answer stuff. But like a Sisu followed by a Sisu, leaving Ferrante at say like 17, 18 ink and not having the full bounce package, which he might. It could be the way. He might also just be saving, like trying to get to 10 ink to go bounce go to get the last 3 lore. So he only needs 2 more lore after questing with this Elsa to do that play. And with 7, 8 cards, he should be able to at least ink each turn.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we didn't have... Okay.
That's irritating, and a bit of lore. That's the extra 2 I said.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd be surprised if we didn't have any sort of Merlin or answer amongst the 7 cards here. And the one thing Inkerbell's really been missing is ramp. You know, we've seen a very fair inking from this Ruby Sapphire list.
What Inkerbell needs is Ferrante to play anything that doesn't gain lore instantly. Pass the turn, she needs to ink and play Sisu. And he is tanking, and he didn't fall for it. He's like, you know what? She's got the Sisu. She's got double coil. There's no way she does not have this Sisu right here. Uh-oh. Well, and now I'm assuming Ferrante has won the game. She had that big turn of drawing a bunch of cards, but she kind of just didn't draw what she needed.
Yeah, it felt like both players had a turn off where Ferrante didn't do anything and Inkerbell developed, but then Inkerbell had to commit the Maui to kind of take care of the library. Let's see. So if Ferrante doesn't win this next turn,
All right.
2 Medal
It's
of Heroes.
something. Who knows? Maybe she even was slow rolling the Sisu, being like, you know what? You can have your one lore.
That would be walking an amazingly dangerous line.
Whoa. Well, a Sisu's still an answer to this.
Ironically still vulnerable to Sisu.
Sisu, take out Sisu. Do it, Kirsty. Do it, Inkerbell. Be the Turok dinosaur hunter in you, the dragon hunter in you. You're named after the hunter himself. You have this, Inkerbell. But with how long she's taking, to me, it seems like she does not have it.
3 cards and a dream.
I mean, maybe she has B prep and Sisu, and she's trying to do math. But I still think I lead with the Sisu. It looks like B prep followed by something or a concession. One of these things has to be coming up.
Yeah, we might dig a little here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, it could have been what she wanted to ink. I'm assuming it was like, what do I ink? Do I, like, because she has to ink to do it, right? That's the frustrating thing, is she probably really wants to keep that to draw off of the workshops.
Yeah, maybe Inkerbell was just thinking about how much they could greed and Dragonfire. A nice promo coming out there.
That is a little frustrating for Inkerbell, but also kind of like, okay, get it out of here. Just don't play more cards, please. Even though he's got 1,000 cards. That's a thing. That's most likely guaranteed lore. I mean, especially since she just had to ink a Vitalisphere. That is so brutal.
I'm really hoping, like, for the spirit of the game, I'm really hoping we see some big character come down for Inkerbell at this point, just to threaten Lorthal on the crackback. You know,
there's no way that Ferrante doesn't have a B prep in hand. That's the thing, especially since he's trying to get this pesky library in play, so then he could gain a lore, B prep, play a 1-drop, move to library, pass the turn. A Hideaway would be pretty nice if she played it. I would assume she's not on Hideaway. Let's draw some cards. I mean, she's gonna have
this list has quad Medal of Heroes.
Yeah, we saw one inked.
Yeah.
So, but that's 6 lore. Although, all right. So the one bad thing about Tommy and Hero is it is actually only +1 lore, because you lose a lore from losing the item.
It's a slight nombo. But maybe like you said, we're playing Bell in lieu of Tamatoa.
So here's a rules question for you.
Okay.
I'm assuming it works, but if you hit the shift character and then you shift on it, does it still get the bonus from the hero?
I believe it does, because if you reckless a character, it still has that extra attribute.
All right. Well, she has to have an answer for this Sisu to even hope for another turn, as long as he doesn't have a goat. Which I'm assuming if he had a goat, he would have maybe played it to be like, answer my goat and play end both libraries or lose. Okay. Chat agreed. They educated me and said, yes, I was correct. It would stick around. And chat can do no wrong.
I don't know how chat got so smart.
Watching us here on the ICL every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. There's Vitalosphere, but that's still not enough. We need a Sisu off the deck to hit their Sisu. But she has so many cards in her hand. Can she actually... is -4 enough to still let it get Sisu'd?
Seven. I mean, depending on how many cards are in the hand, 6 would put it at 7, down to 3, down to 2.
Okay. I fear that... Well, I guess she's not playing Chicha, so maybe she doesn't need Fishbone, but I still kind of want the Fishbone. Uh-oh. Be prepared. So
Okay.
it is possible that other turn she was considering Sisu or B prep. And humorously, it might have been correct the other way. He removed the damage dice. That is correct.
Yeah, I'm
There
curious
is
why.
damage on that library. I'm assuming he was thinking it was on the Sisu. It seems like a pretty simple mistake to make.
Oh.
Why would my locations have damage? All right, Inkerbell, you have to win this turn. Bell could come. All right, so Bell comes down, gains what, 3 lore to 5. Then we give it +6 lore, so it's at 7. And then it's still not enough.
Yeah, we're not quite as far as we need to be here.
I mean, if they could have also quested in the same time, just need 2 dimes and 10 more ink, says chat. Yes, that would be
that
all
would be
you
Lorcal.
need.
Do you think we're ever going to get? I mean, I want to call it haste, but come down.
Quest rush.
Quest happy. What is it called when you quest up? It's story. You're storying.
Story speed.
Fast reader.
Yeah, speed reader.
Speed reader.
Some people say goat, but it's similar. The difference is your character would be exerted. That's like the wrong side. That's the big thing is that with goats, they can't even challenge it, right? Like, and I kind of like, I would rather the character be exerted than be just gain 1 lore. Like, if White Rose was that way, like,
Right.
And then that could also give you some other triggers that says whenever another character quests, do this. Like, it could be a more speedy thing. So I would not be surprised if we didn't eventually get that. Here's a question.
Yeah.
Is a 1-cost 1/1 quest for 1 that has, a speed reader? Is that
Speed reader? Yeah. I feel like that's the baseline.
expedition leader or whatever, like quest keeper, leader maybe. I don't know. Hard to say. I'm obviously
I feel like that's
naming
the first
that
one
is a
you
little rough.
That's the first one you print, right? Like if we're going
Yeah.
chronologically, the first one you print is like the 1 drop, 1 strength, 1 willpower, speed reader for 1. Yeah.
Medal of Honor stacks and haste. Yeah, if Medal of Honor, if that gave the ability to quest right away, that card would be way better. Gains 2 lore and let something else quest. It's like Sisu, gain 5.
Yeah.
Like, I
Power
like
up.
it. It might, yeah.
Now, heading into game 2 here, I really feel for Inkerbell because, we didn't talk much about it, but Lux really had the golden start. Chernobog, Flynn, Sisu. Inkerbell was able to stifle it for a turn or 2 with the Bell Oswald start, but once Sisu got on the board, there was 3 lore, then there was 2 lore, and it was just a little too much and got Lux a little too far ahead to finish out the game.
Yeah, it was quite a bit.
I'm really hoping we showcase this Ruby Sapphire list though, because I want to see a 14 lore turn.
Right? It's like, let's go. All right, Danzor and Jeff Jones's lists are updated if anyone see those in the ICL. Yeah, the ability to just like gain a little bit of lore and then combo off just seems like incredibly powerful with what she's trying to do. But at this point, I'm thinking that she doesn't play Big Crab or 6-drop crab. I'm thinking she doesn't have either of them just because she drew so many cards and I never saw one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of in that first game we had an opportunity where Happy as a Clam would have been the ideal play. You know, I'm sure there was a turn we could have woven it in, but I'm not sure if there was ever a time where if you were sitting on it, that was the turn for Happy as a Clam.
Yeah, it seems interesting not to play Crab, but Crab costs money. We don't always have it. Like, it's $200 for 4 cards in your deck, and especially if you don't think you need it. If you're not playing Dime, it's a little bit worse. People redeeming channel points, it's not going to go your way because alerts are not on for the ICL. At least not the main show. And we've got Ferrante starting with a decent beginning. We have Broom and Questing, and Kirsty didn't have any turn 2 ramp, and that's really rough as Ferrante is off to the races here.
Yeah, no turn 2 ramp and no turn 1 item here. We'll have to see what comes down on 3. Hopefully something to challenge the board.
There is Fishbone Quills.
Okay.
They were just all on the bottom of her deck. That's quite unfortunate for her.
Yeah, I guess if you are a Ruby Sapphire list with an item inclination, you're probably running Fishbone Quill to satisfy the ramp portion of your deck.
Especially if you're running Oswald.
Also just if you have those extra cards from Maurice's workshop, you can make use of those. Now in these positions, I'm curious on your take. How long do you greed the poppable characters? Do you just turn them sideways until they answer them? Because we could see Maui come down this next turn.
I would not pop them this turn. I'm like, okay, take your turn Maui, which is annoying but doesn't do too much. It like takes 1 draw away from me, but I still gain an extra lore. An extra 2 lore, technically. Because had I popped them, then I'd have no board. And instead, like, I still get my board and I get a pop. What if we draw a library? Then I can play it, move followers there, quest, pop it, and pass, and hope that they don't draw a Vitalosphere. Or just quest with Diablo and be like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, notably, Inkerbell had the option to brawl something there and chose to ramp and draw instead. Possibly leaning towards, I mean, we could see Sisu next turn. We could see B-Prep, of course.
A turn 5 Sisu is quite good. Especially because it would also hit the opposing Sisu. And it looks like we're gonna... What are we gonna put there? Who's moving to the library, Ferrante? Who's reading a book? No one? I swear he had enough ink there. He's moving. He's thinking, all right.
All right.
I mean, that is a chunk of lore. If there is not a Sisu here, there could be an issue. And especially if she goes Sisu and Ferrante's just like Dragonfire. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, we're on an empty board, and then Inkerbell gets to then commit more threats.
One thing I've really liked about this Ruby Amethyst deck throughout the time I've been playing Lorcana is having access to clunkier cards, but having them still be good is very satisfying. You know, being able to turn 5 ink sideways and go, yeah, get rid of that card.
All right, there we go. Trigger, trigger, trigger. Oh no! We wanted that in our hand. Okay, all right. Let's eat that pesky Sisu up. Oh no.
Oh, okay. Choosing to put damage on the library.
That's fairish. If she's going to be prepping, I guess. I think I might have taken out the Sisu, and then if I really, really am afraid of the library, I could then double tap it with the Oswald and Maui. The problem is Ferrante on curve now can just play Maui. It can quest, play Maui, draw 2 cards, trade with their Maui, and then quest for 3 more and pass. Or just continue to lay the pressure and just quest out, play Maui, trade Mauis, and still leave the broom on the library.
Yeah, we are looking at potentially 14 here if we just quest out. But I think we're going to take a look at the top here.
That is a rabbit.
Drawing 3 here, never bad.
Apparently I had more cut off than I thought I did.
So next turn we can use Oswald to take out the library and then have Maui take out its readers.
True. 14 is a very high lore, though. It is not looking good for Inkerbell right now. What? B-prep, right? It's got to be B-prep. Yep. I mean, it's what she needed to do.
So we're going to draw 2 cards, though, on the side of Ferrante. And here we go. Scrooge after the B-prep for free.
Ooh-wee! I liked it. I like to see it. And only 14 lore. There's a world that she can burst what she needs.
Yeah. Ferrante does have 8 cards in hand, but he doesn't have the ink necessarily to play multiple things a turn. Like this rabbit, maybe we have a snake here, but this might be the only thing this turn.
Oh, that's a thing,
Okay,
but
Glenn.
It's not going to be active for at least a turn or 2, assuming a Maui eats the Scrooge if it exerts itself, which I don't think is that bad to do, honestly.
And
we turned it in for 3 lore. Oh, let's just
another
draw 1,000 cards,
okay.
Please, and thank you. All right, another Scrooge. Grab Popsicle, ink, draw 2 more cards. Oh, then there's a Fishbone Quill. We could draw all the cards if we wanted to. We have the items. What are we going to do with them?
Okay.
Oh.
Can we pull this one up on the card viewer? I got to read this one.
You have to read this one. It says
Ariel's Grotto. No, this is Ariel's Grotto.
This is Ariel's Grotto? Wait.
I believe so.
It is Ariel's Grotto.
Oh, okay. So when you have more items in play, it gains lore. Okay. Inkerbell showing off that she is hands-free, or we're just showing off the nails. It could be either way.
So it gains 2 lore and has 7 willpower and costs 2. So that will take all of Lux's effort to take out, right? If he wants to challenge it with everything. Oh, but he's just taking out the Scrooge. Oh no, we're just
Based
Wait,
on
no,
him.
no, no, no.
putting
There
in
we
the
go. There we
yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah.
It's like we're trading with Scrooge. Boo!
Oh,
I wanted to see the grotto gain some lore. She's like, I've got this cool enchanted. I want to use it.
I feel like I'm watching like a pickup game between like a street, like someone who plays like street ball, and then someone who just has really good fundamentals. They're like, I'm just gonna, you know.
She's
go
just
to the
doing some
post.
crazy stuff, and he's just like, I can make threes. I guess I'm just gonna shoot threes. That's all I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
And she's over here dominating the dunking competition, but
Yeah.
the threes are just slowly adding up too much. Is that another grotto?
Yes.
Unfortunate. That's what I
Yes.
want to see.
Yes. So the rushed in Mim gonna put some damage on the grotto. The other one just gonna quest here.
Oh, we get a gain 2 lore. I like it.
We are staring down Lorthel though, which is
I
concerning.
don't like it. Well, as Ferrante probably likes it, but I'm assuming...
We're flipping up our cards here.
I'm assuming that is a concession. I don't
Yeah.
think that bell was enough to win, which would be pretty neat if it was.
If only Bell was a speed reader.
Right, if only.
And
All
I was
right, let's
supposed to swap them,
over
and I
to
forgot to swap
Discord.
them. So I'm like, all right, let me use what I got.
No, there you go. No, that's awesome. Yeah, this is fun. I just, man,
Fine.
freaking red purple every single time. It's gonna be my kryptonite one of these days.
You had
But,
quite
yeah,
the
no.
interesting list there.
It's when it pops off and it works, let me tell you, it's pretty gross. However, when I have to, I couldn't never stabilize. So the problem is that I drew into it, but I drew into 3 workshops this second game
Yeah.
here on my opening mulligan. So that was pretty crappy, but it's really
Yeah.
great if you can ping the Metal of Heroes. Like, so you have Baby Bell that you put out for free, and then you ping Metal of Heroes onto Baby Bell, you shift for free, and then quest for 14. It's absolutely disgusting. Did we get to see it? No.
No,
But it's pretty
sadly, we did
So-
not.
So Luke, you were actually right. The interaction you brought up mattered. The giving Baby Bell extra lore and then shifting.
Yep. I was thinking, I was like, there's got to be a way, but I was doing the math in that first game, and I'm like, I think she can only get to like 11 or 12, and she needs a little bit more.
I was
Yeah.
so scared.
Yep.
I was like, I don't know what's about to happen, but I hope it's not over 20 lore.
Yeah, it could. I mean, Bell can get 14. Like, the interaction gets 14. So that's why you have grottos in there. So, like, I was waiting for you to prep me. So I'm like, okay, if I go a little, like, you prep my stuff, which never happened. Because then you prep, I drop 2 grottos that gain me passive lore while I can set up the combo. But never happened.
Oh,
It's all good. Red Purple was doing red purple things. You know, they get to keep their bounce package, and I lost my mouse. So,
and we're all better for it.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
You're not
No,
going to
it's
hear me lamenting the banning of Flaversham ever.
No, I remember playing you at Set Champs and you telling me how much you hated that card.
I said it in a nice way, at least. I swear. I'm not just ranting
no,
at her
no,
in Set
no.
Champs.
No, you were so nice, Luke. I
thought you were about to be like, you were so mean. You were just yelling at me. I cried. And then we
Absolutely
left.
not.
Thanks a lot.
Absolutely not. I always enjoy playing you. You're fun. That's not it. I just missed my mouse. I had to go to the dark side. I'm playing birds for Set Champs now.
Oh, no.
Well, I will remember how to
exactly.
mulligan
That's mine.
against you this weekend.
Well, you don't know what kind of birds. They could be
True.
purple birds. They could be
They
green
could be.
birds.
Well, speaking of the dark side, Ferrante, congratulations on your win with the ruby amethyst colors. A comfort pick for you, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you how many games I played of Red Purple in set 1.
Do you feel like the banning of Flaversham has really shifted the meta back in Ruby Amethyst's favor?
Ruby Amethyst always becomes like the best deck when people forget that it's the best deck. But it's also like it's always been a cookie, like not a cookie cutter deck, but like a Swiss Army knife. Where like we always wait to see where the meta's going, and then we have to adjust what we're doing.
Very reactive.
I'm not.
Is what
Yeah,
you're
I'm not.
looking
I'm
for
not.
there.
Yeah, I'm not playing the evasive package. I mean, there's like two ways to play Red Purple. There's the evasive package, and then I guess the more standard package that I was kind of on. But I'm not on Maui's or anything just because I don't own them. Sad face, but
Yeah, I understand that.
I really wanted to play a Takar deck that I've been testing out, and I just couldn't put the cards together for it. But yeah, would have been fun.
Well, Ferrante, you touched on one thing I did want to bring up, which is when you're staring across the table from a very spicy brew like Inkerbell's deck here, what's going through your mind and how is it affecting the plays you're making?
Yeah, so game 1, you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So yeah, game 1, I was kicking myself because she played a popsicle turn 1, and I inked a brawl, and I normally that's like okay because Hiram's gone, but then she played an Oswald, and I was like, oh no, and that like I still ended up getting the game, but like that's a card that obviously I did not want to ink if I knew she was on like the item heavy build on Oswald's and stuff. So like my mulligan for game 2, I only mulled 2 cards because I had enough ink in my hand and I had the brawl if she went for turn 2 Oswald, but she bricked game 2, like she said. She inked and passed the first 2 turns. Which is, it doesn't matter what color combination you're playing. You could be playing mono purple. If you do that, you're probably losing.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate. And Inkerbell, I was so curious about this deck and I was rooting for it. How explosive can it be? You talked a little bit about the Bell interaction. But how fast can the deck get off, I guess is my question.
Pretty quick. So it just depends on if you're able. So the whole goal, right, is just I'm doing basically nothing but like controlling the board and getting free items out for the first like 6 or 7 turns, waiting to stabilize, and then I can either prep the board myself or opponent can prep the board, and then you drop a couple grottos while you set up a free Scrooge or a free Bell, and then you ping the Medal of Heroes off of the big Bell, and you have a 14 lore swing all at once. So it's really explosive if you can like not brick the first 3 turns. That's ideal.
Right.
No, it's great. I've enjoyed it. I don't recommend playing this super competitively yet. But if you want something that's a little bit more fun, it's been so fun to play. I've absolutely enjoyed it.
That's awesome to hear. And we actually did have a question that I think the chat needs answered, which is how many items are in the list?
Wow, that is a good question.
26.
1, 2, 3.
Is it 26?
Yeah, I was like
the 25 plus?
Yeah, the 25 plus 1. Yeah.
My Oswald missed a lot more of these games than he has like any other time I've been practicing. I had originally 30 items, but we shaved a couple down to add in some Maui's just so I had a little bit more board control. But yeah, it's pretty gross.
Oh, well. It was, I remember saying at the beginning, I was like, man, Lux has to be like terrified right now seeing that Oswald. And as he had said, he was just like, this is scary because like normal Shark, he can at least kind of be prep occasion. He just has to worry about a couple double mana or something like that. But the item one traditionally is playing crabs and dimes, and he has no answers to dimes. So if you can get a dime out and do some stuff, it's scary. But you were going for a little bit different version of gaining burst lore, and so you did not have the crab there. or the dimes. Do you have crabs? I guess I forgot if you
Nope.
answered that earlier. No, you don't have the crabs.
Nope.
Okay.
Not even not the 6-drop Tamatoa or the 8 Tamatoa. I think it's because I ramp a little bit, but so much of your first few turns are so slow. Like Oswald, Queen, like Scrooge, like I'm going slow and controlling the board that I don't usually get to enough ink to have that big finish of like Tamatoa and Dime. And with Flaversham being gone, the hand refill is so few and far between that it doesn't make that kind of ramp feasible. And yeah, I mean, if you're playing like a more traditional item heavy list that doesn't have Oswald, you could probably swing a Tamatoa, but no turn 2 ramp, choosing to opt more for Oswald.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Well, what shout outs do both of you have?
Ladies first.
Oh, thank you. No, my team. I think there's been a lot of things and changes going on in the Lorcana community, and I know we all have big feels about them, but I just want to shout out that I would have not had the friend group and the people that I have in my life if it were not for my team. They've changed my life in more ways than they could possibly know. So I just want to shout out the InKnights. Every single person on there means a lot to me, and I'm just really grateful that I have them to ride this crazy Lorcana roller coaster with. So.
Yeah, you come for the game and you stay for the gathering. The people here, it's like one of the best parts. A lot of people just don't understand. Like, you're especially for the people who are new to TCGs. This is your it's the first experience you've had to these, so you don't always necessarily understand how many people you're going to meet from all over the place. Like, you're normally used to the people in your smaller social area and where you're going to be meeting all these people all over the world, playing DLCs, traveling. You get to see the world, and then you're going to meet so many people that you only see when you go to these events. It's going to make you want to go. I mean, it will slightly dabble on the announcement the other day, and that's one of the reasons why so many people are upset. Is it's not even that they don't want to go watch it in person. I mean, sure, some do, but really it's getting to hang out with your friends you only get to see when they have events. And that's a big thing. And I played Magic.
I think Zenulus. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say I played Magic for like 20 years, so like I understand what it's like to only get to see these friends on big events, and it's really frustrating and upsetting. But hopefully we have an insane year packed for us. I can't wait for the 6th.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think Zenulus tweeted it. And while we're all kind of upset and sad about it, I just want to take a minute to be grateful that I have people in general that I'm going to be watching in Discord with. Like, my whole team, we're going to be sitting there and watching Worlds together. Like, I have a community of people that support me and want to see me succeed. And that's a really rare thing in the society we live in today, to have people that actually are around you wanting you to be successful. I know it sounds silly because it's a trading card game, and anytime I mention it to anybody, like my kid's teacher, that's a whole other conversation, but they're always like, what card games? But it is. It's like, being in this community is so uplifting and so rewarding. I'm so grateful that I have it.
Yeah, very well said.
All right. Well, I feel like Ferrante still needs to give shout-outs, but...
He does. Ferrante,
okay.
What do you got for us?
No, just same. I mean, tough to follow up, but we're, same thing like she said. Same thing that she said, there's a lot going on in the community, and I know a lot of people are upset, but again, like, this game has changed my life same way. Like, it's crazy. I never thought like I would ever have somebody come up and ask me for a picture or something like that, and it's just so humbling. It's so crazy. And then, like you said, just traveling and seeing everyone playing the game is a bonus. Like, seeing everyone is the true like prize. Like, and hanging out. And like I know you guys were talking earlier, like how you said that we're friends, like our teams are close and stuff. Like, when you won your event, like we went out and celebrated, like that was awesome. I'll never forget that night. Like, John won the Mickey Mouse, you won the whole event. I'll never forget that.
If only
like,
John. If only his flight wasn't canceled.
We won't talk about it. He Madam Mimmed out. He bounced out of the event. He Madam Mimmed and left. But we still love them. But it is what it is. But yeah, no, shout out to Luxury Game. They've taken care of me since day one. The whole team. Shout out you know, to my kids, my family. You know, they let me travel and, you know, do what I do. Yeah, just that's it. You know, about it.
Yeah, I just want to echo it again. It's like it's more than just playing the cards. Like the game is fantastic
Yeah.
and the people are amazing.
It's crazy. Like you said, you played Magic for 20 years. I played Yu-Gi-Oh growing up. It's crazy. Like there's a YCS in Rhode Island. Like I'm from Rhode Island. There's a YCS in Providence this weekend. I'm going to it. I haven't played in forever.
Just to say hi.
I'm just going just to say hi. Like I mean, I might play a side event or whatever, like the old formats or whatever. But just to go and play and like play cubes with my old friends and just see everybody. Like
you got to
that's
bring
what it's
some of
all
your other
about. Like,
Lorcana friends with you and bring 2
Oh,
decks
of
and be like,
course,
oh, you
yeah.
guys should play this instead. Come on, switch games.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure we won't go there. But I'm pretty sure a lot of people are already leaving that game. But you know, it is what it is. But yeah,
it's because I am a wizard, Danzor. All right, I'm gonna swap over to VDO. Thank you both for the fantastic game. Have a fantastic night. And then, well, Lofi, you're gonna be on the post show. So
I'll be back for the post show, but I think you've got a good announcement here to lead us in.
I mean, we've got 2 casters who, for some reason, which we're not going to talk about, might want some practice casting. I don't know, but the only JDZ Quest and Liam.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's lock in. Let's get laser focused. Let's lock in. Let's get laser focused. We are locked in for an all-important round number 3 of the ICL coming in on a Friday. And I am joined by none other. You guys see him. You guys know him. You guys love him. From the Illumineers podcast YouTube channel. One half of the Illumineers, I would say. We got Liam, DLC special, joining us here in the ICL. Am I muted? Luke, do you have me muted?
I can't hear you.
Luke, I see the mute bubble over my name. Luke, help me, please. Greetings. I'm not muted anymore. Liam, can you hear me? Mayday? Liam? Lofi, can you hear me? I can see Liam. Liam can't hear me, but we're going to get it worked out. You guys know how it is. We have a little bit of time until the next round, and we're going to get these technical issues resolved, and I'm super excited to get this thing done. The matchups so far have been phenomenal, outstanding, amazing things, and we have the all-important 1 versus 1 going into an all-important game number 3, but we're going to get sound check one more time. Liam, can you hear me? Big dog, coming on in. Nothing. All right. He's working on it, but still. Hey, this is it. This is it. Hey, we got this. Hey, this is nothing. You know, this is how it goes. This is live TV.
There we go. Am I good now? Am I good now? All right.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't.
Oh, you can't hear me.
Jokes. Joking. I love that. I made the joke. I made the illegal joke. That is an illegal joke, and I had to make it just so I can get that reaction from you.
That's okay. I feel like in our first broadcast together, I mean, I feel like you can get out of the way. We can make it now. Okay. We'll never make it again.
Okay, it's not. But Liam, I did mention this when you couldn't hear. I'm super excited to be here with you. I got to say, it's a pleasure. It's an honor to learn from you and your experience that you have done this thing on the professional circuit. The DLC broadcast. I see what you do at the Southside Gaming, but you're here at the top of this is the top of the tier. This is the ICL
Champions League. I know. I'm so excited.
Let's go. So did you get a chance to see those 2 previous matches that we saw in the green room? Were you able to lock in and see what the luxury and the InKnights were able to accomplish here in that those earlier rounds?
You know, I saw most of it. I was a little distracted. I was obviously trying to get my tech set up, not well enough. Apparently, but I did catch some stuff. I saw Diggy Diggy Hole go ham in round 1.
Let's go.
And then I saw the second round. What I really enjoyed actually about both of the matches is, you know, in Lorcana, because right now everything is legal and we see a lot of the same decks carry over from set to set with some slight variations. It's really fun when you get to see a deck that you love with like a twist. And so that last set so here's the other thing. As a caster, anytime that you have to like stop and look up a card, it's super fun. It's like in the moment, it's a little embarrassing, but it means there's some spice on the table. And having to like stop for a moment and remember what Ariel's Grotto does was a ton of fun. So kudos for that build.
I did enjoy that. I did enjoy that as well. And we did also see Ruby Sapphire still hanging on. I know a lot of people
Still
were like,
got it.
Ruby Sapphire is going to be a problem. And Liam, I know you do a lot of broadcast work, as do I. I'm always in the booth. And over the time, Ruby Sapphire was just kind of hard to watch over and over and over again. But now it seems like a treat when it comes in. I'm actually excited to see how they're going to construct that strategy. We saw that that Inkerbell was out there rocking and rolling with the items version. Have you seen a lot of Ruby Sapphire in some of your coverage that you've seen in the past couple of weeks?
I haven't. The last tournament I actually got to do was the SSG tournament, and it was not too long after the ban, so we saw a little bit of it, but people were experimenting with different things. That was kind of in the small window where everybody was like, "Oh no!" And then DKP started running around with his mid-range version, and it was back again. So I've gotten to see it a little bit. It is fun to watch how players are adapting without Hiram and shifting away a little bit from some items and shifting back. And I don't know, I've gotten to see a bit of it. I really think though that as we get closer to Worlds this summer and we get to see more of these tournaments as players get ready, we're going to see more adaptation and we're going to get to see people experimenting a little bit more. So yeah, every single time, kind of like you, every single time I see the deck rollout, I'm like, what twist is this player bringing now that staple of the deck is gone?
For sure. We've seen him go with a Popsicle, Tamatoa plan. We've seen him do the Maui Half Shark. I've seen him practicing with Kita. I've also seen, we just saw the Bale coming in there and the Queen and all that kind of stuff.
Manners on the top end.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Finishing off with the Manor, but the sky's the limit of where that strategy should go. But we are going to an all-important game number 3. We have
really excited
Decider, and it's very rare that we get a Decider, and it's even more rare that we get a Decider versus 2 nationally ranked players. We have Bad Vegas coming out here versus Hamza Khan. I know you know a lot about these players. No, Hamza Khan, very famous Worlds qualified player. Bad Vegas top 32 in the national tournament this past summer. Man, I think it's going to be an incredible matchup. What do you think? What do you kind of feel? I know we can't really share too much about the deck list. You've seen him. I've seen him. What do you kind of feel? I mean, Hamza's kind of a known entity, but Bad Vegas, he's not necessarily. He lost his deck. He was one of the casualties of war. What's your initial vibe about this matchup, about these players?
I am so excited for this matchup. I'm excited to watch any game. I'm really excited for this matchup. To reiterate what you said, Hamza, kind of a known entity. This guy plays Ruby Sapphire. He played Ruby Sapphire in every challenge that he placed at: Atlanta, Vegas, Seattle, top 16 at NA Continentals, Ruby Sapphire. The other fun note about Hamza, though, is for ages, there's been this debate in the Ruby Sapphire community about 60 cards or greater. 60 cards or greater. And on the one hand, you have players like Sailor who are like 60 cards. It is 60 cards. And on the other side, you have other players who are like, nah, I like my toolbox. I want a few more. Hamza's on the few more side of things. And I'm excited to see here whether he brings that same toolbox approach that he did in North American Continentals, where he brought in 66 cards. So we'll see if that approach is here too. And one of the ways you're going to tell just by watching without looking at the deck list, if that's the case, is you're going to see a lot of these toolboxy tech cards, cards like Great Stone Dragon, cards like Hades or Let It Go, which perhaps you work 1 or 2 of in. This is a philosophy where because you can dig so much with Visions of the Future and other cards and look through your deck, you want these players put 1s of and 2s of 2 of the cards in there so that as they're looking, they can find the 1 or 2 cards they need. And then on the other side, sorry, this is long-winded. You asked me a simple question, but
no, you're good. You're good. Keep cooking.
No, okay. So I'm interested to see that. We'll see if he brings in Ruby Sapphire, but it's Hamza, so probably will. We're not gonna tip our hand, but we're gonna tip our hand. On the other hand, you have Steven. You're right. Steven lost his favorite deck. Is Sapphire Steel player played it quite a bit. That's how he qualified in DFW as 7th. Now, I don't want to tip too much of what Steven's bringing, because it's fun. It's a fun surprise. I know. But let's just say this. There are versions of Sapphire Steel which were not quite as affected as much by the Fortisphere and the Hiram ban.
Right.
There are versions. What does a player do if they're a Sapphire Steel player and they're perhaps familiar with this build and they want to play something like it, but they've lost a couple of tools that they like to play in blue and in gray for that color? Perhaps there's a way to shift it to bring in another color that pairs well, but to do something different. And that's what Steven's doing here. You've looked at it. What do
Okay.
you think about what Steven's going to do?
To your question, my initial thought would be I would think all of the Sapphire Steel players would shift over to Steel Song. That would be my initial thought. Because they play kind of similar. I mean, they can kind of cheat the ink totals. They can play these very powerful cards and make these super sweeping, powerful turns. And I think it would be an easy transformation. I'm not going to say if Steven, in fact, did do that or not, but I think that's where my mind would go, where the Sapphire Steel players would go. But speaking about Hamza, though, I did have the pleasure and opportunity of sitting down with this player and getting to know them on the show that I do on my YouTube channel. And I got to tell you, you're talking plus or minus or go over 60, below 60. I think this guy is really switched on. He's a very cerebral player. He tapped into the hyper geometric calculator and determined that making a deck filled with powerful threat density characters and cards is going to be the optimal way to play the strategy. They do play over 60 quite often. And like you said, just having access to more powerful cards in that late game is something that this player is going to prioritize. Also, I know Hades, the Infernal Schemer, is their favorite card. So it's probably going to be in the strategy, and I'm looking forward to see it. But Steven, you guys are going to be very shocked and surprised to see the deck that they landed on for this tournament, and hopefully is able to demonstrate what he is attempting for that strategy to do. But Liam, I am absolutely locked in, laser focused. I know that Bad Vegas is on a little bit of a delay. We're waiting on that Illumineer to get to his home, boot up the PC, and let's get active.
Well, while we're waiting, JDZ, if you don't mind, I've been watching a lot of like pro streamers recently, some like esports commentators just kind of up my game, and there's a ritual that a couple of them perform every now and then that I've never done, but I'd like to see if it helps me this match, and I didn't have time to do it before we got on. Yeah, so it's real quick.
Oh my goodness, he did it. He's doing it. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That was so good. Please don't, Liam, please don't die. Please take a couple of sips. Oh my God. That was so good. I did not. I'm dying.
Oh, man.
Liam, you gotta understand, okay? That's not for the weak or the faint at heart, okay? That is a rite of passage that you just conducted right there. You gotta lock in, and I'm telling you right now that is gonna up your power level to the next degree. You're already super powerful. I think now you're just too OP. I have been defeated now. I can't now. I've lost any edge that I could have had. It's gone now.
I'm emulating you.
I know. I can't keep up now. I'm this unfair. We got one person full crusty, one person non. I don't have another crusty to go into. I'm cooked, Liam. That was very impressive. First time, it looked like you're original. Like you look like you've been doing that for a while. I gotta say, I like the technique. The follow through was there. The takeoff was there. The chews were down. Very clean. 10 out of 10.
It took a lot of chews. Peanut butter honey may have been the wrong choice. But all right, well, good. Thank you for bearing with me while I got myself right.
I do appreciate that, and I think that was a perfect amount of time. And now your nutrients are going to be there. The calls are going to be tight and crisp, and it's going to be the best commentary that we've ever seen. Okay, here on the ICL, this is what you guys get. You guys get a professional broadcast, slamming uncrusties live here. If you're tuned in, keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. I love it. I love to see it. I absolutely love to see it. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man!
Yeah, keep that tradition alive. Maybe we can simul slam.
I'm down.
At some point.
I'm down for sure. There could be something happening at a certain. We're not going to talk about that. Maybe next week, guys. Make sure you stay tuned. May 6th, there are going to be some huge special announcements that are coming up, and you guys might be excited to hear some of the things. So the players are there. We're waiting on just getting some information. So guys, don't leave. We still have another high impact match of ICL action going down here in a few minutes. The players are in the dojo. They are getting stretched out. You know what I'm saying? The fight music is going to start coming in, and it's going to be a vibe, dude. Let's go.
There may be crusty slammed over there.
Let's go. They might be slamming it behind the scenes. You never know. You absolutely never know. But, okay, so it looks like we got some movement happening over there, Liam.
Yeah.
But I don't think. Do we need to make any predictions? I don't want to make any predictions sight unseen. But maybe you guys out there at TV Land, let's get your predictions in. Who do you think is going to win, Hamza Khan or Steven, aka Bad Vegas?
Yeah. I'm interested to see the predictions. I have my thoughts on this matchup. And it's a weird one. You know, everybody kind of has their set feelings on which decks pair well into other decks, and with some, you know, the statistics are there to prove it. Of course, you change it up a little bit and you change that math, and there's some debate. But this one I have my opinion on. There is one deck that's not very different, but pretty different. I don't want to tip my hand yet. Kind of like you, I kind of want to see what the chat thinks. And as the game starts to progress, we'll see what people think. I maybe between matches, I'll say which one I think has the edge here. But I do think there is an underdog. I do think there is an underdog, and we'll see how it plays out.
I would concur with that. I think that is a very safe assessment. And ICL kind of does hold us back a little bit, Liam, because they show us the goods, but we can't talk about the goods. I mean, it makes it a little bit more difficult, but it's a challenge for us, and I think it helps out a lot. I think it's going to be good. I see the players are shuffling up. We might have an issue going in with the Pixelborn Connect, so we might be having some modifications here, doing it through Discord. Is that correct? Production, is that something that you can confirm or deny? Okay. So we still have a little bit of time. They're just setting it up. And I just want to thank you guys all for being here. Huge shout out to Leo, who's going to be the head judge, wearing the gown and swinging the gavel this afternoon, keeping the gameplay tight and correct. Whenever she's in the dojo, the game will go by smooth. You can count on it. That is a Leo guarantee. And all the other judges on the ICL crew, I do appreciate their effort. Couldn't do it without them. Man, I love some ICL on a Friday. Woo! Yeah, feeling good.
It's great. It's really fun. It's really fun to be here. I am a huge fan of ICL for a variety of reasons. I mean, in like physical, like Lorcana, getting to see teams go up against each other in the period between challenges. I love the camaraderie, the teamwork. Behind each one of these players is a team that's helped them test, helped them prepare, who's cheering for them. And that's one of the things that I love about, Lorcana and TCGs in general, is that team and that community atmosphere. As the players in the match before said so well.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, on Monday nights we stream, and I don't get to, I wish I could be here more often. I'm jealous of some of the amazing commentators that are here all the time. So just it really is a treat to be here today. That was a long story just to say that I'm glad to be hanging out with you on a Friday.
No, I think you couldn't have said it any better. I think the players that came before the Inkerbell and Lux Ferrante, they're just talking about the game is fine. The game is great. I love the game itself, but the community aspect, I cannot describe how great that is and what it does for me personally and what it means to me to be a part of this great community. And just, like I said, having a team and having friends. I mean, do you know how hard it is to make a friend as an adult? It's very difficult. It's 100%. Almost impossible, I would say. But through this game, you can make long-lasting friends, and you can have a good time doing something that is relatively affordable. I can't think of a better thing to do with your spare time. So if you're looking for something, this might be it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, in today's day and age, any hobby that forces or encourages in-person interaction, as you said, making new friends, meeting people, sitting down across from a stranger even, and having an interaction, without a screen in between you is incredibly valuable. That's why, one of the reasons I love this game.
For sure.
So while we're waiting, this is you talked about news next week. I don't know if we can plug what we're doing, but if people are interested, after next Tuesday, we're going to do like a live react stream to all the news next Tuesday at 8:00. And I wanted to mention it because we're going to have Lorcana Villain staying up late, tuning in, joining us as well. So we'll have a cross Atlantic commentary there. I think you're going to be joining us, and
I
as
will.
well.
I will.
I will. Fun.
It's gonna be dope, man. And I know, and I don't want to talk too much about it, but obviously there were some things that happened this week that I really don't want to spend too much time on, and I hate that did happen. But I fully believe that there's going to be some great things that are coming up, as we are not going to be on Pixelborn. We are going to be, look at that switch. Woo! Quick production there. Shout out to Luke putting that thing together super quick.
Production, seriously.
This is that.
I don't like people. There is so much that goes into each one of these matches, so much coordination, so much tech and everything else. Like, I wish people understood what it took to bring this to you live, because it's amazing.
And it's coming at you live and direct. And that was a quick change. We are not going to be on Pixelborn Connect. We're going straight right through on Discord as you
And
have
here
Bad
we
Vegas is going to be
go.
on the right side of your screen, and Hamza Khan rocking the patent pending Hamza Wave is going to be on your left as Bad Vegas comes out with the Cursed Merfolk. Look at that. We got some emerald is going to be the color pattern.
Emerald, and we saw, I think, the Robin Hood go into the Inkwell, so we know we're an Emerald Steel. This is an aggressive play, especially on the play, gathering some lore early, trying to set the tone here, be the beatdown in the early game. So Emerald Steel, and we know what these packages typically look like. They're usually fairly discard heavy, and we know what the early lines look like. So we'll see if we see that play out.
But that Tinkerbell finds her way into the Inkwell, and this has to be a devastating open for Hamza, who does not want to see this start. If they are in fact playing the Ruby Sapphire strategy, which we're assuming that they are, having two early lore questing characters in the first 2 turns, I think that might be a difficult open for Hamza to match.
This is one of the most difficult openings. If you're worried about your opponent being the beatdown, getting 4 lore on turn 2, of course you could play 2 1-drops. You could also, there's the Diablo shift line which is available. But if you're looking to race and not establish card advantage, this is huge. And with no answer there for it, we do have a Gaston coming down. But we are going to see 4 lore, another quest for 4 lore here, and Steven really driving the tempo.
I know, but that Gaston, Arrogant Hunter, if you can manage to bypass an ink play Storm, I think that is the major weakness of this Arrogant Hunter. If you play Storm here and just gain that unchecked 4, that can give you another 4 that following turn. So this is an incredible turn for Steven. Let's see if he's got the Storm here.
Yeah, and one note on that, this is not the ideal opening, I think, for Hamza. Clearly wanting to get to some sort of board wipe, wanting to get to some sort of answers later in the game, some removal, Maui's, Madam Mims. So getting out ramp is clearly one of the strategies that he wants to do. So the Gaston is kind of like I got to play something, to get some board control.
Absolutely. But you did not, it seemed like you did not get to that Storm play, but you have the Gaston up. I think if you can get to that Sisu this next turn, have that Gaston go into this Smee, you might be on your way back into this game. So I agree with you fully. I think ramping on 2 is the optimal play unless you're on that coil. Maybe go coil on 2, Sisu on 3 is another cool thing that this new Ruby Sapphire deck can do if they don't get those very standard openings. But still super slow turn for Hamza here.
Yeah, and Gaston, perhaps, I mean, to what you said, it is a board control play, so perhaps looking to slow down the lore on the other side. But I do think, inevitability is with Hamza, if he can get to, 6-7 lore fast. So perhaps worried about Steven going even more wide here. But still, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. The Merfolk, they're not vulnerable, leaving the trade available and leaving those Merfolk protected.
I think that's a heads-up maneuver as well. Even though if there is a Sisu, a small Sisu comes in, or a Brawl here, so you did kind of miss out on 2 lore and a potential card from hand if they would have making that trade with Gaston. But you'll go ahead and lose this board in a 2-2, and you didn't lose that much tempo in the process. So passing back on over to Steven, I think he might regret not putting that, getting that 2 lore out of that Cursed Merfolk now. But that's hindsight.
No, it is hindsight. And worst case scenario to lose that in a brawl. I mean, it does feel good to get that brawl out of Hamza's hand. It's not the worst card to hit, but again, you'd love to make him discard a card there. And yeah, I think in a game where you're trying to be the beatdown and you want to try to get within striking distance before your opponent gets all his tools available at the end of the game, driving that lore total is something you'd love to do.
And check here, we got the Mulan out, and we will toss the Whole New World. What are your thoughts on Whole New World?
What is this doing in here? You're right. It's man. So what this kind of tells me as I'm looking at a Whole New World is perhaps this is more of perhaps this is trying to emulate Kiwi Birds. This is a card that we see in like the mid-range steel decks or Sapphire steel decks, and perhaps what this is something that kind of more closely emulates that deck. Fascinating. Not a card you want to play here. A great card to pitch with that Mulan, but interesting.
And that could just be an indicator that he might have more copies of that card in hand. You see your hand is getting a little bit drawn down, and just having a mid-range Emerald Steel deck is I think there is an opportunity for that strategy to be a part of this metagame. A lot of people, when they play Emerald Steel, they lean on the Prince John. They're leaning on the discard cards, and that is the identity that deck has fallen into with the Diablos and all that. But I think just playing it like a more mid-range deck. I saw the Tinkerbell go into the Inkwell, and they have some other cards that you can just get into a nice little top end. The deck seems pretty solid as we are set up the Sapphire Coil for Hamza here.
Yeah, it is interesting. I have more thoughts on this build. I don't want to tip my hand too early because there's some cards we haven't seen. But I am excited to talk about, what I think of it a little bit later.
Sure.
We have another Mulan going to the Inkwell there, and B's Tragic Hero coming out. This card has been a menace since Rise of the Floodborn, of course, that'll set up some extra card draw for Steven unless Hamza can deal with it. And here's an example, though, of it was kind of a bummer to lose that that brawl or the Merfolk to the brawl. But now that's a card that Steven or Hamza doesn't have to take care of that beast. So yeah.
But we do have the Sapphire Coil, and you did skip an ink. I'm pretty sure you did that ink skip on purpose just to get some value out of your Sapphire Coil to get a huge tempo swing with the Sisu taking down the beast. But Robin Hood is going to be the immediate follow-up. Do you have another one? Ask Bad Vegas as he kicks back on over to Hamza.
Yeah, and another 3 lore here going up to 10 lore, and here's that beatdown roll in action. And this is one of the things that makes these mid-range. I'm going to compare this to Kiwi Birds for now. This is one of the things that makes these mid-range like steel decks so frustrating. Is they just have so many. I wouldn't say must answer. Some of these are must answer cards. Some of these are like you probably want to answer them cards. But Beast is certainly a must answer card. But there's all these like really frustrating mid-range big cards that this deck plays over and over and over again. And you have to keep finding answers, or else this deck is going to start to run away with things. So Hamza, I mean, trying to deal with things here, managing to remove 1, 2, 3 things, back over to Steven with 3 lore on the board. Really hoping to get to a board wipe here soon, though, I think.
Absolutely. But Hamza's doing a fantastic job of keeping those singers off the board. I don't even know if Steven or I don't know if Bad Vegas would even want to sing A Whole New World here, but you know that they have one in hand and they might just hard blast it here. I think that might be a devastating mistake going into a Shift Sisu turn with that coil set up. So thoughts coming around from the nationally qualified top 32 in the national tournament versus the world's qualified Hamza. Let's see who's going to bend first as Lawrence is gearing up for a quest. I think you just got to keep exerting.
Yeah, the Whole New World would be an interesting play here. It's tough reloading your opponent's hand when they're playing Ruby Sapphire at this point in the game. Hamza hasn't hit any card drop really, of course, without Flavisham. The best card draw is gone. So running probably a little. I can't see the hand size, but running probably a little lower on cards. I would venture to guess the Whole New World is this deck would love to play it early. One of the things about Whole New World is not only is it card draw, but in a game where the hand alteration is so important to set up your first 3-4 turns, Whole New World can be absolutely devastating on turn 2 or 3 with the right combo, because it gets rid of the entire hand your opponent's built for the first few turns and put them in the back foot or on their back foot. And when you're an aggressive deck, you can then take advantage of that while your opponent's trying to perhaps rebuild from a suboptimal hand. I don't know that playing it at this point is I don't know that it's the ideal play at this point.
For sure. I think it might just be an absolute brick. But if you're just not getting anything done, as Fire to Cannon's coming in, a nice little tech clue, taking out that Sisu, which is phenomenal. Hamza taking another super down tempo turn, just missing ink, or at least trying to conserve your ink to get some value out of this Sapphire Coil. But you just took a turn off to set up the workshop, and that's it. As Bad Vase continues to quest on in, he's sitting at a comfortable 16. I think we need to get to the point where Hamza needs to start doing something, showing some signs of life, or this game could just end before you even get a chance to play the game.
Yeah, this deck really comes online when it hits 6, 7, 8 ink, and some of those big cards become available. The Sisu shift, of course, would have been nice, but it inevitability is with the Ruby Sapphire deck, but it needs to get to that end game. And if things can run under it, as we all know, it's a problem. And that's exactly what Steven's doing here. Oh,
yeah, that was just a cold draw pass there. So Hamza didn't even get a chance to ink. He must be bricked completely unplayable, it seems like. And we're just going to go ahead and scoop it up and go next. That is very, very unfortunate, as you did not get a chance to demonstrate what your deck was built and designed to do, as Bad Vegas just hops out here and just hits the gas pedal and does not turn around until the game was over. Oh man, what did you think happened there, Liam?
I think bad draw. Steven got I think exactly what he wanted to. He got the 4 lore on turn 2 on the play with the Merfolk and the Smee out there, just able to push the lore. And Hamza in the response mode had to have it's a tough matchup here when your opponent's playing aggro and you're playing this control deck, because on the one hand, you really, really want to ramp. On the other hand, you have to have answers for your opponent's board. So, but I do think Hamza probably would have preferred to have some sort of ramp on turn 2 to be able to do more than one thing a turn, or get to 7 a little bit faster. And probably a Sisu on turn 3, and just didn't have it. I think it was a bad draw.
It happens, and that's a part of it. I mean, that's a part of it. I mean, bricking, everyone knows about bricking, the mystery of bricking, especially if you're playing a deck like this Ruby Sapphire deck. It does sometimes run a very high uninkable card, a lot of cards that really can't do anything on their own. It's like a micro combo deck. You have cards that rely on other cards, and when they come in disjointed pieces, sometimes you're just going to lose before you get a chance, especially when your opponent is slamming 2 quests and guys out early. So I'd like to see Hamza at least get an opportunity to demonstrate what this deck can do, the capabilities of it going into an all-important game 3 of a match 3 of an ICL on a Friday. You can't have anything better. So I love Bad Vegas, huge Bad Vegas stand, but I'm sending all my energy over to Hamza to force this game number 3.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite sayings when we're commentating, and I'm sure you're the exact same way. Is like I don't play favorites. Like I don't have favorites when I watch. I just want to see good Lorcana. Except I always root for a game 3 because that's more Lorcana and that's good stakes. So
absolutely.
I have a favorite in game 2 usually.
For sure. I also like that too. I like good, fair games. I don't want to see someone just getting pummeled because they bricked, or someone just like, getting DQ'd because they had an illegal deck or something like that. I want to see good, fair, in between the lines, sideline to sideline, coast to coast, Lorcana. That's it. And it seems like that was a bit one-sided there. And I know that, we've seen it happen before, but I don't think it's going to happen again twice. I just don't think that is going to be possible, as Bad Vegas is getting a nice little timely shuffling. Hamza is really, really putting those cards together, trying to mix them bad boys up.
Yeah, do it. It is interesting. So we talked a little bit before, and I said I would kind of give my thoughts on the overall matchup here, like between this round. And I think, contrary to what we just saw, going into this, I thought that the green steel deck was a bit of the underdog.
I agree
here. And one of the interesting things is this deck, this color combo usually, when you're playing into these control decks, relies on discard to put hand pressure on your opponent, because every card you discard is not only a card that they want, but it's ink. And when you have a deck, especially a deck that is prone to using things like Tipo or Fishbone Quill to get extra cards out of your hand, to ramp, even discarding 1 or 2 cards can be devastating.
For sure.
We didn't see that play out in game 1. We didn't see any discard cards. And so it's a different strategy. And so going in, I thought it would be an uphill battle for the green steel deck, but
they hit the power card, especially when you saw that, when we see that a card like Whole New World, that would be a very weird strategy to play Whole New World and discard cards as well. I mean, that'd be like, what are you trying to do? You're trying to discard, you're trying to give them. So there is a good chance there is no discard in this strategy. It's all just a mid-range green steel, emerald steel deck. And they have like a lot of damage, direct damage. You have the Tinkerbell, you have the Fire to Cannons, you have Strength to Radiant Fire, Storm Rage On. Those cards like that are typically terrible against Ruby Sapphire. Those, and a lot of those might be uninkable as well. And you have Whole New World, which may not be that good versus this version of the deck, unless you're trying to go for some type of mill out strategy or some type of deck out strategy. So I would agree with you. I thought that Hamza would just be in a nice, easy 2-0 victory. But when you're bricking and the things aren't going your way, and Bad Vegas is a phenomenal player, he understands his matchup very well. So that's where you still have to play the game. There is no decisive 2-0s in this game.
Absolutely. And we are off to the races. We said last game Hamza didn't quite get his ideal opening. Well, here we saw a Popsicle on turn 1, which is what you want to do. Answered by the Mulan, cycling Fire the Cannons into the discard pile. And then back over to Hamza. We'll see if he has a turn 2. It's a Sapphire Coil. So yeah, no ramp there, but setting up for some efficient removal. And then back over to Steven for turn 2.
Yeah, I don't hate Sapphire Coil on 2. I think that is a pretty good line of play that a lot of these Sapphire Steel players at least adopted when Hiram was still around, because you go Sapphire Coil on 2, Sisu on 3, you're pretty much clearing everything within those first few turns, and it will end up plus value and also set up an evasive character quest and get the Sisu shift line set up for another Sapphire Coil. So that I like that play a lot. I would be interested to see. I'll be surprised to see if an Ink Sisu doesn't come here on this meet.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I actually think that it's a lot more palatable on the draw as well. Here we have set up turn 3 Brawl, turn 3 Sisu. We have that, to clear out that SME. There it is. You called it. It's like you've done this before, JDZ. You called it. There's the 3-drop Sisu clearing out that SME. And yeah, Sapphire Coil on the draw in this particular matchup, I think is I think you're right. I think it's a great turn 2 play. Not as impactful on the play.
For sure.
So yeah, but on the draw, I think this is probably one of the ideal openings for Hamza here.
So we do have a few ink before you can potentially set up that shift Sisu line, as we get that Space Pirate Pete down to the Inkwell, followed up by a Morph Space Goo and a Robin Hood. So a little double spell, extending the boom just a little bit, trying to run this race. What do you think about this Morph Pirate Peak situation. I love that card. I love the being able to shift on a morph. You'll never see it coming. It can be anything, literally, in this deck.
Yep, that's true. That's one of the things. Morph is so tricksy in this particular build because there's so many good shift options. We've already seen Robin Hood, Space Pirate, and Beast Tragic Hero, all options available.
Yeah.
So you have to think.
And
you know,
Tinkerbell. He has Tinkerbell
and
in there
Tinkerbell,
too.
that's true. And Tinkerbell.
Okay.
So yeah, really a Swiss Army knife. Of course, we have the Robin Hood over there available for the shift Robin Hood as well. So yeah, just a whole plethora of shifty dangers available here.
For sure. And you put your opponent like in this vice because they can either go brawl, but who are you picking? You're picking the Robin Hood or you're picking the morph. You can't hit them both. And I think you got to take the morph if you go brawl, but you're going to go Grandma Tala here anyway and just pass it on over, leaving both of those shift targets available. I think shenanigans are afoot next turn.
I think so too. Yeah, here you're looking for again, you're looking for some of the board wipes. I mean, that's what you need to get to. You need to get to where your board wipes are available. And you know, I don't know if Hamza has one or not, but clearly wanting to find one back over. And so one of the points here too with Steven, I mean, Steven's developing a wide board, but it's not a lot of lore. So he's in the beatdown role, but sort of, you know, not driving as hard as he did last game.
For sure. I think even if you go shift Tinkerbell here, usually Tinkerbell's not great in this matchup either, but Ink, shift Tinkerbell, pop that Sisu, and now you have this amazing up-tempo card that is going to be around for a little while, and you'll get some plus value popping this Sisu, and it puts Tinkerbell in the Inkwell.
Into the Inkwell.
Anything.
Never
mind, we got another
one.
one.
There's a Tinkerbell. I think this is the shiny one. I think that's a foil.
Okay.
So yeah, I send the non-foil to the Inkwell. I get the shiny one in play. If I'm reading it right. So yeah, great call. Again, it's like you're a savant. So there's the Tinkerbell coming down, clearing out the Sisu, get that shift line off the board, putting 1 damage on Tala, and then questing for 2. And now we're up to 5. And yeah, that lore total starting to creep up a bit.
It is again. And you have the Tinkerbell, who is a super mega threat sometimes. If you can get to that Maui here on 5, you clear this Tinkerbell, you love that. But this Grandma Tala with the Sapphire Coil established, you will get a plus value on this Mulan if you felt so inclined. So you still have options here for Kamsa. You are kind of losing this board fight situation, which is a game you desperately do not want to play against this mid-range deck. You want to, like you said, continue to ink, but Bad Vegas identifies that. He's trying to keep the pressure way up and force you in this really, really awkward, cumbersome position. So I'm interested to see how this thing goes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, this deck, again, I'm beating it a horse here, but you know, this deck wants to ramp, and here we have a ramp play with that Fishbone Quill coming down, getting some extra ink in play, but it wants to ramp. And so what you need to do when you're playing this deck, I would argue with almost any deck except the Mirror, is and we have a Chicha coming down. Chicha, a little card draw there. Good combo here with the Fishbone Quill, because it'll of course allow you to ink your second card and draw a card. So excellent combo being set up there. And I deviated from my thought, and of course now with the Fishbone Quill, we've set up a board wipe on the next turn, which is important. But just finish that thought. You know, this deck wants to ramp, and so what you need to do is force your opponent into every single turn having to deal with you and devote resources to dealing with you and your lore, rather than being on script, which is getting extra ink in play. And so Steven's been doing a great job of that. But what do you think of that turn from Hamza?
I think that was I think Hamza probably would have loved to have a Maui there just to clear this Tinkerbell, but I think that's the second best thing. You do have this Chicha set up. You will be able to get a little bit more card draw going if you continue to ink and develop your game state, but now you cannot exert this Grandma Tala, because if you do, that Tinkerbell will be able to splash that damage into that Chicha, and it's going to be absolutely GG's for you. So I think you got to keep both of these characters ready, but we know that if you see one Tinkerbell going to the Inkwell, you got one on the field. Clearly, they have some more splashable damage cards. You saw Fire the Cannon get discarded as well. So I don't know if this Cheech is going to make it through, but if it does, you could be on your way if this thing can draw a few more cards.
Yeah, it's a great point. I wonder, what I'm thinking, like all I'm thinking for the last like 2 turns is, does Hamza have to be prepared in hand? That's what I want to know, because you know, there's an argument that if you don't play the Chicha here, you wait, you get the extra ink in play, you board wipe, and then you play the Chicha, or do you try to draw out that Fire the Cannons, or are you looking for the Be Prepared? If you don't have it, you want to see every single card you can, because that Be Prepared is what's going to allow you to stay in this game. That Chicha allows you to see an extra card, and oh my goodness, Will he
Vegas does it.
had. Oh, yep, had it.
He
Had it.
does it. He wills, and that's a gamble in itself. As you're going to send the whole new world after the Fishbone Quill player, that's a dangerous move. They got the Quill set up. This is a
Yep.
risky gambit coming in from Bad Vegas, who has been on this side as a Fishbone Quill will enjoyer, and the Ursula
Oh
comes
yes!
down.
Oh my goodness! There it is.
Look at that.
Woo! Okay.
Look at
Okay.
that.
I mean, it's a risky gambit, but here's exactly what happened. I mean, this is what you do when you have like Ursula in play, right? You for example, you wait until they have the ink for the Be Prepared, and then you pick the Be Prepared. Like,
There you
right?
go.
That's the game plan. Is like get because if you're the control player, you're like, I get to 7 ink, I play the Be Prepared, I reset the game, then I'm in the driver's seat.
For sure.
It's possible that Wheel of Fortune was in Steven's hand. We have to ask him in the post-game interview. That Wheel of Fortune may have been in Wheel of Fortune.
There you go.
That whole new world, roast me, chat. That whole new world may have been in hand for a long time.
For sure.
Steven was waiting until that Be Prepared was about to be played, wheeled it, then found the Ursula, because the risk is they draw into another Be Prepared, found the Ursula, picked the next Be Prepared.
But this is still looking really, really good for Hamza here. As you did see that Sisu, you're now online. You can get that Fishbone Quill going with the Sapphire Coil, and you can Sisu everything. It's all going away. And this is just a power play. And I think that this might just zap the win right out of Bad Vegas' sails. That's a tempo turn that I just don't think you can recover from. And you got the Quill. You did this kind of to yourself too. I know that was a risky play, but you got to roll the dice, as we talked about. And it is, you're getting snake eyes here. It's looking like.
Yeah, no, great analogy. I think that's exactly what Steven was thinking. You gamble, you hope you draw into the Ursula, you can pick the Be Prepared. It worked out perfectly, but there are other things in this deck that can wipe your board, as you pointed out. And unfortunately, Hamza draws into it. But if he misses that Sisu and you pick the Be Prepared, then
you're chilling. Oh, you're stone cold chilling. You're back. You're back in a major way. You're winning the game. But that is the game we play. You got to roll the dice sometimes, and sometimes you're gonna win. This is not chess for a reason. There is a gambling aspect to it, or you have to make these tactical, strategical assessments, and that. Just like Sisu just was a thing that could happen to you. So now you did refill Hamza's all of his resources, and you got this Chicha set up, which kind of feels bad for Vegas because I know for a fact he's a big Fishbone Quill believer. He's a big Chicha believer, and you just wheeled him. You just basically did your old deck to your own self in the inverse, which feels miserable. And you got these double morphs and Smee set up.
Yeah, I mean it's a brutal combo to be staring at. The Fishbone Quill with the Chicha, just every single turn, extra ink, extra cards, and it, if this deck, if inevitability wasn't with Hamza enough, I mean oh my goodness,
we got another one.
What's worse than one Chicha?
Oh, 3 Chichas. Okay.
3 Chichas.
Liam, I'm out of here. I'm going next. I'm looking at that time, and I'm going next. As you also have the Sapphire Coil, which is triggering as triple Chicha. You play this. You play the Fishbone Quill, and you're actually going up in card advantage, which is insane because you're able to now draw 3 cards with this Chicha. Actually insane. You need to grab your swords here. You need to shift scene, grab your swords, or you're going to be out of this game major.
Yeah, it's just a really tough spot. I mean, there's so many board wipes available in this deck with the CCs and the Be Prepared, and there's so much spot removal available. And any of your spot removal, as you pointed out, with the Sapphire Quill, you're gonna be able to remove anything. So I think in a perfect world, like the way back for Steven is, shift out, get a Beast Tragic Hero in play, like let it sit, draw you cards, build a big board state that allows you to win in 1 or 2 turns. But when you're playing a deck with all this removal, you can't. So it's a tough spot.
And we saw 2 Tinkerbells go down to the Inkwell early, and we saw 1 get discarded, or 1 in the discard. So even a shift Tinkerbell or played a actual Tinkerbell to clear these Chichas, because if they get another turn cycle of what just happened, I think it's going to be an insurmountable type of advantage, unless you can get a shift, sing another whole new world. But at this point, I couldn't even risk it. It's too dangerous. It's too much resource.
It's your only out. I mean, you're right. I mean, that line is probably your only out. Try to, you hit it. You hope you draw into enough to go wide, and you hope your opponent doesn't draw into a board wipe. I mean, you always play your outs, and there's scenarios. If I'm doing the math, there's really weird scenarios where you shift. you sing it, and then you drop like 2 or 3 cursed merfolk, and your opponent doesn't have the board
Another
wipe.
Sisu, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's an out. It's
It's
long
it's
odds.
it's a possible. You never give up. I'm certain we're going to play it out. We still have 35 minutes left in the round, so that's plenty of time on the clock. And I know that Bad Vegas is going to go through all of the thought process and the gamuts to see if we can pull together some type of way to claw back into this thing. I think it comes with shifting, and you got to sing something. I don't know if this deck is playing grab your swords. It seems like a very grab your swordsable kind of deck. Potentially get a 5-cost guy in there, play grab your swords. I think that's a start. This guy's a great start. What's he singing?
Let's see it. And then there it is. There's the line.
There's the whole new world.
Card,
Okay.
a Robin Hood. We'll get rid of that hand. Not a lot of cards over there, but we do have McDuck Manor go into the Inkwell, which is interesting to see there. I will note a Pirate's Life was played earlier, if you didn't notice until the lore swing, if you're watching. So that it makes, I mean, oh man, I hate Pirate's Life more than any other card in this game. I'm not gonna lie.
That's your one.
I hate it.
I never would have guessed that Liam hated Pirate's Life.
I hate it.
Can you just explain that, why they're going through this long play? I just added a bunch of cards into the fray.
It's because it makes you lose lore, and I play a lot of mid-range decks. I love mid-range decks, and what that deck is doing, it's on a very specific clock where you're trying to hit 20 lore at a very specific time, and most of the time you're drawing into a goat or a go-go or something that you need to hit 20 lore almost exactly, like right when your opponent gets the engine online that they need at the end of the game. It's a very balanced thing, and knocking you back 2 lore, like Pirate's Life being played once at any point in the game can lose you the game when you're playing mid-range and against a control deck, and I hate it.
Okay. I never would have guessed. Well, now you know. Now you know, and we're learning, and learning is part of the fun. As we do have this Pete Space Pirate, he is exerted. He does have resist 1, but Chicha also has support. So is Hamza willing to sacrifice his Chichas or put them in a compromised position to clear this Pete Space Pirate now? Or do you risk, or because you can put the coils in there, you can defend, at least keep your Madam Medusa alive, juice that Medusa, clear this Pete Space Pirate, quest all glimmers, get loose. And I think that might be a good way to turn the tides. I'm not sure if the lore is accurate and up to date, but it looks like you're in a pretty comfortable spot. I believe the players should be keeping their own lore, and the lore on your screen is going to be the backup. So we run are we questing all?
Seems to be.
Okay. And we are going to quest all sing, be prepared. You can't sing because Space Pirate was exerted. So we put those cards back on the board. That is his effect. Judge stepped in almost immediately. No take backsies either out here. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
we're getting to know that. Yeah, Hamza noticed like as soon as he did it and Pete Space Pirate was being cleared off, he was like, oh, there's a Pete there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that does happen, as we do get some support coming in from those Chichas. So I think you could probably still support the Medusa, clear the Pete Space Pirate, and still make that same play if you felt so inclined. So let's see what they end up doing here.
It's an interesting sequencing action because you've gone your whole turn, with that be prepared in mind as your play. Now, of course, we're going to play it anyway. So the difference here is, we're going to hard play it here with Ink instead of singing it with the Sisu. Get that extra 3 lore with the Sisu. But yeah, but it's always a bummer because you've gone your whole turn. You have your game plan. You've set it up.
Be prepared.
And there you go. So.
Okay, so we will end up with the Maui Half Shark. Is going to be enough, since Hamza has a jillion ink in the Inkwell. You're able to play Be Prepared and Maui Half Shark in the same fatal turn, as now Bad Vegas is going to be on the approach. I think get a nice timely Zeus in here, and you are back in better than ever, or a nice flood as you're sitting at 6 over there for Bad Vegas.
Yeah, still tough spot. I mean, Zeus, perfect answer. Unfortunately, spend your whole turn doing it, which is kind of a bummer. Let's see. I don't know how many cards in hand, but we did Steven did go wide there earlier. So probably not a lot left. We'll see what the response is.
And if I would love to see another singer get set up here and just continue to keep that pressure up. This Maui Half Shark will slow down your mid-range or your aggro plan. Your Curse Merfolk get a little bit worse, as we'll just say, you know what, I'm gonna scoop it up here and save a little bit of time, because I feel like I'm just kind of dirtling and wasting wasting efforts. We're going to just go to a game number 3. What do you think about the early scoop there?
It's interesting. You know, there's all sorts of considerations here. One is, of course, the time. You want to preserve time for game 3, and anytime you're playing a control deck, it could go along. Of course, in this instance, 31 minutes when you're playing this version of Emerald Steel is probably plenty of time. But the other is information.
For sure.
You know, one of the reasons that when you're in a game that you're going to lose, that you kind of draw it out is if you know you're going to lose, you force your opponent to go through the motions, and you can see their game plan, what they have. You can count some cards, you can see maybe some tech choices, and it sets you up for the next game. On the other hand, you know, you don't want to reveal too much about what you're doing in your game plan. So sometimes if you're on a bit of a spicy build or something a little bit different, sometimes you always want to play with your outs. You always want to play with your outs, even especially in a big tournament when you have even a small percentage chance to win. But sometimes you want to protect information. And perhaps that's the consideration here.
I do like the idea of an early scoop, because you could have easily have dragged that game out probably another 5, maybe even 10 minutes, and then still lost. The writing was on the wall. Your opponent had you outflanked, outmaneuvered. He had you out-resourced, out-ink-welled, and he was set up to pretty much keep clearing your board inevitably. So you could have drug it out and potentially lost 15 minutes from now, or you just go ahead and get it done. You're on the play. You got a nice aggressive posture to your deck. You can probably not have to risk as much as you did in that previous game, and just get into the game 3. Get comfortable, get your merfolks down, get your Shmee down, and see if your opponent can, like you said, the Sapphire Coil on the draw is a lot worse than the Sapphire Coil on the play. So he's definitely gonna be looking for that turn 2 ramp this time. But I think I'm so on board with the early scoop there.
Yeah, I usually am, although I don't. There is a mentality sometimes where it's like when you know you're going to lose, you scoop, and sometimes newer tournament players take that a little bit too far, and when they feel like it's hopeless, they scoop, and perhaps you haven't calculated outs properly, and all of a sudden next turn you draw into like we talked about, like a whole new world, Merfolk Smee. That's 8 lore out of nowhere, and my opponent didn't have the board wipe. So I'm a big fan of an early scoop as well, especially when you're trying to prevent your opponent from gaining information. On the other hand, I will never fault a player for wanting to
fight it out. For sure. Maintaining if Bad Vegas had kept going there, I'd have been like, hey, keep going, man. Never give up attitude. You can win. There's always a path to victory. But I also understand, like, both of these players and their skill level, just being able to identify the position, identify the time, understand the matchup, understand what you could potentially do. I don't hate that. But also for us and for everyone at home watching, we get the all-important game number 3 of a decider of an ICL. Let's go. This is for all of the marbles. Let's lock in. We got Bad Vegas. We got Hamza. What is better than this? We got Liam from the Illumineers in the building out here holding it down, kicking it in the ICL. I love to see it, Liam. Crustabled up, man, on a Friday. Let's go. Come on.
Yeah, what a fun way to spend an evening. It is so fun to hang out with you.
Thank you.
Can I just say I've been looking forward to having the opportunity at some point to cast with you. I've been really excited about it. The energy you bring is infectious, and I feed off that, and I love it. And this is a treat. And then today, I didn't know we were going to be paired together until like very recently. And when I saw the news, I was like, "Let's go!"
I asked for this. I was like,
"Oh, did you?"
I was like, I got to get in the dojo with Liam. It's happening. So Luke,
so fun.
Luke, I don't ask for much. Okay, put me in the dojo with Liam. He's like, I got you, JDZ. Leave me alone. Okay, et cetera, et cetera. As both players just ink pass.
Oh yeah, sorry.
We're in the game. No play on one. Smee in the inkwell for a morph. So maybe you're trying to set up for an early shift. Seeing Hamza's gotta hate to see it on the draw. And this is but Tipo is a good way to kind of combat that. You get your turn 2 ink, and you will be able to delete your hand a little bit. I still think you do it if you got it. You shift Sing here.
If that's your game plan, I mean, the Tipo is the perfect way to kind of insulate yourself a little bit, get that extra ink out of your hand. But if your plan is to sing it, nope, we're going to go with the Lawrence. So not having a turn 1 play for either player, obviously, as we saw in game 1, getting that Merfolk on turn 1 would have been super impactful. I think it's worse for Steven not to have the turn 1 than it is Hamza. So Steven definitely wants to be in the driver's seat, taking a little bit longer to set up the aggressive play here. Yeah, definitely not as favorable position as he was in game 1 on the play.
Okay, but we are still advancing our game state as we're going to hard cast the how far I'll go in the face of this Lawrence and Morph. So electing to put the Morph out on 2 aside from the Smee, representing this eternal shift that we kind of spoke about earlier. Like this guy can literally turn into anything in this deck. Even a beast. I think even a beast that previous turn would have been really, really nice to just start that draw engine before they can get the Coil Sisu, or Coil Brawl, or Coil Medusa set up. Or just any Medusa at all as you get into your 5 ink off the how far I'll go. So interesting turn for Bad Vegas. Let's see what we do now.
Yeah, I mean, this game it's really interesting. In this matchup, we had 2 very different games in game 1 and 2, and this one is a very different game than we saw before, because what you're seeing here is Hamza is on the ramp plan. I mean, we haven't seen him do it yet. But here we have ramp, and now we're almost immediately into that later game scenario where be prepared, Sisu, all those things are going to be available. And so Steven wants to be aggressive, but all of a sudden has to think about, not overextending. And this is a way to do it. Get a big threat on the board that requires, single answers. You have to slowly, you have to build your threats in such a way that you're not vulnerable to the be prepared, but you force Hamza to respond instead of building his engine. And it's going to require a really measured plan here.
For sure. And there is a universe that Hamza probably saw these Emerald Steel cards and was just assuming that he was playing this this discard strategy, and didn't really track the whole new world type elements into. Now he probably realized, hey, this is more of a mid-range whole new world deck. Let me just go ahead and just turbo ramp and then let my opponent force a whole new world and just replenish my hand, and then I can continue to get into the late game. I think that's a nice little adjust on the fly potentially. We'll probably have to ask him into the post game as this Space Pirate Pete is up and active. Question for 2 with the Smee beside him. I don't hate that, as Maui is going to have to be the card that comes in. Fire the Cannon Blast, the Tipo, get him out of here. That's a card that I hate, Liam. You talk about hated cards.
Yeah,
I can't stand Tipo, the growing child. Growing son, get him out of here.
Yeah, Tipo, fantastic card. Fantastic.
Get him out of here. I take 1,000 Pirates life.
Go to bed, Tipo. Go to bed.
Get him out of
here. Go to your room. But this is that game plan in action here. Measure, again, really measured, drawing 4 lore on the board. That's a fairly decent threat. It requires, it invites a response. And the board clear over there on Hamza's side. So very, very measured here. And here we have the Ursula taking a look, probably trying to find that be prepared. Not there. We see the McDuck Manor, the baby Sisu, and Maui Shark. So
you can't go for an ink situation here and then get that Sisu in, or you're just gonna play Maui Shark, get a little bit of tempo back. I thought it's ironic that this Pete Space Pirate is not a captain, even though he's in full captain regalia. I thought that was an interesting factoid, but he does still protect the Smee. So maybe that's a little homage that they paid into this game, that Pete Space Pirate captain does give Smee that resist 1. They could have made him a captain. I think it wouldn't hurt anybody.
That was a fun little. I hadn't thought of that he's protecting him in a different way like that. That's fun.
They could have just slapped the captain on there. I don't think it would hurt anybody to have that guy. I mean, he's got a captain hat on, and he's space pirate. He got a spaceship. I don't know.
That's true.
They could have did that. I think. I don't know. That's a slight throw. As we are going to play another Ursula, showing the hand again.
Okay, so this is either it's either a couple things. Either A, maybe you drew the be prepared, and you didn't play it, so I want to check. But really, this is either indicating, okay, you don't have the board wipe. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go wide. I'm going to drop as much as I can on the board and try to close this thing out. The other option is, I'm setting up perhaps for a whole new world and I want to clear my hand, but even that's a risk. So I think this is an indicator that Steven's like, all right, you don't have the board wipe. I don't want to make anything vulnerable, so you can't find, I don't want Maui Shark to charge in. You get the how far I'll go. You get a chance to find the board wipe. So I'm going to go wide here and try to close this thing out before you find the card you need to clear the board.
And that's a dangerous opposition with this strategy. Doing nothing typically is going to not favor you a lot of the time. This Maui Half Shark proving why it's one of the best cards in the format, just able to just freeze lock this board. You cannot quest, even if you exert this Space Pirate, you got the Sapphire Coil, and then the Half Shark can take it down for a plus value. even +2 because I believe you shifted on top of that card. So this is a terrible, terrible spot for Bad Vegas, who is just trying to string something together. And your win condition being that whole new world is just going to really replenish your opponent's situation over there. You see their hand is kind of super slow right now. You need to get to a Zeus like yesterday, and you'll be on your way.
Yep, 100%. 100%. Yeah, this is just go wide at this point and just hoping your opponent doesn't draw into what they need. But so many cards. Visions of the Future, one of the most, when Visions of the Future came out, several players, Sailor included, famous, or very, very well known Ruby Sapphire player, Worlds Qualifier, said this is low key the best card in this set. And at the time, there were a lot of really powerful cards going around that people were previewing, but here's a common Visions of the Future, and it does work in these decks, particularly in decks like Humza's, where he has a lot of one-ofs and like little tech cards.
Absolutely. I think that is 100% accurate. Just being able to search for all your broken and busted cards, your favorite card, Pirate's Life, combined with this Maui Half Shark, it just turns into this really, really obnoxious thing. When you can loop it, okay, I agree with you. Playing it once is already just disgusting. When you can play it 3 or 4 times in one match, insane. I mean, the card went from bulk to absolute rock star overnight just because of the printing of the Maui Half Shark. So I think that this spot is just so comfortable for Humza here. You need to get to some removal to clear this Maui Half Shark right now. I think this is the only turn. This is your last turn. If you can't do it here, I think it's over.
Yeah. We saw on Steven's turn there, draw, no card played, kept in hand and passed back over, not even anything inked. So, that there's several things it could be, but there's probably only 3 or 4 cards in this deck that you don't play, and you drew into one of them. So just luck not on his side here.
Yeah, this is brutal. And then the Medusa is coming out to able to clear the Pete Space Pirate. That was your dedicated singer. And now we're free and clear to quest heavy. You cannot even contest this board because it all predicated on the back of this Maui Half Shark, who set up shop and just completely dominated the spot from coast to coast, man. He came out on that 6 ink and he just rock and rolled the rest of the game, and it just ended there basically. So Steven's going to need a miracle here. I have to look at the deck list now that we're kind of getting to that late game. You do play Zeus, and you play more than one. You play multiple copies of Zeus, and the fact that it didn't come to you when you need it, let this shark just run wild. You hate to see it.
Zeus did not come along at all. Are you saying that what you said, that Maui Half Shark was the Finn-isher?
That's pretty good. Katie, you might be giving Katie a run for money. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Katie.
I don't think anyone can. I don't think anyone can. I think Katie is OP, but that was that was close. I mean, that was Katie. That was Katie adjacent.
Yeah.
All right, so we're hopping in. We're hopping on into the Discord to get.
How far do you go again? It was like,
we'll talk to these players. Greetings. I think Liam has the mute there, so we might have to unmute Liam so we can hear. But we are here with Bad Vegas, and we are here with Humza Khan. I want to say both of you gentlemen, congratulations. Thank you for your participation. But we'll start with you, Humza. Congratulations on your victory coming into the ICL.
Thank you.
I was so happy to see you out here because I mean we did that interview and now you're back. The Worlds is upon us. We got a little date that has kind of been expunged or whatever, or leaked, if you will. So I'm glad to see you back into the dojo, getting your reps in, and congratulations. Still playing Ruby Sapphire. Can you just talk about that? Your approach to Ruby Sapphire, how many cards were in your deck, and what text did you add?
Sure thing. So I played Ruby Sapphire because it's a comfort pick. I was this close to switching to Steel Song today, but I was like, you know what? Why not? Let's fit the brand, right?
Nice.
I'm only on 66 cards.
Okay.
And that was because of the whole bet that I made with RMB at World, that because Sailor 2 owed me, I'm never allowed to play 72 cards again. So I don't play 72 cards anymore. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. But still 66 is above the all-important 60. Can you just talk about that? Why are you over? Is there not 6 cards you can cut from this deck to get it down to the optimal 60? We did see you had some issues in that game number 1. It seemed like there was some breaking going on there. Could it be the 66 card that did that to you? Can you talk about what happened in game number 1?
100%. I do run a high uninkable count. I have 22 uninkables out of 66 cards. It's my 1/3 ratio that I usually run with. Yeah, game one was I think I would have if I got a single inkable within 3 cards, I may have been able to pull it out. But yeah, 6 cards. I think one of the reasons is mill people still do, and I have gotten milled before, and so I was like never again. And then I think like the tech cards are just fun to have because people don't expect them. Like these days, I'm playing Chicha. People don't expect that. I'm playing the workshop as well. Just a semi like it's almost like a hybrid build that I've got going on. So it's just like a flavor of the month and what can beat other things. I think I've teched for like a lot of aggro matchups as compared to just the control ones as a whole.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we got a special guest in the building. I think he's with us now. I know we're having some tech issues all day, but bear with us. We got Liam from the Illumineers in here who was in the booth, rocking and rolling. You recognize him from the Illumineers podcast and broadcasting the DLCs. Liam, you got any questions for Hamza about his strategy? I know we were rocking and rolling all day talking about what we could have saw, but now we have Hamza back in.
Yeah. First, can you hear me? Am I good?
Yes.
Okay,
a little
good.
low,
Right.
but
A little low. Turn my volume up.
you're fine.
No, I'm a Luddite. I figured this out. No, Hamza, fantastic. I listened to most of your answers. Actually, JDZ asked some of the questions I was going to ask. I mean, you're running 66 cards still. I love storylines. I love your little bet with Sailor. He told me all about it at Continentals. But yeah, one of the things that I love about this list or this color combination is there's a toolbox element to it, and you can bring in, depending on the meta and what you're seeing, different things. One card I wanted to ask about, because a lot of them we see periodically, but let's talk about the low end Gaston. Interesting card. You don't see it in this build quite a bit. All of the others kind of work their way in and out. What's the thought process there?
It's twofold. It's primarily for daisies, just to have available. I mean, yeah, if they have turn 1 Cindy, and then they're not going to have turn 1 Cindy if I play it. Even in this matchup, because he was playing an aggro matchup, I had it available. I actually think I had it all turn 1 all 3 games, which is insane. And I think it's a big body. It requires you to think around it, and which means go in there. It's just the inkable safety net that I've got for aggro matchup.
Chernodog's response almost.
Yeah. I'm glad I did not have to play against that today.
I have another fun question for you, if you don't mind, JDZ, me asking one more, because I want to.
Of course.
I think this is fun, and I want to bounce this off. Steven's answer in a moment. You were playing against Emerald Steel.
Yeah.
What? But spoiler, this wasn't the average Emerald Steel deck. If you, after these games, seeing what Steven was doing, what do you think Steven's deck was? What was it trying to do? What was his win condition?
I mean, it was Emerald Steel aggro control, I guess. I didn't see many songs. I assumed with the Pete there would be some songs going on. It was kind of just the faster or more efficient way of playing Amber Steel of sorts. I know Emerald Steel is kind of fallen off right now, but this version can definitely get under people. And so I was just going fast, wheel you, just refill the board as much as possible with Pete, and then Pete stopping you. It seemed, at least.
Yeah,
for sure.
Fascinating. I think this is fun in these kind of like informal settings because we watch you pro players like play all the time, and both of you are national or like Continentals qualifiers, and we sometimes have the benefit of seeing the deck list, and so we're watching a script play out, and we already know kind of the ending. But it's really fun for me sometimes to talk to you pro players and see how you pieced things together based on the clues that you got when you're playing something a little off meta.
Yeah.
So anyway, I have a question. Sorry, JD.
No, you're good. No, Liam, you're cooking. Listen, you're a pro. We're here together, but we're gonna bring in Steven, aka Bad Vegas. I'm a huge fan of Bad Vegas, and we did talk about that in the preamble when you were on your way home to set up for this game. That your deck got taken from you. I mean, Sapphire and Steel was your pride and joy. It was the deck that you kind of made your claim to fame on, and it was a speculation of what you would kind of bounce over to as you're trying to find your footing. And you showed up with Emerald Steel mid-range aggro control. I don't even know talk about this deck, man. What do you classify this deck as, and how has it been performing for you in testing? We're going to call it a shift morph turbo. What are we calling this deck?
Yeah, so it's just basically mid-range. It's a little on the aggressive side. My teammate Luna built it because he was he felt like Wheel was very strong right now. And Emerald Steel has a lot of ways to take advantage of the Wheel. So the idea, I mean, it's basically just like Holmes has said. You keep going fast, wheel, flood the board, do it again, and it does have songs. I've got 3 Zeus, 4 strength, and I think I saw like 2 strength across 3 games.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Many.
Yeah.
And
It's
and
really
we
just a mid-range list, but it's meant to go fast, go under people.
For sure. We did kind of see that, especially in that game number 3. Game number 1, you kind of came out there, you did what the deck was supposed to do. Game number 2, there were some issues with that whole new world. It backfired tremendously on you, if I don't say so myself, with
Oh,
Fishbone
I
Quill.
did not feel good about that in the slightest. But my thought was if I don't wheel there, I lose the game no matter what.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble. You gotta gamble sometimes. And in and in game number 3, it was a little bit it was a little bit more of the same. But I still like the deck. I think it was really, really cool of that you came out and you're trying it. Do you miss the discard elements? Is there ever thought to kind of convert and go more of the traditional
No.
build? Or do you like what you got going on here?
Discard's a better deck, like without a doubt, but I don't I don't have fun playing discard, so I didn't do that.
Absolutely.
I think this has a pretty good spread. With whole new world decks, you kind of rely on the whole new world sometimes.
Mhm.
So if you don't find it early or quick enough, then you just kind of gas out like you saw in the last game. But
Mhm.
I do
Thank
think
you.
it's pretty well positioned.
I do have 2 more questions before I kick it over to Liam. I'm sure he's got a ton of questions, but how did that feel wheeling or a whole new world in your opponent with Fishbone Quill set up? Was that like an homage to the past? Did you feel bad being on the other side of that? Because typically that's your job
Yeah,
to whole new
that
world
was
and have the Fishbone Quill. Did that feel extra miserable because that's your thing and it got taken from you?
yeah, for sure. Like I'm supposed to be the one with the wheel and the quill.
Yeah, that's
Come
what I'm
on.
saying. But it is what it is, man. And just getting there and that shark hits the board, no Zeus is to be found, and it just was game over after that. I
Yep.
think in both of those last games. But it is what Liam, what did you see? I'm sorry I'm hogging all the questions, man. I got a freaking pro in the building. I'm sure you've met Liam, DLC commentator, Illumineer out in the building here with us in the broadcasting space. I'm sure you got some things you want to ask for Steven.
You give me too much credit, but I appreciate
No.
it. I don't
All
think
hype all the
commentary-
time. We don't come down.
Woo. No, Steven, fantastic performance. Fun deck. I liked it a lot. So couple random things. Well, one, I just want to say I really enjoyed the whole new world play. Just a commentary. I know I always say play to your outs. You were playing to your outs, and normally we see in the Steel Song deck we see like the whole new world paired into bare necessities as like one thing you want to do. Give your opponent the hand, then take a look and pick something out of it. And you hit that with the Ursula. Picked that. Be prepared, and then unfortunately the Sisu was there. But you would have had it if it wasn't for the Sisu. So. That was a fun play. So one question, no Diablo. Diablo's been doing work right now in discard. Why exclude him?
I feel like it's kind of against the game plan of this deck. Setting up the Diablo, like if you miss the shift on turn 2, trying to set up the Diablo is a bit slow, and this deck just wants to go and control while doing it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I love that answer. One of the reasons I ask these questions is sometimes, if you're watching and you're kind of you're like a set champs player or you're aspiring to a first reset champs, we fall in this trap sometimes when you're playing the game of seeing these bomb cards or cards that just can go off and thinking those are auto includes in some of these colors. And Diablo is one of them that can do some serious work. And once you've seen it run away with a game or two, you're like, oh, of course I have to include Diablo. But I think you're right. I think it goes absolutely against the game plan of this deck. It's a bad tempo play when you're trying to be aggressive. On turn 1 and 2, and especially if you're going to reload your hand with Whole New World, that card advantage doesn't necessarily help you a whole ton anyway. So, yeah, I just wanted to kind of point that out. No Zeus. Yeah, how? I guess last
3
last
Zeus.
Oh, I'm sorry. You never hit one, is what I was going to say.
Yeah, I never saw one.
I never saw one. We're all like, "Where's the Zeus?" This finger set up. Zeus never came along. I guess the last question. When I looked at this, knowing that you're a Sapphire Steel player, I kind of compared this to like the kind of the Kiwi Birds like Steel Sapphire mid-range deck. Do you see this as kind of analogous to that a little bit in terms of its kind of mid-rangey game plan?
Yeah, I can see that. I think the Kiwi style lists are almost entirely aggro. Like most of them have taken out cards like Sad Beast and stuff like that. So most of them are just trying to be an aggro deck that wards everything up. But I would say I could see a similar style. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, fantastic list. Yeah. Okay. Last question. What are your preferred with this build? What are your preferred matchups going into a tournament? If you're expecting to see a high percentage of what deck are you bringing this in?
It's felt pretty good into basically anything purple. I don't get a lot of time to test, but when I have, I've had a pretty favored matchup into any of the purple decks. I think like the DKP style shark list feels favored. With all the Pete's, I feel like it's hard for them to do a lot much against that. But I'd say anything if you're expecting a lot of purple, it's pretty good into that.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Right. I don't know. That's. I could sit here all night and ask questions. But I'll hold what I got.
Okay. But gentlemen, again, I just want to thank you both for your participation. I love seeing you both out here in the dojo, man. I think you're both phenomenal players. I'm gonna kick it over to you one more time, Hamza. You got Worlds coming up, man. As you're testing, are you back on? I'm not gonna go to my set championship rounds this time because I know you're swimming in my waters. Are you gonna be out there? Are you back on the grind now? I know you're a super busy individual with your job and everything. How's your preparation going for the World Championship?
Yeah. I think now I'm putting it into high gear. I'll be playing a lot of set champs, just be doing a lot of testing with my teams and just brainstorming and stuff like that. So we're at the 1-2-ish month mark, and I think this is as good as time to get my head on straight, if I were to say so myself.
Absolutely, man. I'm sure I'll be looking forward to seeing you again. I'm not going to go to set champs because I know you're here swimming in my waters, man. But before we let you guys go, we're going to do some special shout outs. Any shout outs you want to give following your victory here, clinching the dub for the Team Luxury?
Sure. Shout out to Team Lux, of course. Shout out to the people in Seattle who I play test with nearly on a weekly basis. And shout out to the community. As always, we do this for the community, and it's the reason why this game is as big as it's become.
Absolutely. And now we're going to kick it over to Bad Vegas, dude. It didn't go the way you wanted it to, but still, I thought the performance was great, and you should keep your head held high because it could have gone different. The cards had fallen a little bit different. Can you give some of your special shout outs before we start to wrap this bad boy up?
Yeah, shout out to my team. Shout out to Luna on my team for building this deck, giving me something to play today. Shout out to the Blue Steel homies. Rest in peace, Hiram Vortisphere.
Okay.
And shout out to you guys for the questions and stuff.
Absolutely. Bad Vegas, man. Well, you take care. I'm sure you just got off of work, man. Hopping right out of the work mobile right into the
I haven't even
playing
changed
field.
yet.
Yeah, that's insane. But thank you for doing that. It was definitely appreciated. It did not go unnoticed by all of us. But let's go get some dinner. Hamza, we know you got to go operate on someone's brain probably and get them right. So we'll let you go as well. And you guys can have a good afternoon. And again, thank you so much for your stellar performances tonight.
Of course. Thanks for having us. Take care.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
All right. But Liam, man, what are thoughts? We got a Lux 2-1 win, and I'm telling you, man, kicking it with you in the dojo, in the booth with Liam. I'm hopping back into the VDO if we can. We'll get out of the Discord. We'll go back into the VDO. It's not over. It's not done. I think there's going to be an after show tonight, but Liam, kicking it with you, kind of feeling the vibes of how this thing goes down. I see your multiple laptops. You guys can't see it on screen, but we got a double tablet laptop situation with the coffee in the middle. That's what it takes. You got 3 laptops, and I can't keep up. I can't keep up, Liam. I can't keep up. Can you do you have some shout outs that you want to give, man? Because this is an absolute profession that you guys are seeing on your screen. You gotta unmute. You gotta unmute VDO. There it is. Okay. One more. There it is. Boom.
I'm a pro, I swear. Okay. No, I was gonna say thanks for asking. Shout out to well, first off, my wife, the other half of the Illumineers, Erin. I mean, anytime I'm able to do something by myself, it's because she's, watching the little one and doing other things. So thanks to her. and she's the better half of this channel. And then no, just shout out to I actually want to take a second. I want to shout out everybody here. Though you all can't see what we see here, but I'm staring right now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7 faces of people who are supporting this broadcast, making it happen, and that doesn't count the players, and that doesn't count the organizers and the support team. So, like, this is huge. Or the judges. Like, this is it's a huge thing. You only see us, but it's a huge thing to bring this to you. And shout out to all of them. And shout out to the players and the players' teams, because when you watch these matches, not only you get to see like 2 Worlds players going at it, but there's an entire support system behind them of teams that help them test and support them and everything else. So shout out to them and their families. Those are my shout outs.
Boom.
Those are my shout outs.
Nailed it. Absolute consummate professional. You know what I'm saying? And we had, like I said, we had Leo tonight in the gown and Kyle. Gown and gavel. I think things went super smooth. Shout out to Luke with the quick on the fly production, huh? Hey, if you guys got a Prime Dog Nasty sitting around, make sure you throw that into Luke's thing. Anyone want to throw us up, subscribe in there. You know what I'm saying? I'll do something wild on my next stream. So give him a subscription here, and we'll make it worth his time for doing all this, because there's a lot of work that Luke puts in behind the scenes that you guys just don't see. So thank him for that, and we're going to get this thing going. But there is going to be a post-analysis show. We got a nice panel of Illumineers coming your guys' way. So stay tuned. Don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. This was ICL on a Friday. We'll see you guys back at it again on Monday for the next round, and it's going to be spectacular. Well, that's all we have at this time. Check out the post-game show. Stay tuned. Don't touch that dial. Keep it locked.
Just like that.
Wow. It's a miracle. We did it.
Yeah. Look, I am aware. Now, I don't know if you can hear me because I don't.
Yeah, I can hear you. And it's not
We
crazy.
can now, yeah.
Cross your fingers. I restarted my computer and updated my drivers, so there's a chance.
Wow. Yeah, I had to turn my computer off. I had to restart my internet, and yeah, it was good times. You're muted, Luke, apparently.
Gun, I'm muted. See, I even looked. I was like, no one's muted. I didn't look at my own microphone.
It's you, though. Yeah.
Am I muted?
It was me. It was me the whole time. Well, see, they didn't have to hear me say the things I shouldn't have said the way I said. So, Bad Vegas wasn't able to clench that third match, so he proved me wrong. I did say that InKnights would take it in 3, but he did not have the draw he needed in that third game. And we're going to go around and introduce ourselves, and we're going to start with the person below me, who's also on InKnights. Hopefully she can hear me, and she's not muted. You want to introduce yourself, Miss Lorcana Mama.
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me. My name is Jen, or Lorcana Mama. I am a member of the InKnights, also proud Disney adult and Disney mom, and I play Lorcana with my kids. That's kind of like my big entry into this, is that I get to play with my best friend and kid all the time. So I probably overly add in parental things, but I always joke with people that don't understand this game. I mean, how fun is it that as adults we get to like, oh no, 2 daisies? Like, that's the conversations we have. I couldn't be living life better than this.
How many other adults are afraid of Daisy? Not many, you know.
There are dozens.
Nightmares.
Dozens.
Handful.
Daisies and jean shorts.
She's not wearing pants.
I mean, I was just making an Arrested Development joke. But...
What? Oh, I was like, I've seen that card. I looked at the art. She's not wearing pants. She does have heels though.
She's like, I'm gonna let it go. Bannable, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Bannable Harka, member of Team Maelstrom. I don't know, I made Lorcana content for a while, haven't done a ton lately, but I have been doing a show with team member Sailor on YouTube, so if you want to go to the Team Maelstrom YouTube channel, we just released a video today talking about decks for the current metagame and set championships, which is pretty sweet. I don't know. I haven't won anything, so I suck.
You sell yourself short.
I know.
Didn't you just top 8 like You just like came out of hiding, topped like a couple events, and then went back for 6 more weeks of winter. Like that's literally what you just did.
I live in Minnesota, so that is kind of how it goes.
You didn't see your shadow, so you were like, I'll just go back.
Yeah, pretty much.
You forgot to say, fantastic Lorcana player.
Yes, the best. Actually, I'm the best on the team. Isn't that right, Luke?
Yeah. Yeah. I think because I played his list won Seattle.
Exactly.
It's basically his trophy.
I didn't qualify for Worlds, so that everyone else would have a chance. That was
a little sticky note in the background.
Yeah, if you're ever why did he only play 3 Hypnotize? Why did he only play 3 Pete? Well, don't ask me. Ask him.
Because I'm a hater, that's why.
All right, Loaf, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey guys, I'm Andrew. Friends call me Loaf. I'm a TCG player coming out of Texas originally. I'm currently an Arizona resident, a Lorcana fanatic, and I was in Continentals, didn't win Continentals or top 8 it, so now I'm here keeping up with the community by
I didn't win, so I am now casting in the ICL.
Now I'm here.
Slumming it with
slumming it with my friends. Respectfully.
Well, thank you.
You can say it.
One notable thing about Lofi here is he prevented me from making Continentals for a little bit. Because of him, I had to play in Seattle and win it to get there, as he beat me in the top 32 in Toronto. And that's how he got his invite, I do believe.
You know what's really funny? I beat Zan in top 64 of Toronto, and then I beat you in top 32 of Toronto. And then you guys won the next 2 events, so I really should have reversed.
That's the
I really
that's
should have
the sauce
reversed my
right
fortune there.
Zan and I were so like the fire was ignited. Losing to Amethyst Emerald as Steel Song, like
I
come
really ignited the
on.
fire, yeah.
It's like one of those matchups that people are like, "Oh, you're so favored," and I was like, "Sure, if like I don't mull my songs and my first card draws Whole New World and he plays turn 2 Ursula and I don't see another Whole New World the whole game, I'm not bitter, Lofi. I'm not."
We had fun off camera in the feature match.
Oh yeah. I mean, I it could have been worse. I could have gotten crushed by you on feature match.
Yeah,
we were the backup. All right. Probably the person who needs the least amount of introduction here. Liam, why don't you talk about yourself?
You all give me too much credit. I stream once a week. Nobody knows who I am. No, thanks for having me. I'm Liam Cosma. I run the Illumineers YouTube channel with my wife Erin, the better half of the Illumineers. We make occasional Lorcana content and we host a live show once a week. We just love Lorcana and all things Lorcana, and it's a treat to be here with all of you this evening. Thanks so much for having me.
And that leaves like one of the worst side dishes most restaurants give you, and most of the time it's made with vinegar instead of mayo. I guess it is coleslaw. Ashley, how are you doing?
Hi. I was like, where are we going with this? I don't love it.
It took me a minute. I picked it up eventually. Yeah.
I was like, I don't love it. No. Hi. I am just I'm Ashley now. Forget it. That's my real name. Okay, so yeah, I am Colors
She
Law,
just lost the gamer tag.
You did the craziest thing, and I was like, you know what? I'm done. My name's Ashley. Nice to meet everybody. What's up? So that threw me completely off. No, I get on here and I talk a lot. I do casting. If anybody ever needs any, I enjoy talking, but it's not like I'm not the best at it yet, so we'll get there.
You are very, 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 very good.
I do believe.
I'm gonna cry, so I'm just gonna
you can't cry yet. You have something else to talk about.
You guys are such bullies. So I am coming out with a new YouTube show where I am actually going to bully my friends and see if they will be my friends by the end of it. I am going to take my super competitive Lorcana playing friends and make them play games of multiplayer with me. Yeah, Banny's face says it all. So, but we're going to be using the heroic format. So it will be a singleton format, kind of similar.
I like that.
But way better than Commander.
I do.
Talk about him.
I do think I kind of. I want to just be like, just play 60 cards. It doesn't need to be 100. There's no reason to be 100. We don't have lands. 60 singleton is good enough. But,
no, it's not though. But that's the best part is I think that it was Boomy Jr. that was like, "Can't I just do 60?" And I was like, "Literally, no. I just told you the rules, and you're trying to." And I was like, "You can't do that." But the variance of 100 cards means that each game that you play will be different every single time. You don't get the same lines. You don't your opponent's not doing what you think they're going to do. Cards start to combo in ways that you didn't actually originally think could happen because we're so stuck in a core competitive environment, which is great because I think that's a great outlet for that. But I wanted more creative deck building choices, and I think in a 4 of multiplayer 60 card deck, you kind of you build it to be mean to 3 other people, but in this way you build the deck to do just some silly things that probably because you do have your decks are three ink choices, so you get to blend 3 inks together, which I think a lot of these cards shouldn't be next to each other in a deck, but it makes for some very interesting gameplay. So.
Yeah, being able to play with the cards that don't normally have like a big competitive showing is kind of nice. And the fact that it's a 3-color combination means you get to create synergies and things that just aren't in the game at all.
Mm-hmm.
I do like that aspect of it.
No, definitely.
I've been spending this whole time looking for this right here, and I found it. It is such a cool logo.
Oh, I saw that today on like Instagram or something. I did. I was like, what? That's a really cool logo, and I didn't realize what it was going to be.
So allies on the other side, because we are going to find out who's going to win the game of multiplayer and who's actually going to be friends by the time we get to the other side of this format.
Yeah, she's already tried to get me to join with a few other Maelstrom players, and we've already decided to team up on her. We will be the allies on the other side, and she...
So that is my goal is to get teams on, because I want you to be able to come on with the people that you play test with regularly. So you're comfortable, you guys know each other, you know your play styles. It's probably going to end poorly for me, but this will be a way to where you're not just like playing a multiplayer game for the sake of just playing with too many people at once. You can do it with a purpose. And if you had a card that during your playtesting you said was a good card and your teammate told you it wasn't, this is the time to make them eat their words. Beat them to death with Vision Slab. It's fine. This is what it's for.
My teammates are nice. They'll entertain me. They'll let me play some games with the fun things, and they'll beat me. And then that's how I know it's not good enough to be played. The Sailor, I've played against. I've thrown so many bad decks against Sailor just to like delete the deck or like just unsleeve it as soon as the like 2 or 3 games are done. I'm like, all right, this is never beating a ramped Sisu, so let's just move on.
Well, and I think that as a deck building constraint that we all kind of see, we see a new card, we see some kind of like synergy between mechanics, and we're like, okay, this would be awesome if Brawl, Medusa, Tremaine, Sisu were not 4-ofs in every single deck I'm going to come across. So you kind of can the card before it sees the light of day. And this is a way to potentially see that card, but there are 100 cards in the deck, so you might not see that card ever. So it's always fresh. Maybe. Probably.
Maybe, probably. All right. Jen, was that list that Bad Vegas was playing, was that the same list you Whole New World with me out this morning when we were playing?
Probably,
okay,
I think so. I haven't seen
Mm-hmm.
Steven's list if he tweaked it, but probably I was playing off of one that Luna had built. So yeah.
I lost the last game in a way that I haven't like had to think about since set 1, where I lost because I didn't reorganize one of my aerials properly, and I literally went to the bottom 2 cards and I left a Pete on the bottom instead of putting it up, and I drew a Cinderella. Even though I was thinking back on it, I don't know if I still could have won because I had to draw a discard, and I needed the Tinkerbell, I needed the swords, and I needed the Pete. So it's like, I don't know if there could have been a way that I could have still answered enough of your cards with like a Tinkerbell quest and just this Tinkerbell shift or a sword. So like, I still might not have won, but I needed that Pete to not get a whole new world in the next turn to get got. Yeah,
That's so funny.
Yeah, that was nice.
I was saying most of the game you're like, did I reorder them? I don't think I did. Did I reorder them? Oh, I didn't.
I was just like, I wonder if I was silly and put the Pete on the bottom, and I just flipped the bottom card while there was 2 cards, and it was the Pete.
I
and was
haven't
like,
seen a deck get milled in so many sets that like it was a good reminder, because I tried to put them back in order, but I've not had that problem. I'm like, oh, it does matter. That's a good reminder.
I definitely like while playing stream games. Yeah, I just don't do it recently, but I'd like to think in DLCs maybe I would have remembered. All right, Lofi, you had a great topic for us to use. I do believe you were like, we should talk about this later. Do you remember what we should talk about? I think it had to do with the price of removal. Versus characters.
Oh yes. The topic I brought up on stream earlier was how efficient will characters and removal be? You know, will we eventually see, you know, Magic players, we all know Lightning Bolt. Will there be a 1-cost removal like Fire the Cannons that just does 3 damage to a character?
Or be inkable.
Or on the flip side, are we going to have a 5-cost character that, you know, adds extra characters to the board? Tokens, perhaps?
Please no.
So it is worth noting that Fire the Cannons can easily be like made better and not instantly like replaced, where normally it's just like, oh, a 1-cost 1/1 quest for 1 is automatically replaced by a 1-cost 1/1 quest for 2. But Fire the Cannons has synergy with Captain Hook, and so that means you could easily just make a 2-cost action deal 2 inkable, and then it's like, well, do you play the one that you can get back with Captain Hook? Well, now since no one plays Captain Hook, yes. When the game came out, I loved Captain Hook. I mean, I did eventually cut them, but when everyone was going turn 1 Lilo, turn 2 Simba, it felt really good to just have the Fire the Cannon. Mm-hmm. And then you trade a little, and then you play Hook, get back the Fire the Cannon, take another character. It's if you love pure grind, it's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. They're like, we are gaming. We are using the keywords on these cards.
Yep. But then we see Smash that deals 3, and it costs 3. And it's inkable. It's just like, well, if we made a 1-cost uninkable deal 3, I think that does kind of just make Smash something of the past, if it's not already just a long forgotten card.
Yeah. Well, and I also look forward to the day where it's like, yeah, we used to play Ba-Boom and Smash. That's what we had.
Yeah, and we see more Pete's, more Captain Pete's, but yet we're still just all on the songs, basically. I know Bannable has played 2 Ba-Booms recently in one of his lists.
True.
Is that the Emerald Steel list? That
Yeah. If you're worried about Diablo mirrors, then I feel like that sort of thing makes sense. I don't know. It seems to me like the design space that Ravensburger is going for with Lorcana is less efficient removal than we see in a game like Magic, so I don't anticipate things getting too much crazier. Although I would personally like it.
What do you think about the fact that our last 2 Dragonfires cost 7?
I mean, they're generally not great cards.
You mean out of order?
Yeah.
It's the inkable one?
Yeah. I mean, they're weak.
Still 7.
Slow. Yeah, it's...
The other one draws a card, though.
All right, here, I'm going to have to leave for 1 second, and I'll be right back, but I'll let you talk about this. How cheap would Dragonfire have to cost at uninkable for decks to like play 4 of them, or to play it as a Brawl replacement?
4. I mean,
yeah, 4.
No. There's no deck in the game that would play 4 Dragonfire if it costs 4.
Zeus.
Why?
Because it's not a song. Yeah, Zeus is a song. That's it.
That's true.
Yeah, but
But
in
still-
Ruby, you have to think like your removal options at 4 are so.
The card is broken at 3, but that is probably the cost that it would take to be a 4.
Yeah, it would be absolutely busted. It could be like triple unencled. Like it would like detract from your inkwell,
Yeah.
and we would still play.
Right.
It. But
Minus one
Yeah,
ink.
yeah, exactly.
loved
You
triple
play and you're like,
uninkable.
oh, black. Yeah, like you know, so. But I definitely think that. I think we would play it. I know it's not a song, but at 4 uninkable, there's so many threats that come down on that 4 turn that if I could just just no back like downside, just get rid of that thing. I would love that.
But the question was, what's the cost to make it a 4 of?
I think Ruby, though, the flavor of Ruby is like Steel. You have the songs, like that adds to the appeal of Zeus. But I think Ruby is perfectly happy to just pay full price and get the convenience of just banishing that character. But yeah, three costs would be ridiculous, of course.
Yeah,
I think we're all on board with that.
Ruby's always Ruby's always buying time till the board wipe, and so you taking a turn off to deal with the highest threat character to get one step closer to your Sisu or your Be Prepared it feels fine.
I'm
Because you have
fine
that
with
insurance policy. I think.
Yeah, you're just kind of you're stalling, and you have ways if it goes too wide. So if you just like on turn 4 get to deal with their, like you said, their most threatening threat, and then they're just kind of going wide, you have a plan for that later, so you'll be fine. But yeah, Steel
Anyone,
Song,
someone. So this is my first TCG. However, I have noticed that there's. Sorry, kiddo's trying to come in and tell me goodbye. Chapter 7, they had that Pete card that's incentivizing you to play actions that aren't songs. So I'm assuming that Ravensburger is trying to push us more that direction, which is that green Pete that could be something. I don't know.
Wow.
So I'll be curious what continues coming out each set. It's not like a big deal. I think you can remove an item that way, but at least there's some added value in other cards with non-song actions.
They're definitely going to have to make them better than they have been before. If they're going to, like, I just think they didn't properly value how good songs are, which is fair. They're just busted good, or they see zero play, right? It's kind of interesting how much or how little actions we'll see play. But... Well, there's some topics we'll talk about next week.
on the topic of songs, one of the interesting things is a lot of people think in TCGs like there's an upward trajectory in terms of power creep. Like you have to continually the game survives by continually upping the power, and you continue to sell cards, and then over time it gets more and more powerful. And you see that over the span of many decades.
Yeah.
But you look at games like Magic, and it printed the most powerful cards right away, and then they went, and then it's like, we're not going to do that again.
They did both. They did both.
True.
They kind of so they started with garbage creatures, whatever you want to call them, and insane, absurd spells, actions, and items, artifacts, right? Like you get Black Lotus, one of the most busted cards in existence, $10,000+ now. Like, wish I would have known that as a kid in the 90s. The first interaction I had with Magic, one of the first ones, I was at Camp Kitaki, to those who know, and we were like leaving, and some kids were like, "Oh, my Magic cards fell off the thing," and they're looking for them. They like fell off a balcony in the cabin. And my older brother's like, "Was there any Black Lotuses?"
No sleeves.
No sleeves. I mean, this is the 90s. Sleeves didn't come out till like the late 90s, early 2000s. And they were all only black.
Horrifying times.
There's like 2 brands.
It was the best of times. It was the worst.
It was the worst of times.
Yeah, unsleeved cards on the kitchen table is an important, important aspect.
And Lorcana's kind of gone the opposite, I feel, where the characters are kind of more powerful than the actions by far. And I don't know how much of that is because of a lot of Lorcana and Magic is the same, but then there's some drastic differences that completely throw things all over the place. And one of those is you can't block. You can't stop them from questing without answering their card or playing some specific things. And that puts more of an urgency on some cards. But the lore, instead of like the strength dealing damage, also kind of is a stopgap to slow it down. Where it's like, sure, I could cheat out some giant character, but it's only questing for 3 or 4. Like in Magic, if you cheat something out, it's 2-tapping you. It's like a 10-10 that wins the game in 2 attacks and has haste. Or Speed Reader, is that what we're calling it?
Speed Reader, yeah.
Quest haste.
Yeah, and another thing to note on that subject is, with the exception of Pete, the 3-drop Pete that we all know and love, all the answers to slow down questing are so terribly inefficient. Like that Peter Pan that has to come down exerted, and it just gets taken out, and they quest in your face anyway.
I guess
Lyle would be my
but
only.
I love Lyle.
Lyle is very
like Lyle's done work.
Yeah,
and I mean, he doesn't see
I
play now.
loved seeing Mo slam that down at the Lucky Llama. That was I got so hyped seeing Lyle again. Like, yes, we're back. I've been terrible at this deck, but we're back. Like, yeah. So Lyle, it's always a fun one because now it just makes all of the math wonky. You know, you just kind of
I love that. Everything
just gets really wonky, and anything that makes your opponent just sit there and go, you know, is worth it. So Lyle, I like cards like that. It makes it interesting in terms of like the difference between Magic and.
I do think that there will be, even though we said the characters are better than the actions, I think there will be and I hope there is, hopefully, unless it's bad, but I predict it'll be good. Just like an overall cost reduction on a lot of cards to be like 1 less. Mostly due to them testing the waters and making a similar card that is just a little too expensive and no one plays. And it does nothing. Like look at Lady Tremaine. People tried to play it. It's an awesome thing. Referring to the Emerald one that returns an action from your discard to your hand.
It's like I've played.
I was like, yeah, Lady Tremaine's a great card.
It's a fantastic ability.
4 of every deck.
She's just like a little expensive. And like honestly, even at 5, I don't think she'd see that much play. If she was a Floodborn and you could shift her, I think she would have been a tournament staple, depending on the shift cost, and targets.
They do seem to kind of overvalue.
Like 4 inkable should be a 4 of in a lot of decks. 5 inkable or 4 uninkable, 5 inkable. I think she'd see more play at a 5 inkable. But 6 uninkable, 1 something quest for 1 or 2. Like we've already kind of seen a power creep from that power level in set 1, chapter 1 to now, right? Like imagine showing Daisy to set 1 players, right? Like we're winning with 7 cost, like 2 8s.
There's an interesting, just fun note on Lady Tremaine. This is random nerdy stuff, and nobody cares. I'm gonna say anyway. One of the things.
No one cared. I'm just kidding.
No, nobody cares.
Okay.
One of the things, Lady Tremaine is just a fun example. This is kind of on topic and kind of not. But one of the reasons I think that she is so expensive is because Ravensburger costs cards appropriately, penalizes cards cost-wise when they do something that is core to a different ink identity.
That is so cool.
Yeah, and so Lady Tremaine, like graveyard recursion, as we would call it in Magic,
Amber.
Is Amber, and that's what that generally does. And we see
Blast
splashes
from
of
the
it in other
Past is
colors.
a tragedy. I'm sorry.
I would argue that character recursion is Amber.
Fair.
And I would say that action recursion is Emerald. It's on 2 Emerald cards. But I would agree that it is kind of expensive. Well, it's on 0 Amber. There's only 2 in the game. I'm pretty sure it's the Lady Tremaine and the Stitch.
Fair. Yeah.
But I do like that.
There's the Do It Again, right? Is that it?
Oh, okay. In Emerald.
Yeah.
My bad.
Which is her ability.
Yeah.
We just like recently, like maybe I think it was Rebecca Quest came with that video saying that Emerald is the flexible color identity. So it's supposed to be able to do everything just a little bit worse than everybody else. Yeah.
So how did Diablo
discard?
Explain that.
Like, could you imagine Do It Again as a 2 cost inkable? Or just a song?
No.
Oh, make it a song.
Ursula would do some work. That would be painful. You'd never get. That'd be an endless loop of pain.
Yes, I love it. This is the kind of Lorcana I want to be playing. Let me throw actions back and forth.
Bring it back. Sudden chill. Bring it back.
Yes. Oh,
I just wanted, Blast from the Past to actually be like, just put it onto the board, please.
This is when
I don't need it in my
Luke would
hand.
be. This is when Luke would be running Simba,
I'll pay
or not
5
Simba,
for it.
whatever card readies it back, and he would just have that endless loop of
Yes.
re-readying Ursula and going over and over again with multiples.
I mean,
of
you came
doing
back
That's the
again
kind of
and,
stuff I kind of like. When I played Magic, I loved grindy graveyard archetypes. Occasionally dredge, but a little more slow fun, more Unburial Rites style.
Worm
But
Harvest.
I
eventually,
just want like Living Death. Can I have that?
I play
just
a lot
want
of
that.
Grim Harvest. I think Grim Harvest would be, if it's the one I'm thinking of, I would be fine with a 5. There's a few cards in Magic that do it. I want a 5-cost action that puts a character. You know what? We have Revive. I want a 3-cost action that puts any character from my discard into play until end of turn, and then banish it and give it Rush.
Oh,
What
It's
about
Mim.
Speed Reader?
That's
That's him. Do it.
Like, and yeah, let him bounce it back, but like, let me put my Sisu from my discard into play. Probably should cost like
Oh,
4
I
or
see.
5 if it's going to challenge. Let me put my Sisu into play, get an action, or put a Maui back in and trade again. Although it doesn't need to be Maui, it could be anything there.
But I was like, say,
the
like,
underplayability would.
designed around that forever though, which is a problem because I don't know that you want to have discarded turn 1 with Mulan.
All right. Instead of banish it, put
I
him
mean,
on the
you
bottom
don't
of
want
your
it, I want
deck.
it. Okay.
That way, it can't be recurred over and over again.
Well, it's not even like recurring it. It's just like there are just some abilities that you could never print on a card now that you can put into play on turn 3.
We just need more 3/1 quests for 2s instead of 1/3 quests for 2s, and then Sisu won't be as scary.
Yeah. Well, one thing that's great about Lorcana, and I've always appreciated, is that they have all there are keywords. We have shift, evasive, challenge, reward, but every card also just does what it says. You know, like play this character and draw a card. I mean, they could print play this character and insert the rest here, right?
like looting. Like we just say, draw a card, and then discard a card. But
Right,
like,
yeah.
looting comes from Magic, so
Yeah.
that's where we get that.
Looting, cycling.
So, yeah, the keywords are interesting. Like, we have keywords and we don't. Every character basically has a keyword, but they don't share the same keyword. So it would be interesting to see another character be printed that does the exact same thing as Maleficent Dragon, and they call it the same ability. That would be interesting. Like, just
That's
another dragon
fascinating.
character that does that.
Just another dragon that has Dragonfire.
Yeah.
I'm thinking through the flavor implications of this.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking too. I was like, well, hold on, like that's Maleficent's Dragonfire. Though.
Wow.
That's like her deal.
Yeah.
That's why
Well,
we
they
have a
found-
Dragonfire action, and then we
What
have
is-
a Mal Dragon that has Dragon. Yeah.
I was actually pondering something on the previous topic, which was what would be a Lorcana themed exile? So not the discard pile, not the bottom of the deck, but out of the game.
It was
Yeah.
Inkwell.
I don't think they
Oh,
will do that
right, yeah.
because of the Inkwell and the bottom of the deck, but erased.
Erased, okay.
Erased.
I mean, we're blobs of ink. Makes sense. Whiteout.
Mm, don't love that. Mm.
Torn off the page.
I mean, trashed works kind of, but that's my deck builder like
Like
background.
I was like, nobody wants to trash their like Bambi. You know what I mean? Like that's not.
Crumple it up and
It's
throw
not-
it away.
Yeah, you're just like.
You actually get to like rip up your opponent's cards. Come on.
Yeah, Andy.
Chaos confetti it. Yeah.
Dude, Lux Ferrante, if Revive gave Rush, it would maybe see play
Anti,
as a
but-
1 or 2 of.
Ugh.
Because you could get Maui with it already, and no one does that. You can even get Mufasa, but people don't even do
There's
that
no
because they don't want non-characters in their deck.
These niche cards need to be inkable. That's the real problem. It's not.
Yes.
Yeah, I do think a great example from this latest set was Tamatoa Happy as a Clam, inkable. Lady, not inkable.
Yeah.
More restrictive, and doesn't do. I
They
guess it
don't
is a
want Amber to be too
I-
powerful. And I
I
think
honestly
that's
just
what it
think
is.
everything should be inkable, but alas, it's too late for them to do that.
It's a different game.
Like I want my opponents to ink B prep. I want them to make mistakes. Inking's already one of the most difficult things to do in a game. If you made every single card uninkable or inkable, you wouldn't lose to Sisus as much. People would ink them early, thinking they don't need them. be prepared would be inked more. Your opponent wouldn't be forced to keep it and then luck sack into having it because they didn't like. It makes more choices. The more choices players make, the more mistakes they make.
That's true.
But
people would learn to play better. I think.
Yeah. Well, and then you look at the game. I forget who lost. Game one. Hamza lost game one because he bricked on inkables. And that's
never getting
building.
screwed. That's one of the best things about Hearthstone is you can't be resource punished.
Is that you do have that choice. You already have the choice to never get ink screwed, depending on how you
by building
fair,
your deck.
So
fair,
if you choose to
fair.
build your deck in a risky way, that's a choice you made.
But then you lose because the best cards are uninkable and you're not playing the best cards. Like most of the best
that's
cards
the balance that you have to
That's
find.
the fun.
It's
the balance of it. At least I'm not sitting there drawing all lands and just staring at my hand.
Yes,
like, I could just sit here and watch you play the game. It's like
it happens
at least
early.
I agree.
Because the bricking, if you brick too often, that is a deck building problem. If you brick every once in a while, that's just bad variance. But I feel like in Magic, you just sit there and there'd be just 4 or 5 games in a row where you're just sitting over 6 lands and you're like, pass.
Yeah, the next game you
that
have
is the main reason when I learned how to play this game. I basically stopped playing Magic the very moment. And then when I did go back and I played in the Lord of the Rings pre-release, almost every single game, one of the 2 players stumbled for a turn or 2. And it drastically impacted the game. I mean, I still won the pre-release, but I mean, there was too much much mana. I don't brag about winning DLCs, but that Lord of the Rings pre-release, I took it down.
I was gonna say that was one of the most fun sets to draft, though. I will say that Lord of the Rings one. That was one of the most enjoyable limited formats for that game. Yep. It was all downhill from there. So
humorously, Magic got a lot better when they started doing the double-sided cards that were half lands, half spells, because it took them forever to realize that lands suck. Cards that are only resources are not
30
fun.
years.
Yeah, and too many non-games. I understand they're well, we need variance because otherwise it'd be chess. If you want chess, go play chess. It's you can have plenty of variance without perfect knowledge, right? You could draw your bad cards and they draw their good cards. You could draw a bunch of Maleficent dragons and they draw a curve, right? That can happen. But and the fact we have the most forgiving and powerful mulligan I have seen in any game.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, we're in trouble whenever there's a combo deck.
I agree. I've thought about that too. I think it's mildly concerning. Just seeing how often people were Diablo Bucky shift Diablo-ing me.
I loved the math on that. Listening to people way smarter than me talk about the odds of that and the different your 2-card combo, you have this percentage, you have a 3, and it's you get up to 4 cards and you still have over almost still a 50% chance of just ripping that every single time. And you're that's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, you get to see a quarter of your deck basically. I mean, by the time you're on 22, if you're being aggressive with the mulligans,
it's amazing. With Magic, you're V7,
right?
Okay,
yeah, and then you go down a card.
Hand?
So Magic had multiple steps where you could just lose the game on the spot because of this. You could get mana screwed. You could have to mulligan because you have 0 lands in your hand, and then you go down to 3 cards. I mean, I've mulled to 5 a lot of times in my life, and I've probably won under 10 times on the mull to 5s. Which is
you see your opponent mulling down to 5
4,
and you're just
I've definitely won more than 5 times, but it feels like I've never won when you mold that low. It's just such a huge advantage. Imagine playing Lorcana with 5 cards to your opponent's 7 or 8. It's insane.
I disagree only because when I'm going to bed at night, I rethink all the times I lost when my opponents mulled to 5. Instead of counting sheep, that's what I count back on.
Someone is not a Thoughtseize player. As a Thoughtseize player, if my opponent mulls to 5, I'm congratulations.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
that's the worst.
This is my favorite card. Love that.
Although, I do kind of. All right. And here will be our first discussion. Who would like to be... We're just going to do the sides, so it'll be Team Color versus Team Liam. I will roll a dice. If it's odd, it will be Color. If it's even, it's Liam, and it is even. Would you like to be pro adding Thoughtseize to Lorcana or against adding Thoughtseize? For those who do not know what Thoughtseize is, it is a 1-cost action that you will look at your opponent's hand and choose a card, and they discard it, your opponent gains 2 lore.
Before we start, is it emerald?
That can be something you add in your arguments.
All right.
Well,
Do I want to be pro or against? Is that the question?
Yes.
I think I will be pro.
All right. So, would you like to start the argument or counter argue or parry or what? Play or
You can't
draw
just say
in the
because it's
discussion.
rad. That's not a good enough.
But before I answer that question, I are these my teammates below me?
Yeah,
Yes.
this is the...
Do you all either of you passionately want to argue for this first?
I would love to let you go first. I want to hear what you.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to pick the other side.
Oh yeah. Here's my since you asked me and I picked it and I said and I went for it. I'll give my reasoning. I guess I'm on the spot. So there are certain mechanics that I don't want in the game. I want the game to have a lot of variance. I want games to be different. So, for example, I don't favor tutors in the game. I get very angsty every single time a card comes out that allows you to search your deck and find what you need. Because the more tutors, the less variance, and I don't care for it. But if I could use an example, there's no question that the printing of Ursula Deceiver made the game better, I think. I think Ursula Deceiver took away the dominance of Be Prepared, which was crushing everybody in the meta, and it made things a little bit better. And so the existence of Thoughtseize, or whatever we call it in Lorcana, which would have to exist in Emerald because that's the color pair. That's the color that does the thing. The existence of Thoughtseize makes everybody have to play around it. And even if people aren't running it, if you're playing Emerald, your opponent has to think as if you are. It makes strategic decisions a little bit more tricky. It makes you have to think a little bit more about whether you're keeping a card in your opening hand or not, or you're going to try to draw into it. And to me, it just makes for a more fun play experience. However, I don't think it should be a song that you could sing because that would be busted.
Yeah.
Well.
One cost song.
Song. I believe this has to be uninkable and not a song.
Yeah. I think it's like a fire the cannons.
I agree, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a different discussion, the cost of what it would be. But for sure, Color, argue why this card should never see the light of day in Lorcana.
I will say this is unfair because the Junji Ito art on the Thoughtseize in Magic was my favorite card, hands down, period. One of my favorite card to cast, my favorite card to just look at in my hand. It's beautiful. The whole secret layer was incredible. So this is painful for me. The reason I don't think that Thoughtseize should be in Lorcana is because it's, unless you're the person casting it, it's super fun if you're the person casting it. Being Thoughtseize on turn 1 is worse than Ursula on 2. It's honestly one of the most unfun things that could happen to you is you alter your hand, you think you're okay. Hopefully, I mean, and I do agree to a point, it would make you'd have to be a little bit more strategic about your alters. You couldn't be as greedy. But then the deck building constraints of like wanting to be greedier and having more uninkables in the deck. So now you're balanced with like, it's so good. It's so good. It's etched foil too. So it was like textured. It's my favorite card. Yeah, it's unfun. If Bucky was unfun, this is a war crime.
Oh, hold on.
All right, on that, Lofi, take it away.
I think we brought up a lot of good points. I think we talked about the altar in this game being way too powerful, and I think this is just the counterbalance. I mean, if you can alter to your 50% Diablo chance, I should be able to ink seize your Diablo, glimmer seize your Diablo out of your
glimmer
hand.
Seize.
Well, Thoughtseize comes from your library is supposed to be your mind and magic. What is our library in Lorcana? That's our.
What's your hand is your mind, right? Your hand is your
what now?
mind.
Oh yeah, I was about to say your hand is your mind.
Does
So what is
Lorcana
our
deck have a different name?
like a flavor
Or is
to
it
it.
just deck?
What's
Not really. It's your ink book. It's your. It's,
has-
Yeah, I was
what is
about
that
to say,
little
so yeah.
circle thing you put paint on? What is that? The
Canvas?
Why am I blanking on the name?
the
Oh,
thing that painters
the
hold.
ink palette?
Yeah, something like that.
I do think it'd be a good counterbalance to the altar, and I also think emerald is a color that doesn't have a lot of direct removal, and this isn't direct removal, but it is a way for you to remove threats preemptively from your opponent's hand. Like Maui Half Shark, it can be really punishing to deal with, but being able to get it out of the hand maybe 1 or 2 turns early, that'd be nice to have. And no one likes to see Maui Half Shark on the board.
Bannable, did you want to switch teams? You seemed like you wanted to argue against the card, and I would love to argue for the card, but I'll argue against it if you don't want to.
I'll switch teams. So, one, as a player who thinks that Thoughtseize effects are skill testing, I personally, as a competitive player, would love to have the card in the game. But
the production is out of this world.
I do think that there is a potential problem that Lofi brought up about how this is counter to the altar in Lorcana. I actually think that it might be no. This card would be better in Lorcana than it is in Magic.
It would exuberate.
And it's the same problem of what happens in a game of like Steel Song versus a ramp deck that we used to see where Queen would come down and wheel on turn 2.
Hand disruption.
The altar is so important for setting up your early game that I actually think a card like this costing 1 and basically completely disrupting what you set up in your altar is probably too strong, because now you can't just like keep your 1-drop and your 2-drop and have a good hand. They'll just take your 1 or your 2-drop, and now if you're a deck that relies on that, like, completely bricks you. Like, can you imagine taking Sail even on the draw? Like the Sapphire.
That's what I want to do.
Well, I know it's like absurdly powerful, and it's way more powerful in a game where you can consistently set that up. So like the Sapphire player will consistently have the Sail on turn 2. If you can consistently take it away, you have like massively crippled that deck. The entire deck is built around that.
I think
for a 1 cost, it might be too much.
Yeah, but my counter argue to that exact thing is if I'm thought seizing your Sail, I'm not playing a 2 lore 1 cost. And then you're probably fine with the fact it's the same argument with Brawl, is they don't want to play Brawl because they want to ramp. Well, like, I'm not playing characters if I'm thought seizing.
What if you're on the play? Now you play Daisy, and then you take my ramp, and then play a second Daisy on turn 2? It's like...
Sure, but at least it's not attached to a 1/3 character, and it's gaining you lore, which does matter in... So Thoughtseize is an interesting card that, in Magic, it gets much worse the more fair your opponent's deck is. It's just like Force of Will. It is a big disadvantage if everything's kind of fair. If I'm playing this to take a card from your hand, but you just have redundancy because all your characters are just good characters, like, this doesn't do that much against Diggy Diggy Hole. Maybe it's going to snag a Doc or a Rapunzel to hurt some late game, but it's like they're the beatdown, right? So I just gave them 2 lore. What if you Thoughtseize something and then they sing Whole New World 2 turns later? Like, oh, the Thoughtseize did nothing, right? There is downsides to that. And we can look at Bare Necessity sees almost no play. And I think a big issue with the fact Bare Necessity sees almost no play is the fact that it can't hit characters. And like, if there's a card that I could errata, I would give Bare Necessity the ability to hit characters before I took Ward away from Prince John. Because I don't want to see Sisus. I think the fact there's no direct counter to ramp monsters other than just going really fast. And like, we need to have a way to be like, no, you can't just ramp and win. If you're going to spend all your resources, I'm going to take 1 targeted card out of your hand and I'm going to get you. It's why Ursula 2...
But you'll be taking 2 because you have Ursula 2 and this new juiced up Bare Necessities, and now there's nothing I can do.
And both of those are trash against mid-range aggressive decks. all it's going to do is change the meta. Instead of having this dominant control deck that has been best deck in format till we banned 1 to kind of 2 cards, because in my mind the new version of Blue Steel was an offshoot of Ruby Sapphire. They both were just big ramp, win the game with an uninteractable dime. And like, why is it uninteractable? It's because we can't hit the Tomato out of their hand. And they have recursion for the dime, so the card we can hit doesn't matter. Like, we have to tuck the dime, but they're not going to play the dime normally until it matters. And this card would drastically
just throw the down.
This card would drastically change Lorcana, and I think it would be for the better.
I think you could. So what I was going to point out is we do seem to be missing. There's like a missing character discard design space being utilized. Like, there just aren't.
Yeah. I wonder if that's a flavorful reason. Like, don't take my Disney princess out of my hand.
Maybe.
This is a Disney Lorcana game. Do not take my character. You can have my silly action. You can do this, but if you rip my favorite Rapunzel out of my hand, I'm gonna be upset.
I mean, I would love to play this.
It's characters only, because most cards are characters. Like, that's still very powerful.
I'd be fine with that. Honestly, I think that's a fair
balance.
Intermingle. All right, Jen, you didn't play Magic. I think
No.
everyone else here has. So I would like to actually know your opinion on this card, and if you think this would be too good.
So it's not going to sound as intelligent or rich of references as each of you, although I am learning. I'm starting to pick up all the Magic terms, so at least one day I might have some sort of.
You don't need
You'll be able to
it.
play
It's
Magic
not
without
level.
learning.
It is absolutely useless.
We sound like amateurs for using all the Magic terms instead of the right
No,
ones.
no.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I do read the cards, and I'm like, I don't think I have enough brain cells to
clown
process
shoes,
half
you
of
don't
these
need it.
mad. Yeah, I'm good. I mean, so I think what you said about bare necessities, Luke, is interesting. I think the way that I would balance that is that there would be an added like ink cost to get rid of a character, because Disney seems to like punish you for added value. You know, like if you exert and pay an extra too. So like if you play bare necessities, added ink cost to remove a character as opposed to a song would be, I think, a way to do that and make it fair. I do feel from what I've seen, and I could be totally wrong in the, however many thousand cards we have right now, is that turn 1, Disney seems to have really given an opportunity. So nothing seems very unfair. This is meant to be a first TCG for a lot of people. And I don't know a casual player sitting down that just got totally hosed on turn 1. However, and if you're going turn 2, sure, you have Fire the Cannons, but like that costs you a body on board. So I feel like 1 would be a little rough, but we do have Never Seen Play. We have that Mad Hatter card, because like I swear I saw this at one point in time. It's a 1/1, cost 1, inkable, and when it quests, you can look at the top card of a chosen player's deck and put it into discard or leave it at the top of the deck. So like in a
I have
sense,
crammed that card in so many bad decks.
Everyone wanted that to be good.
yeah, I mean
Ugh.
it doesn't work, but I mean they've clearly like made some kind
Attempt
of
at
but
editing.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be against removing a card. I mean, we obviously have some removal. I mean, I do think there should be a little bit. I agree with you, Luke, on some punishment. There's some decks that once you get past turn 5, there's just no interaction, and that makes the game less fun for a lot of decks right now. So I'm hoping they'll come with answers to that. But
I mean,
I don't
you know
know.
how good
I
an
mean, you guys-
airfoil would be with this thing?
oh yeah, it's
So
like
you guys
remember,
just need to come play Heroic then. If you want to play Airfoil and
we had a local player.
I
I'm sure
think
you remember
colors.
Josh when he had that airfoil deck. He had
That's
it
what we
foiled
called you.
out, man. He had it rolling for a bit. If it hit, it hit. But man,
Aw.
yeah. So I don't know. That's my opinion. I don't have as much of one because you guys would have more experience with ramifications. But I do feel like a turn 1 that could just completely stop the game, especially for a new or middle of the road player. I don't foresee them doing that as much, just because I feel like first and foremost they're trying to make it.
I'm
For
sorry,
the
I'm just
masses and not
laughing at
competitive. I don't know.
the faces that Color has when her cam freezes. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
No, that's some good insight. I do like that. Yeah, I mean, it's most likely that this is kind of too powerful in its current form. Plus, there's no way that they're just going to print an identical copy of Thoughtseize, like a one-cost action that gains.
do you know how many comparison cards you guys post?
Disagrees.
Yeah. I don't know.
The amount of comparison shots I see from Magic players with Lorcana cards on a consistent basis says otherwise, I would say.
True.
Yeah.
Well, even the Mad Hatter is a nod to lantern control.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that does any like if anyone has ever like, oh, Lorcana devs are so lazy, it's just copying this card from this game. It's like, you've obviously never heard the phrase "The Simpsons did it." Like, there's only so much design space, and the fact that they're pumping out multiple sets, constantly trying to explore every area. There's going to be some overlap. A lot of things Magic did, they copied from themselves or other games as well. And video games and RPGs through the years, like...
Yeah.
I forgot what the actual term is, but it's like creative parallelism, but it's like at this point, everything has been thought of in some iteration. So like if you come up with something, someone has probably thought of or done it like somewhere down the road, and especially like a game. Like I'm sure every card you make, there's a game out there that has the card at least somewhere along the road.
So when Lorcana uses an idea from Magic, are you saying they're thought seizing it?
Yes.
So one of the things that the way I like to look at it when people talk about the comparison to Magic is, when you listen to Mark Rosewater talk about Magic and like mistakes they've made over the years, like they will admit that it's not a perfect game. And in fact, I think Magic itself have said, as you were pointing out, or as you all were pointing out, but Wonder in particular, the land system leads to some very unfun games. And I don't think, if Magic were starting from scratch, they would do I think they would do something very different. And so really, if Magic is imperfect because it has certain mechanics and the ink dot on the back of the card and other things that are just a little bit off, if you can take the game and like not perfect it, but like make it better, wouldn't you? Right? Like,
actually, it's crazy. I have that thought, like if I could go back and make Magic, I would definitely just get rid of the lands. But I've talked to people who say that's why they like Magic. They're like, I like the fact that my opponent gets mana screwed. That's how I win games. Like it's a weird thing to say, but some people like they like the fact that they could win a game from it, and they don't want to get rid of that. And it's a weird, in my mind,
they don't win a lot like a fairway, do they?
That's
wow.
I mean, I didn't want to say it, but I mean,
I will say lands and mana
It's
screw.
like, oh, we take those. It's like, but should you? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we take
exactly.
those. It is sort of the great equalizer, though, right? Because at a certain point, you are going to brick, and that's like a level set there.
It is a like a way to find out what kind of person someone is, as how they handle getting mana screwed and losing, like the winning in game 3 to getting stuck on 2 lands, and then have your opponent say "good game" and go for the handshake. Good game, well played.
Okay, that's to say that's something that I brought over from Magic that I like. It immediately dissipated with like Lorcana, but I think I was talking to Sarek, and like he and I were like playtesting, and he was like GG's, and I was like, I'll kill you. What? And I'm like, oh, and he's like, I meant it for real. I meant it for real. I was like, okay, I'm fine.
Yeah, you never GG first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The person who lost needs to say "good game" first.
Like,
yes. That's why they should not have emotes in digital TCGs. Emotes in digital TCGs are the worst.
I would rather have emotes than chat.
Yes, 100%. I'd rather have nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Don't say hi to me.
They'll spam stuff, and like especially
it's like a ninja emote going like this,
and they just
from...
just like
don't say oops. Don't say I don't need to see it. Get out of here. Mute.
I mean, that was in games like
we'll talk about
like, right, click the face, mute. You only
just mute.
Anytime we load in, it's just mute before the game starts. Yeah.
Just spamming oops is like it's so easy to tilt me that way, and I know it about myself. So it's like, you just gotta mute it.
Well, I think they say they take those.
We take those.
Yes, right. Yeah. No, it's a legitimate strategy.
I feel like I could power it because when my opponent is doing that, I'm like, I must be playing against a 12-year-old. Like, this is going to be easy. I immediately assume that they're like, you know, mentally troubled in some way, otherwise incapable of functioning in society. So
there's only one.
Yeah, there have been games in like, especially on Arena, where they're like, oops, 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 and I'm taking on a turn, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go make a sandwich, and I'll just like
toxicity breeds toxicity. Sadly,
you should get one emote a game, and it can't be GG, because the only use for an emote, the only acceptable use, is when your opponent forgets to pass their turn. And you're like,
that's I don't know. I like having one to signify good game. It's just like,
no, I always take it wrong.
What percentage of people use it in the right way, and what percentage of people use it to rub dirt in your face?
I had to use it the right way because I streamed all my games. So if I use it the wrong way, chat would be like, they wouldn't let me live it down.
Yeah.
I try to be a positive streamer and not a rager.
Get him one.
I do feel like GG in Western cultures has like been so villainized compared to like Eastern cultures that are very much like, you know, the handshake at the end of the game is like very like mandatory, you know,
I think
regardless of the game.
I think it's because of GG Easy that really did it. Like that makes the GG bad is because people are just like, good game easy, and then that makes the good game bad, and then they just cut off the easy part, and they're like, haha, they know I'm saying GG easy, but I'm just saying good game.
People do hit you with the still had all these, and it's like, whoops.
Which is frustrating, because honestly, the oops, I had all these, 80-90% of the time, that is just someone who is just socially not very good at being social. I butchered this phrase there, but you know, it's someone with not very good social skills who's excited and wants to show off how they were winning, you know. And then there's that 20% who are like, no, you were dead. Like I had you, you were gone. And that's me sometimes when my opponent says, oh, if you didn't do this, if I only did this, it's like, yeah, it would have been a different game, but I still had these. You did this, I still win. You did that, I still win. Like, you got to put them in their place sometimes, but very, very rarely.
If I'd have just gotten my one thing, I'd have won. I'm like, actually, I just had like 6 counter spells, so you could have.
Yeah.
You could have snapped the top of your deck, but I wasn't gonna say it, but you went there first.
Yeah, it's like you woke up the dragon. I mean, like you can't just like talk smack and expect me to turn the other cheek. I'm not that good of a person.
Usually it's like mine. I'll be like, oh well, like I think the last time I said that is because I misplayed so heavily. And I was like, oh, like I should have done it in this order, and then I would have had a chance. And then they showed me their hand. They're like, you did not. And I was like, I was talking about my misplay. You didn't have to do that.
Yeah, I try I like really reflect on how I word that, especially since I'm a streamer, because it's like, God forbid someone like I misspeak or they misunderstand or take it the wrong way, and it's just like, oh, I played against so and so and he was a huge da 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 da, and it's just like I try to be like, oh, like had I had this, maybe we would have had a game. Instead of being like, oh, I had it, you know, you got to be like, oh, maybe I could have participated had I not like drawn poorly. But too many people are just like, oh, I had it had I just had that one card. And it's like, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Well,
Jennifer,
a lot of times too, like if you think about those kind of situations too, like sometimes it's like you did beat them, but like their emotions and what they're going through and their hand, it's not even about you. You know, it's not about you or what you did or the board state. It's just how they're kind of reacting to the game. And so like you're the closest person to them. So it's they're just going to use you as like an emotional dump. And then hopefully they did it in a decent way or a not decent way, or, you know. Like,
I think sometimes it's just a soundboard, you know, like where it's, if I would have inked differently, maybe I could have done that. They're just trying to talk through that turn. So maybe it's a learning experience, maybe. So I don't know. I'm with you. I don't think it's always negative. Sometimes I guess you could be, Luke, you're someone's emotional support friend.
Yeah, beat the brakes off of somebody, and now you have to listen to them be upset. It's okay, but and I try not to do that, but that can happen to where it's like they're super excited that they won, and you're super bummed, and now you're in this weird emotional kind of like, and you're like, do you have a friend? Because my friend's over here, and I gotta.
Yeah,
Like,
I learned this
okay.
lesson a long time ago. You just you walk away, you go somewhere else, and then you complain to your friends out of earshot. Because no one, they just won. They don't want to hear you complain. And plus,
That's what I'm saying. You're taking away from their moment, but also you're having your own.
yeah,
It's a lot.
who wants to
it's a
be
lot.
nice when complaining too? I want to just be like, this fool made 5 mistakes. I top deck uninкable and still lost. Like I don't want to watch my language. I want to be around my peers and just be a degenerate jerk, vent it out of my system, breathe, and be like, okay, next match, new game, it's done. Let's go. And that's how I handle it. And some people don't, and it can be perceived as rude, which is why I do it somewhere people can't hear me. Like, because I don't want to hurt their feelings. I'm not angry at them. I'm just upset that I lost. And, people handle that in different ways.
I think if you're going to say anything that takes away from your opponent or implies that they maybe didn't deserve to win or anything like that after you lose, you should not say it to them.
Just don't say it.
1000%.
Just don't say it.
Just not say it. Because, it's mean. I've had it happen to me many, many times, especially in Magic when no one knew who I was. Like, I was just a random player who was pretty good but not well known. Like, I would win against great players, and oftentimes the fact that they didn't know me almost made it seem like they were insulting.
You're just a random.
And it sucks, because I don't necessarily feel that the reason I won is that I got lucky. Maybe it was, but I had a great accomplishment, and now it feels like the first thing my opponent did after losing to me is try to explain to me why I didn't actually deserve to win. That sucks. It doesn't feel good. So you shouldn't do it to other people.
Without being too soapboxy, that is exactly what it feels like being a female in the TCG space.
I wholeheartedly believe it.
Not all the time, especially in Lorcana. It is so much better than it was in Magic. So much better. That's why I think I love this community so much. But yeah, every once in a while, that's the vibe you get, and it's where you didn't win, they just lost.
We've had that experience with my kid and then my friend Kirsty that was playing earlier today and her son, where kids come up because we brought them to DLCs and it's oh, this is an easy win. And my kid 2-0'd him and they were ticked. It was not pretty. And luckily on the mom side, I'm grateful because my kid can really tolerate a lot now from adults because he's watched all these things, but it's also
but at the same time, you're my kid can tolerate a lot from adults. Just two sides to that where you're
all I'm
sure,
gonna
but
say is
yeah.
I would get thrown out of a DLC.
Right. Oh yeah. No, you talk to my kid sideways and that's it.
I am angry.
You can say whatever you
don't
want to me.
To handle it though.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want to me. That's fine. But if you were to talk to her like that, I'm I'm flipping this whole table.
I'd be like, Daddy would go to jail. You just get a stern talking to.
I wasn't there for that one because we were both playing separately, when he came back and he was like, man, oh, this will be an easy, this was a side event. He was like, this will be an easy 2 tickets. And Harrison
point him out to me.
And the guy was he slapping his face towards the end. And Harrison's like, clearly he had issues. And I'm like, clearly. But I mean, hey, I guess.
When you
when
you lose to the child that you thought you were just going to get free tickets from, and then they roast you afterwards to their mom.
To their mom, yeah, exactly. Oh gosh.
It comes, drops the tickets off in my little box. I felt like such a little Prince John stealing from the child because he would just come and drop off his tickets. I was just this ticket pimp of some sort. Just the kids bringing me all of these tickets. I was like, good job, bud. I mean, in Chicago, we did this side event, and he went 6-0. I mean, we came back with tons of promos from that one. It was great.
Nice. I bet that has been
Put the kid doing work.
Terrified of children when they sit across from me because it's I've seen you guys play reaction based video games. Your brains work better than mine do. So a younger
they
child
learn so fast.
Exactly, it's crazy.
And they can use their little innocence to their advantage. I've watched kids come up and they're like, oh yeah, they act so innocent and they'll ask you about your deck and next thing you know you're paired with them and they know everything that you're playing because you're being a kind adult giving away all the things. I'm like, oh man.
Kids can be I feel like
terrifying.
smack talkers I've ever played against in Lorcana have all been kids. I once lost a game, and the kid said, "You're gonna go cry to your mama," and I was like, "Oh that's ruthless."
I was like, yeah, your mom. I'm gonna go cry to your mom.
Oh, no.
I would die.
I respect it.
I would die.
I see how this is gonna go.
It's like
There was
it's like
I
game
remember
respects
I
game.
was at Atlanta in line to go turn in tickets, and this kid was like, "Does anybody have 2 more tickets?" Or no,
I just
he
need
had
2
tickets.
tickets.
He had tickets. He's like, "Does anybody need tickets? Does anybody need tickets?" And I was just like, "Sure." And he looked over and he goes, "Beast Relentless." And I went, I was like, "Not a chance, kiddo," but I respect the game. Like, you know, whole demeanor like completely changes. Like Beast Relentless. I was like, "Get out of here, get out of here!" But like, I was like, "This kid's hustling."
Like, Judge, this kid is selling tickets. I think he needs to be removed from the air.
No, I was just like, just get down the line, get out of here. It's crazy though.
So that's a interesting thing we can kind of pivot to.
Sorry.
Did you like the ticket system from the previous season's DLC?
The only thing I really disliked was the on-hand inventory.
Yes.
Because I was more of a Sunday ticket getter, and they were all. I don't have a Cinderella playmat because every time I walked up to the booth with 90 tickets, they were like, "We're out," and I was like, "What does that mean?" They're like, "Oh, like
win faster."
we don't have them."
you
Do better.
Like,
luckily,
Hop on Friday, and then you can get a mat, and you'll be good.
well, luckily
Yeah,
I
get
traded.
good. Get
I
good.
traded all my tickets in for 45 Beast Relentless, and here I am.
There you go. That kid put in work.
Beast stonks.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, I was pretty happy not buying the Cinderella playmat. I let Jeebus buy it and then slowly got more tickets from him the longer we went through our trade. I was like, oh, I only need 2 more for this. And then I was like, oh, I have this extra. I need 2 more for another. And I bought Rapunzel's, and I think that paid off a little bit more. I did get a set of Cindy's as well. I don't know if I regret that or not, but the Rapunzel's are expensive, and I liked that part.
I do have 14 Rapunzels behind me. You can't see because of my green screen.
Me too.
Yeah. But they do sit on camera. They're just like in there with my Cindy and my Let It Go promos as well. But yeah, I just got a nice stack of them.
One thing I do wish is that they rolled over, like the tickets
Oh, yes.
rolled over to the next event. Not
nice,
even
yeah.
for me, but just for like if you're a family and you like travel to like multiple events.
They would
and it's like, oh, we saved up for.
Oh, because then
they
you
would
just give
have
your
to
tickets
change.
whoever.
They would have to do
Yeah.
digital though, because
Yeah.
there would be people rolling in. Yeah, I earned 2,000 tickets. Just give me everything.
Secondary market on those
Yeah.
would be. It would be a real feels bad.
It would have to be non-transferable digital.
You have to wear your
that answers
like
two.
bracelet
That's
from Walt
actually
Disney World.
You have
probably
to keep
two
your
different-
bracelet from the previous challenge on until the next challenge.
Tell the next
Yeah.
challenge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Showering with it like
Yeah.
yeah.
I guess that would be
My
interesting.
Cindy Matt, you know.
Because if
I
they
do
went to-
feel like in.
No, go for it.
I would say like in Seattle, I felt like they had a little bit. I could be wrong. I could have just missed it. They had a little bit more prize support that was cheaper for leftover tickets, so it didn't feel as gross. Like, oh man, I'm just sitting on
Yeah, they had
Yeah,
hats
3
and
4
everything.
tickets. Yeah.
You don't want to spend the same for a hat that you would for $150 card.
In Seattle, I played the Sunday event, and I don't know, got like 12th or 15th or whatever.
That's
it
a
was.
lot.
I got a bunch of tickets, right? And they told us that they were holding Rapunzel playmats for people in this Sunday side event because
Oh, that's
the winners
good.
were getting like 100 tickets, right? Like that you should
Mhm.
go buy a playmat. That was a lie. That did not happen.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's I don't know. I was frustrated only because they told me that I would get one.
They were like, oh, okay.
Like that's not true.
That's
Wait,
why they
Rapunzel or
don't
the
use
Cindy?
PPG anymore.
Right, the Cindy.
Just because of
Rapunzel's
that
only for
one
a month.
incident with you, Maniple.
Yeah, that was it. That was the tipping scale.
It was a bannable offense.
Boom.
Oh, that was so good.
That was really good.
That was so good.
Has anyone ever said that to you before? I feel like that should have been done before. Okay. That feels like a Star Wars Luke hanging fruit, you know, but like it's also I love puns and such. So you'll get me with those all day, Lofi. You keep punning up, you'll be back
I'm
every
just trying to
after
catch
show.
up to Lamb from today.
I don't feel like I did that many, but
The Zeus came along one was good.
That was great.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Oh. I was just talking.
just talking. Stuff.
I don't know.
It was just the word vomit. He doesn't even remember saying it.
So,
I don't know.
What did you think about their stance of trying to make to wanting people to play more of the DLC rounds instead of saying, okay, you didn't do well, play side events and stay, by saying, well, if you keep playing, we'll give you tickets for reaching thresholds.
I liked that.
Yes.
I think
I
that was
agree.
really, really good.
I do want to point out that handing out the Dragonfire promos after round 3 is the dumbest possible round to have picked, because every single DLC I finished that round in like 15 minutes, and I could not go get lunch. It was the lunch break because I had to sit there and wait for my Dragonfire promo. And why would you do it the same round that, like, you can understand?
Is that just do it round 4 or round 2, please?
Exactly. Just let me leave and get lunch. But no, I just sit in my chair awkwardly because I had won those matches like early in the DLCs. I'm sitting across from my opponent who I just beat for like 10 minutes.
Did you say GG right away? Like
as soon as you could.
You're like, GG, and they're like, you have to wait for your Dragonfire, and you're like,
Gain 20, go to 20, GG easy.
Like, you probably don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. I want to be getting food. Pick a different round, please, or put the lunch break after a different round. Anything.
It's usually been in the middle of the game. Is like they'll chuck down a Dragonfire like in the middle of your board, like every time I've been playing, and they just like wing it like Gambit, and you're like, what are you like?
It's also like
you're just like no, and you're like
easy
trying to get a
time.
sleeve. It's like
It's an easy
such
time to distract players. So
Why not give it after round? Why not give it before round 1? Here's the thing: you're trying to incentivize people to play into round 3, like, but why? Right? Like, I know at that point that's the point where people realize they're out, so they're going to leave anyway. But like, if the people who are there to like get the Dragonfire and leave, do you want them playing anyway? Because they're probably free win for people, and they're probably just messing up the stats anyway. Just weed them out. They're going to be there. Just weed them out.
One question I have
give
is,
them out at the player meeting. And then say, if that's all you wanted and leave, please leave now so we can drop you from the event. And don't even have them in the first round.
Sure.
I would
literal buys for everybody else. Yeah.
I would almost do the reverse, which is like if you do get the 30 points and you get the tickets, you can redeem them either like right then if you want to wait in line, or you can like come back the next day and get them on Sunday. Why not just like give the Dragonfire promo out like as you're dropping, or like as you're concluding?
Whenever you want to go,
yeah, like when you're ready to go, you get your promo.
I thought about that, and the reason I can come up with, the only reason that would be might be tricky is because you would hold up rounds potentially, or have no shows, because you'd have to have multiple checkout lanes. Because the check is that the person comes up to the table and says drop, and then you drop them. That's how they don't get more than one. You give them the Dragonfire. Well, a round ends, and now you have 40 people in line to get their Dragonfire promo and drop. Either you're going to have a ton of no-shows at the next round, or the round's going to be held up.
If they're going to drop, don't they still just drop on the app?
But then they go up to the table and they're like, hey, I guess you could have a tracking system where they're like, hey, I dropped, and then you
drop before you get your tickets, right? Do you have to get your tickets before you drop?
That's fair. That's I don't know. I've never.
The reason why
I think you just have to show that I think you have to show that you dropped.
Okay,
like you can show it on your app.
The reason why they might not do it that way, though, is far less people get tickets, so the lines would be a lot smaller. This way, you don't have everyone getting in line for the promo. You do it. But Magic and other games, they give you the promo at the player meeting. I really think that's the best and easiest way to do it. And I don't know what Jen's opinion is, but the rest of you seem to like the extra tickets for playing. Did you? So I'll let Jen give her opinion before I talk about how foolish you all are.
Okay.
Oh.
Thanks. I don't know. I mean, I have mixed feelings. I like incentivizing people to kind of continue playing, just because I think, like, for me, I probably would have dropped And then now I just was like, you know what, I'm going to stay the rest of the time so I know where I landed, so that the next one I can kind of see if I beat my personal best or, whatever it is. And it doesn't really look impressive on camera, I'm sure, if like within 2 hours, like 80% of your players are now missing maybe. So I don't know. I'm probably on the fence of it because I think they improved side events where you could get a lot more tickets, but I wasn't mad about the 30, whatever they were, 37 or 40 that I got. That was a nice chunk, and I already had spent some time, so I was glad to get incentivized for it, I suppose.
All right. So, did
And
Color
now
want to
Luke
say
does your
something
job.
before I ranted? It seemed like you did
Well,
want
I
to
was
say
gonna say,
something.
I like the tickets because unfortunately, what ends up happening to me at DLCs, I get to the like 8th and 9th round, and I just have to like 2-0, like 1 or 2 more rounds. So I end up playing all day anyway. So at this point, I'm like, okay, my last round, I won one, and I didn't get any tickets. I didn't get to play any side events. I did, you know what I mean? Like, so I just played all day just to do mid, and that's great.
So in my mind, you want to incentivize people who are no longer in contention of winning any prizes to drop your event, because all they are doing is making it take longer. You have more and more people playing. The more matches there are, the more matches that could go to time, which causes more delays. You're going to have more people like messing with the event, and the less people there are, the faster the rounds go, and it's just a smoother event. You want to like the first argument against them showing an empty event on camera. That's not really going to happen. They're going to clear out that space, but all those people, they're not going to just go home. They're going to play side events.
That's
so
true.
Not only does this produce more money for the people running the event, you could easily do something that everyone who plays the main event, if you drop before round 5, you get a free side event. And then like a free 8-person thing. And then you just have people coming up afterwards to do a free side event. That's 8 people that the first 2 players get a Rapunzel, which could probably equal to be about the same amount of people who would play enough to gain the points to get a Rapunzel. You could easily give out the same amount of prizes while releasing the stress and pressure put on the main event, which makes it go longer. How many times do we wait 15, 20, 30 minutes between each round? Because countless people who have no contention of winning prizes are just slowing the event down. I understand they paid their money. They deserve to play their games. That's fine. But there are people like me who, if I went 0-3, I want to go do something else. But I love money, so I'm going to stick around and get the Rapunzel that's worth money instead of paying more money for a side event. Give me an alternative to do that doesn't make me also then have to wait 30, 40-minute rounds. I could drop, play in a free side event that the 2 people get a Rapunzel, win a Rapunzel, play 2 or 3 more side events. Have a great time doing side events, winning, instead of losing every round with them dangling a fruit of a Rapunzel ticket in front of me.
Honestly, if you lose that many times in a row, you're bound to win at some point. You're going to hit one person that you can beat. You go 0-3 and play another game and lose again. Burn your deck.
I've played in a limited GP where every round I lost, my next round opponent had a better deck than the previous round. I lost a pack rat 5 rounds in a row, okay? And I don't know how I kept playing against pack rat decks in the loser's bracket, but I did, okay? Like, sometimes you just want to let people cut loose and do something else. And
I mean, I don't know.
At DLC Dallas, round 3, I think, we saw a Bruno deck, a puppies, the puppies Bruno deck on stream, and did not win that match. It was fun to watch. It got steamrolled. It was fun to see. And
I love watching puppies get steamrolled.
Well, no, it was fun. It was fun to see the
Fun
deck.
to see something different. Yeah.
Yes. And after the tournament, I thought this was a fun, like, casual deck that people could play, and I wanted to do a profile of it. So I did a video of it. It got no views. But I interviewed the player. I was like, hey, I brought it and did a video. And I'm like, hey, why? Like, tell me about this deck. Why did you bring this into a DLC? And she said, well, Lorcana is my very first TCG. I'm from Houston. This event was within driving distance. I was lucky enough to get tickets. I know I'm not a super great player, but my goal for this event going in was to get 12 points. That's all I wanted. If I knew that if I walked away with 12 points, she was, I don't know, 55, 60, like older player. And I was like, and she said, if I walked away with 12 points, I would feel very, very good about myself. And I earned 15 points with this deck. And it is one of the things I'm most proud of in my, TCG life, my very limited TCG life. And one of the things I'm most proud of. That player and her experience and her pride in how she performed in that event matters to me, honestly, as much as somebody who made the top cut and qualified for Worlds, because to them that was what they were aiming for. And
I'm
so
not saying to kick them out of the event.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
Rewarding. So that was another thing too. Like to your point, I when I was playing in Atlanta, I did lose the first 2 rounds in CCS and on day 2, and I was just like, well, I'm trapped here with half of Maelstrom and they're not losing, so I guess I'll just keep playing.
Grind it on.
And yeah, like keep grinding. And I mean, I ended up winning and winning and winning, but I was at the bottom tables at the very I ended up 1 chair down from Xenialist by the end of the day because I kept playing. However, I met so many people that were like, I just want to play Lorcana. Like I just want to play the game. And I don't get to play often, and I came here and I just want to play the game.
And that's fair. I'm just saying,
some
give
of the
them
most
side
fun I've
events.
had in a long time.
Let some of them win.
Well,
if
I'm
they're
not
all
saying
losing, some of them could win.
But they wanted to play the main event.
Yeah.
And those players still can. There will be players that do that, and there'll be players who are like, no, don't dangle this in front of me. Let me do it a different way. That's faster. And it, like, I just think it...
Yeah. I think I know you're not saying to kick them out. I know that wasn't the point at all, and I wasn't saying that that's what you're saying. But what I was saying is, this person's goal was 12 points. Imagine if there was a prize level at 12. Imagine there's prize level at 18, at 25, at 30. I think it's fun to give players benchmarks to strive for who have no chance, frankly, like we know, of making day 2. But give them something to like.
I'm with you.
To strive for,
Let's not punish the players who made day 2 by making them stay up an extra 2 hours because of how long in between each round goes. I want to get food and sleep, and the event's not finishing till 10:30.
That's what you get for doing so well.
Yes. Stop getting day 2 and then going and eating pizza. Okay,
you did that to yourself.
Go cry into your.
So my 3 things are: 1, I feel like I need to cover my little puppy ears because I wore my puppy shirt today, or my dress, because I felt like it was owed to Churna Dogs actually winning, which was not
no one played
expecting
Churna
that.
Dogs today.
No, not at all. Also, I feel like 60 is a new 40. That's what I'm going to tell myself. But I agree. I think with everybody, I agree with Luke on, hey, if you're just here for promos, then here's an incentive to get out to kind of slow it down. But I also agree. Oh, look, CB match. That's so fun. I mean, literally, almost all of my closet is Disney clothes. It's amazing. I wore Powerline earlier today. It was
cool. It was a cool sweater.
That
sweatshirt.
Powerline stuff stands out.
Oh, it's always been my favorite.
I see eye to eye with you on that one.
Oh.
Eye to eye. Yeah, look at you guys go. But I agree with Liam. I mean, it's just that even though watching people enjoy the game, but whether they're competitive or not, is just as enjoyable to me as watching really successful competitors play. And I hope we get to see more of the mid-range players play on stream, just to give us variance where it's not just the same, 3 decks, as far as tiers go, just playing each other all over again. Because it is fun just to watch somebody with something totally out of the blue.
One of the problems is there's 2,000 people. Isn't there what's the capacity on some of these things? And there's thousands of people, so you're gonna get
them out of the event. There's so many people, right?
There is one event for a vast array of TCG and Disney fans. We are all there's thousands of us trying to do the same thing, and every 10% of us have the goal of getting day 2. These people just want to play Lorcana, and these people wandered in off the street and were like, oh my god, what is this? I'm just saying, keeping everybody happy is impossible. Impossible.
So most of my dislike of the ticket system is similar to why I don't like best of 2. And that is, when I'm losing, I want to stop playing and do something else. And the best of two is set up in a manner to tease you and dangle. Like, as someone who's gotten 71st place, winning 3 rounds in a row, thinking he would make day 2 and not, I would have had a much better day dropping and doing other things
that's
after
why I
losing
like
early in the day.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
about your relationship.
Yeah. Because that's what I'm saying. Like I felt like between Vegas and Seattle, I had to play all day. And my last match, both in Vegas and Seattle, I split. No, I gave it to the person in Vegas because it was a bad time. But like, so I had to play all day before I knew, like, am I even gonna get to let it go? Because
Join the club.
Just
Yeah,
like
it's
where,
brutal.
like,
Give me clean math.
But yeah. But at the end of the day, especially like in Vegas, I was like, I have like, would they give you like half of a ticket and a piece of bubble gum for entering? And then like you just played for like 12 hours and everybody else is like, look at my Cinderella mat, look at my promos. And you're like, I would have been doing that. But like, I got myself in a weird bracket to where I had to completely.
She's on my side now.
Well, no,
This
I'm
part of the
saying give me the
argument
tickets.
she is.
Give me tickets for being here all day and being
I
mid
feel like
all
we
day
need
long.
to get Katie
mid,
back
you're not
on and
gonna
have
get
her
enough.
roommate. We need Katie's roommate, who's the psychiatrist you said earlier today, to come and like maybe manage these conversations, Luke, on your feelings.
What does it say about you that
Is it her?
having a bad day, you just don't want to play anymore?
I mean, why would I want to keep, like, if my deck's not performing? I mean, to be fair, I've had quite the good run, but I've had two
honestly,
finishes.
Maybe have you ever considered that if you're losing that it's maybe not your deck? Has that ever crossed your mind?
But I would like to know for sure that it's out of contention, and I guess it's just the not knowing the way the math will work to know if I am not going to get anything. And sure, the points. What?
You're live way longer in 2-game format. So like in
Mhm.
other games, you basically lose 2 matches. You know you're done. You can just go. Like you have no shot anymore. But 2-game format, because the 7 points is so big and so many people are splitting their matches, you can go like draw, and still make top cut. Whereas like that would be a terrible performance in most TCGs.
I think
if you know you're out, you could go home.
I do think though that as the DLCs went on, that's not true. Whereas in the concept of making day 2 is there. But I do believe Zan and Snobby and Jeremy talked about this on Zan's podcast, that the stats showed that the amount of draws lowered and 2-0s increased throughout DLCs in the later rounds each DLC, which is how I got 71st with a record that made day 2 in every other DLC.
That's a different thing from what I'm saying. I'm saying in most TCGs, if you have a bad performance in a tournament, you are out in 2 rounds. Like you're done. 2 losses, that's all you get. See you later.
But no, I'm saying now I think you are, because enough people realized what to do that I think two people with my record made day 2. Whereas in like 8, 9, 10 before did, and very few didn't make it, and then it swapped. And now I think that means because I started with the low early record, I could have maybe been like, oh, I'm out of contention. It is actually an out of contention victory.
You're still not out
dream.
until like around 4. My point. If you go play like a Magic tournament that cuts the top 8 and you lose your first 2 rounds, like you're playing some regional event, you're done. You know you're done. It's 2 rounds in, you know you're done. That cannot really happen in Lorcana, or it's like very unlikely to happen.
I would disagree. Because in GPs you make day 2 with a record, right?
Yeah,
and that's maybe that fixes
a little bit different. The Pro Tour is a little bit different, but and I think there are a lot of things we can improve. But the 2-game format does absolutely keep people alive way longer on average than.
Do you think making day 2 would be better if they were just like have X wins, game wins, you make day 2? Or do you think it would be too hard to do that?
Well, at that point, it's just a complete redo of the system. Right now, we're cutting the top 64 and going to single elimination. I mean, if you do some sort of record-based system, you have to go to Swiss the next day. It's like...
That's true.
It's just a completely different system at that point.
Yeah.
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 So I have a question, I guess, back to best of 2, best of 3. And from the past several set champs, I've walked into some that never announced and they switched from best of 3 to best of 2. And I really think they have, like, hopefully on this new app, although I still think it's down unless it's somehow come back from maintenance.
I believe it's still in the Bruno category.
The Bruno category. Well, they announced it.
Oh, did they? Well, I think they've announced it, but it's not technically up, right? The website.
Maybe. I know that you could go and log in, and then it kind of went down. I think so many people went in, but maybe we'll just Bruno it. But I hope that they require the format to go, because I think that really changes your play style and deck choice as well. Possibly.
100%. A little.
So
to some people.
It probably should.
Not you, Luca.
Let it, but
yeah.
I just
for me, it just depends on.
So it's an interesting thing. Some people are like, "Oh, it's a 2-game format. I'm not going to play this deck." And it's like, well, even in best of 3, you have to win 2 of the games, right? You're going to have to win most likely 1 game on the draw most of the time.
If you are a top player in best of 3, you'll actually play more games going second than you will in 2-game format, which I think is counterintuitive. I think people do not realize that. A lot of people hear 2-game format, you're like, you have to play a deck that's good on the draw. Like, actually, it's more important to have a deck that's good on the draw in best of 3, in my opinion, because you literally will play more games going second. If you're the sort of person who's...
If you can win on the draw, it'll happen more. Because you're going to lose the dice roll, be on the draw, win on the draw, and then be on the draw again. And that's kind of... If you're wondering why the math works that way, I'm pretty sure that's the reason.
Right. If you have a higher than average win rate, every time you win a game, the next game you're on the draw. So if you're the sort of person who's winning 70% of your games, naturally in best of 3, you will play more games on the draw.
What's interesting to me about this, the set champs example is, normally in a tournament like this, if let's suppose, like hypothetically, there are decks that are better in 2-game than in 3-game format, and that it does change your deck choice, because you think you have a better shot of making the top cut with a specific deck in a 2-game format. If that's true, then of course in these competitive events, players are in a bit of a bind, because if you choose a deck that's really good to get you in the top cut, but then it sucks in the 3-game format, you're going to bomb out in the top, 64, whatever. So you're kind of making this choice, right? And so then most players just say, well, I'm going to play the best deck. I'm just going to play the best deck and win and whatever. But in set champs, because they changed the prizing to the top 8 instead of the top 4, you don't got to worry about winning
unless you want
when
the
to
mat.
make the top cut. Yeah, unless you want the mat. But if that's your goal is to go get a promo, like, and it's 2-game format,
sure,
you might make different decisions. Now, it's set champs are very small meta, so who knows if players are thinking that competitively, But
for me, I think it really comes down to the mulligan, because if you're playing 3 games, depending on the matchup, you already know the matchup after game 1, and if you can swing your mulligan, that changes heavily. And in some decks, it really doesn't matter. Other decks, it really, really does. If I know that I need to prioritize locations because they just can't answer them, I have game 2 and game 3 if I can see them. That's where I think it makes a big difference. I agree, it's not all the time. I think it's very specific to maybe if you have 2 decks you're playing and one you can really swing a mulligan in your favor. If it varies more, then that's where you kind of see the difference. But I just prefer knowing what I'm walking into too, I guess. Maybe I have control issues. Those aren't new though. But
I think every store should be very clear about the rules of the format.
100%.
Any tournament before you get there. I don't
100%.
care what kind of tournament it is. They should just tell you what the rules are. There should be
nothing.
We decided to change it day of. That's just ridiculous.
Nothing like prizes changing halfway through the event.
Well, because the problem is the people who get the information first, in that case, again, if it does matter, have an advantage. Let's say, they changed it the night before and people are in the shop and they ask about it and they know, like, they may mix in 1 or 2 surprise cards to steal a game on the play in a 2-game format that they wouldn't have put in the 3-game format. So, yeah, it has to be clear in tournament registration.
Yep.
Puppy agrees.
I think we all agree on that topic. TOs need to do better.
I think plenty of them do. Some are
hashtag do better.
They're well-meaning. It's just like, oh, we want to try something new today, and it's like, well, it's not really.
I wouldn't have played had I known.
Well, it's not even that I wouldn't have played. It's just like, it gets back to like the NA championships thing where the draws and stuff were announced the day off. Like, I just think that it puts people in a tight spot. They had done their planning. They knew like what records they needed to reach, like the break points and stuff. And I think it's a fine rule, but it's like a little awkward to be announcing rules of a tournament, you know, half an hour before the tournament starts. It's just like you're gonna catch all these players off guard. You know?
Especially, like, I wonder how many people took hyper aggro to NA Continentals with the intention of trying to get lucky for 3 rounds and then draw in, because DeCandio had tweeted about how the math worked out that that's how it would work. And then they show up, they registered their deck, they're sitting down, they're enjoying a nice continental breakfast on Disney's dime.
That
and
was
then
fun.
and like then they're told like, oh, sorry, but I hope you weren't like banking on that mattering, because now that's not how it goes. Not only did it then make the judges have to try to be quote unquote the bad guys and like be hawks on all the games. Like, it was very off-putting to have a judge like come up and be like, why are you not playing? It's like, oh, we finished. It's like, well, I don't see lore changes on your thing. It's like, oh, well, we played a quick game. I lost, then I conceded because out of contention. And they're just like grilling. And like, I know a lot of judges, and I don't think they're the type of people who are just trying to DQ people. Like, sure, 1 or 2 of those might exist. I know they existed in Magic, and hopefully they didn't. The screening system gets rid of them quickly, right? Like, your average judge cares about the game. They want the game to be good. They enjoy playing the game. They enjoy the game so much they're willing to judge. Like, I think anyone who judges cares more about the game than the average player, by far. Like, we have a handful of judges just giving their time up to judge the ICL because they care about the game so much. And like, putting them in that scenario, they didn't know they were going to have to do this, but all of a sudden it's like, no, you're going to have to go give these DQs. You're going to have to go do all this stuff that you might not have been prepared for. Granted, I mean, that's part of what they signed up for, but it was a little off-putting. I'm done ranting. Someone else can rant.
Wonk, wonk, wonk.
Nope. I don't know that anybody. I don't disagree with you.
I don't know what we're talking about.
It's fine. You were there.
Thoughtseize.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No.
Well,
I don't know. Let's talk about how
it
much we love
is.
the games. I like Lorcana. We had a couple downer topics there. You know,
We're
I
here
like
because we love it.
Lorcana. I think the art's great. I think the game plays really, really smoothly. I love that I get to play almost all my games.
Best game in the market.
Oh my God. The Robin Hood Sneaky Sleuth, I saw that card the other day. That is one of the prettiest arts on a card that that never sees play.
Is that Cole?
Emerald 5-drop?
It's the Emerald. Yeah, it's Robin Hood Sneaky Sleuth. It's the Robin Hood that's on the rooftop.
Yeah, that's Cole.
That is one of the most beautiful. I was like sorting cards, and I looked at it, I was like, this is so pretty. Like, it's this really kind of unique art style.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong card. Yeah,
I was just putting it up. And then I was going to go find the card.
Flavor ban.
Yeah, Hiram just steals games.
Yeah, there he is.
That, like, the art is
You're
just...
phone it now. If you play it, you'll get a game.
What does he do? This character is +1 love for each
legend.
opposing... Oh, that's why I was looking at it.
I mean, I like this card. This is very good. It was just a little late. If this was like a set 3 card, could you imagine
This one in Heroic,
Emerald Steel, like 8 copies of a shift for your Robin Hood to sing Whole New World?
This says each opposing damaged character. So in multiplayer, this card is
100%.
disgusting.
I got run over by this card in the one multiplayer Madness game I played, where Eric brought in a Robin Hood theme deck and just like, yeah, this card.
Color, stop trying to make fetch happen.
I'm doing it.
It's like, do you want to play multiplayer with me? Like, oh god.
I haven't done that to you yet. I've asked every other
Everyone
players in
else.
Maelstrom.
You and I both know that it's gonna happen.
It will. I just have to figure out, maybe, like, I don't know. I'll have to pair, like, I want to see. Maybe I'll get, like, Sarah in there, and then that'll balance you out. We'll have you and Sarah, and then
Play
I
more
know.
and ruin your video. You know,
You talking about the art in this card and not single player reminds me like of how angry people were when Honey Wizard came out.
Yeah.
Like
and he was just
yeah, I mean like the art was revealed and everybody's like, oh man, this art is the best thing I've ever seen. And then like the card was revealed and everybody was legit upset that good art was on a bad card.
So,
and I'm like,
yeah, because you want to play the card.
Bad cards deserve good art too, right? Like you know,
yes, but I want to see the card more. And then they made it into a playmat, and you're like, okay, I can breathe. I can
collect them
breathe.
and put them, you know, in some sort of display in your home.
Make them into
I think,
wallpaper.
I think it's
like
open
I don't know.
to enjoy the game in like separate modes. Like not every
Oh.
single card has to be pretty and
I
good
wish-
and cheap.
I wish I could remember.
But it'd be cool if they were.
There
but
was
it's
an.
not gonna happen.
I think Humble was telling me a story, or somebody was telling me a story about how they were like an artist was at was signing some of their cards, and the artist didn't play Lorcana, and so they brought up one of the cards, and like they were like, oh, like is this a card that people play? And he was like,
no.
no.
I'm sorry, but they
Yeah.
wasted your talent.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, is this a playable card? And he's like, in set 1 for like a second. Like, I can't remember what card it was, but I remember the artist like didn't even. I had no idea.
It's at 5, but
Yeah, right, exactly. But no, there's some like, and I think there's like the Rapunzel Sunshine is like another just like really gorgeous art, and
Aubrey
like
Archer. Yep.
yeah, just like there's so many cards that the art is just incredible. It's like it
I
really
wonder-
is.
I kind of wish the Shift Rapunzel was better.
Oh,
Like,
yes.
It's so close to being
when-
cool, but any
Well, they
healing
made her
and you
into a
draw one
pin.
card.
Yeah, they made
All
it
right,
into
well,
a pin, and I was like, okay,
It is getting late. So why don't we? I mean, we kind of gave shout outs on the introduction, but I'll let you say shout outs again. You want to start, Jen?
Oh gosh. Sure.
On
Yeah.
the
Just
spot.
shout out. Yeah. No. Just shout out to my team, all of my friends, you guys too. Just this is a great community. I met Color actually at CCS, so it's like funny seeing all these random people that we get to engage with. So yeah, just all you guys and everyone in the chat for sticking with us this late and letting us talk our heads off about, I don't know, something that's super fun and has Disney and we're adults and it's considered socially acceptable. So that's where I'm at.
All right, Bannable, you're up.
yeah, I do this too often. I guess I'll shout out Team Maelstrom as always. And then I would like to say, you know, a special shout out to Katie. I feel like almost every time I've casted, I've had to cast with Katie. Poor
I've
Katie.
had to.
I've had to. She's had to cast with me is what I really mean.
Yeah.
Because she's trying to like talk about the game, and all I want to do is banter with chat, which is just like, you know, the opposite of how casting normally goes or how most people do it. But you know, she puts up with me, and afterwards she probably just like shakes her head like, I can't believe I had to put up with that. But thank you to Katie.
Adorable. All right, Lofi, what do you have to say?
I want to shout out to the Lorcana community, my friends who are both old friends and new friends. You know, everything's kind of blending together. And I want to give a big shout out to my biggest fan, Mike. Good luck in academic decathlon, buddy.
All right, whichever one of you goes first, take it. It's a race.
Don't all jump at once.
All right. Shout out. You want shout outs? Shout out to Aaron for being amazing and watching my daughter so that I can do this and be here with all of you. Shout out to JDZ for being an amazing casting partner. Shout out to SSG, which is hosting a fantastic event this weekend. You should watch them on Twitch. There's going to be a lot of great players. And if you're in that area, drive up the road to West Palm, where Miami and Fades West Palm is having an event with 4 Lorcana artists. You can get signatures. You can meet them. It's fantastic. It is right up the road. 2 more shout outs. Shout out to all of you for putting up with me this evening because I haven't done this for a long time and it's a lot of fun and I talk too much. And lastly, shout out to everybody on Twitch watching right now. I'm not looking at the chat. I don't know how many of you there are. There may be none. There may be 1,000. But I appreciate you for being here as well. Those are my shout outs.
Nice.
Shout out to the puppy.
I want a Baymax one of those. It's my new goal.
Make it.
Oh, he has one.
Oh, no.
No. No. Oh. Okay. Well, shout out to that Baymax specifically. That one.
Color's gonna tackle Liam the next time she sees him.
Oh
Take it
my
off.
God,
of
oh my
him.
God. My healthcare companion.
I will wear him next time I commentate. And you'll know why.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So I'm fine. Okay. So I like Disney like a little bit. Anyway, so shout out to my internet company who will be getting a call from me tomorrow morning. Promptly.
You call this fiber?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, you guys are boned. Yeah. So yeah, shout out to the worst internet I've had to deal with in a long time, and shout out to you guys for putting up with all of that. It's awesome. But yeah, thanks for letting me come on, and I will bug you to do this more often. So, joke's on you.
Awesome. Hopefully your internet will be better by then. I bet it's Cox Communication. They have the worst internet. And on that
Spectrum.
note, yep.
Oh,
Spectrum is terrible.
And Kronk.
It's fiber because it makes you crap.
Well,
No, it's
I would like,
Yeah, that's
as
it.
the last two said, I'd like to shout out viewers like you. It's like the PBS. We're brought here by viewers like you.
Viewers like you.
I wonder how many more stuffies Liam's gonna put on himself here.
Chip, if you just stuck him to your forehead, like he had like a suction cup on the bottom of Chip.
Well, on this, before he collapses, we're gonna raid. Thank you all. You have a fantastic night. Bye.
Bye.